Chapter 182, Yatsubayashi's Mobile Clinic. On the next day, Akira once again had a talk with Kobayashi in the temporary space cafeteria, and just like usual, he looked pretty annoyed. "So, don't you think it's about time I'm done with this request?" Good grief, there are not many hunters out there who want to end their rank-up request themselves, you know? Don't know, don't care. Kobayashi smiled wryly. He found it amusing that he said his real feelings instead of negotiating with Akira and thinking how amusing it would be if Akira challenged an even fiercer battle than before, but he remembered to do his job to at least try to calm Akira down. "I've been telling you this every time we meet, I don't have the right to decide that. But well, at least I'll let the people above know that you don't want to keep doing this request, though I can't really say for sure what they think about it." Akira sighed. Kobayashi immensely enjoyed his reaction. "Now then, just like I said, I'm here because there's something I want to talk about with you. It's about the cost of your supply that you keep bringing up as a form of harassment." Akira's expression immediately turned stern. "No, I won't pay for them. If you're telling me to pay even a part of it, you can go ahead and cancel the request." "Well, it might be weird for me to say this, but because of that condition, the credit you get from selling relics and hunting monsters are significantly reduced. You'll get more rewards back even if you only pay a small part of it, you know? So are you still fine with that?" "Yeah, I still won't pay." Akira showed no chance of negotiation for that matter. Seeing that, Kobayashi gave up trying to convince him. "Alright, got it. I've at least notified you. Although it's because of the contract, the money you're spending on supply is actually a bit too high. So, I just wanted to let you know that there's a way to solve that. To be honest, it'll be faster if you just pay a part of it, but if you don't like that idea, so let's do something else instead. First option, you can work under our order for the time being. That would include following the orders of the other commanders from the city management." "What are you going to make me do this time?" "It hasn't been decided yet. Well, I'm pretty sure it's for something like patrolling, guarding, or securing a part of the ruin. So basically, you can camouflage that exorbitantly high supply cost for one person as the team expense. Like I said, the request itself is basically close to compulsory, so at least you can make this much compromise, no? What's my other option?" "Limiting your activity to only a certain area where no one would complain if you spend that much money for your ammo. To be more precise, it would be the area past the end of the highway, or in another word, the front line. Although most of the hunters working there make sure to bring along their powered suit, I'm sure it's no problem for you since you've won against a powered suit even without using one, right? Personally speaking, I recommend you take this option instead of the first one." Kobayashi smiled with full expectation. In contrast to that, Akira obviously looked annoyed. "Do I have any other options?" "Nothing. If you have any good ideas, feel free to let me know. I'll take the first one." "Roger that. Well then, I'll take care of the administration. I'll let you know once I'm done and you'll get the next order sent to your information terminal later, so you can just follow that instruction." Kobayashi stood up and was about to leave when he glanced at the sighing Akira and smiled. "You can tell me any time if you want to change your mind." Sure. Although Akira sounded as if he just gave that reply without thinking about it at all, that was enough to make Kobayashi leave that place with a big smile. Seeing how Akira replied back so apathetically there, Alpha could not hide her smile. "Personally speaking, I also recommend the second option though." "Why?" "For the sake of your growth, it's better if you fight strong enemies. Give me a break." Akira thought that he got this request because he fought that black-powered suit back in Izan family's base. For him, it was nothing but a pure coincidence. So honestly speaking, he wished that the city management would understand that it was not his actual skill. He did not want people to think that it was because of his real strength when it was actually thanks to Alpha's full support. While at the same time, Akira himself had no wish to take it easy for his training, but on the other hand, he had no plans to be jumping into dangerous places where he might not be able to survive without Alpha's support. So he was thinking during this rank-up request to just raise his rank high enough to reflect his real strength when he had no support from Alpha. He honestly wanted to avoid doing anything that might disrupt that plan. Akira did not think of all the hard battles that he had gone through because of pure coincidence, and it was simply because he did not have enough self-awareness. Akira rode his bike coursing through Kazharg ruin. After a few days, a notice reached his terminal right after he arrived at the forward base. That notice contained an order for him to guard a clinic plus the location of that clinic, and its coordinate was basically deep inside the ruin. At first, Akira thought that it would be a clinic temporarily erected inside a dilapidated building or something, but the coordinates that he received smacked right in the middle of the road with no building around. Akira thought it was weird and once again checked the coordinates when he noticed it was moving. And so, currently, he was chasing that moving clinic. Akira had to fight monsters along the way too, but he eventually was able to catch up to it. There was a big white trailer parked on the road close to the front line. It was a big armored trailer and its big back door was wide open. Akira stepped off from his bike and peeked inside the trailer. There he saw Yatsubayashi treating some injured hunters lying on a patient bed. If it's just a light injury, wait there for a bit. And if it's a bad injury, wait there for a bit as well. If it's an emergency, I don't mind treating you now, but it'll cost you more. I'm actually here as an escort. Is this the right place, by the way? Yatsubayashi stopped. His hand was still holding a weird, or more like, suspicious tool as he looked at Akira and made a suspicious smile. It's you, huh? Welcome to Yatsubayashi Clinic, Kuzuhara Ruin Branch. He finished treating the hunter in front of him and handed over a cloth soaked in blood to that hunter. That's it. I don't mind if you want to keep using the bed, but it won't be for free. That you're going to charge me for that? It's fine, isn't it? It's not like anyone is using it anyway. No. I would need to move the bed in case of an emergency. So you'll have to pay me money even if you just want to lie on that bed. All right. Due to his injury, that hunter could only slowly drag himself off from that bed before he put that bloody cloth back on and left the trailer. After taking a few steps away from that trailer, he put his butt down to take a short rest. Akira frowned and said to Yatsubayashi, "You're not going to take that man back to the forward base?" "Sure, if he wants to and if I accept that request. Of course, it won't be free. Just to warn you though, don't escort him back without my permission. It's not like I'm telling you not to do that no matter what, but if you do that, you'll have to pay for the cost. So just be careful about that." "Why would I have to pay when I'm the one escorting him back?" Akira seemed to be extremely confused there, but then Yatsubayashi casually replied, "Well, that's because you'll be doing work outside of guarding this clinic, which is your main job at the moment, you see. Not to mention, you won't be able to guard this clinic while you're escorting that guy back to the forward base. So it's a given that you would have to pay, no?" Akira seemed to understand that argument, although he also looked exasperated at the same time. That sounds to be a huge pain in the neck. "That's just how it is." Yatsubayashi only casually said so while cleaning up his medical tools. Akira was not alone. There were other hunters who were assigned to guard the clinic too. But since Yatsubayashi actively moved around his clinic to pick up his patients, those escorts usually spread out not too far away from the clinic. Once they entered areas with a lot of monsters where hunters even sent SOS requests, Akira and the other escorts spread out to clean up the monsters while carrying any injured hunters back to the mobile clinic. Akira, with his incredible luck, spent his days fighting swarms of monsters and carrying injured hunters that he saved back to the clinic. Although the injured hunter was so badly injured to the point that he was barely able to move his finger, he was still fully conscious. Maybe it was because of something that he prepared beforehand to make sure that he would not faint even during an emergency. That man had a pale face as if all of his blood was sucked out of him, but his pale face was not because he had lost that much blood. Whoa! This bill is too much no matter how you look at it, isn't it? I know that stuff in the wasteland is more expensive than usual, but not this expensive. Yatsubayashi just laughed that off and casually replied, "That is a wasteland fee plus a ruin fee. Considering how dangerous this place is, it's normal to be that expensive, no? I won't force you to pay that, but if you're not going to pay it, good luck going back to the forward base on your own." Shrewd bastard. That man was only barely able to escape certain death, so he had no energy left to drag himself back to the forward base. But if he splurged his money on treatment there, it would definitely affect his hunter activity later. Of course, there was nothing more valuable than one's life, but considering the debt later and what kind of debt hell that he might face, sometimes death was the better choice. That man knew that fact very well, as he was at loss on what to do there. Seeing that, Yatsubayashi smiled suspiciously at him and pulled out a container filled with green liquid. Well, I can understand your predicament. Better the treatment, higher the cost. But wait. If you take this medicine that I made, you can get the same healing power with 1/10 the price, you know. So, do you want to try it? The hunter glanced at the glowing green liquid and frowned. But the 90% less cost would really reduce the effect of treating his injury there on his money, which in turn would reduce its effect on his future activity as a hunter. Although it was not a formal one, Yatsubayashi was trusted enough by the city management to be asked to work in the forward base, so there was no way he was a fake doctor. The hunter eventually came to a decision. That I'll pay everything, so I'll take the usual treatment. Yatsubayashi looked disappointed. That if you're willing to take my medicine, I'll escort you back to the temporary base for free, you know. Just give me the normal treatment. Yatsubayashi lightly clicked his tongue and started treating that hunter's injury. He then lightly said to Akira, "Good grief, these guys are no fun. You did use my medicine and had no trouble at all, right? It was alright, right? Don't ask me. You do, huh? It's such a waste to refuse using such an effective healing medicine that I worked really hard to make just because of some superstition, you know. Geez, this world is really no fun at all." Seeing Yatsubayashi begrudging talk while still attending to his patients, Akira thought that he could understand some of Yatsubayashi's feelings, but at the same time, he could also understand the feeling of the hunters who hesitated to put that glowing green liquid into their bodies. So Akira decided not to say anything there. The location of Yatsubayashi's mobile clinic was fully trackable from the information terminal lent by the temporary base. Because of that, hunters who were badly injured that they would not be saved if they went all the way back to the forward base's clinic would often opt to go to Yatsubayashi's clinic. Other than that, sometimes, some hunters who were fighting strong monsters also came to that clinic for help to fight those monsters. Either way, these hunters would also bring along the monsters chasing them when they headed to the clinic. It was Akira and the other escorts' job to take care of those monsters. As long as there were some hunters looking to be treated in that clinic, and as long that it seemed there would be more patients coming, the moving clinic tended to stay in one place. The sound of hunters and Yatsubayashi arguing could be heard coming from inside the trailer. Kira found that weird as he said, "Alpha, we've been staying here for some time now, what do you think is happening? This area is already pretty close to the front line. With stronger monsters prowling this area, I bet there are more injured hunters around here, so they might think that there's no need to move the trailer away for the time being. If that's the case, we could have come and camped in this place right from the beginning, right? Even if you tell me so, there's nothing that I can do about it. If you're still worried, you can just ask Yatsubayashi instead." Akira thought that Alpha had a point there. But he was not that bothered that he would go to ask Yatsubayashi, so he just continued watching the surroundings instead. When the day started getting dark, Akira went to talk to Yatsubayashi and got permission to end his job. Back home, Akira was enjoying the warm bath while thinking about all the monsters he fought that day. What can I say? They gave me this option since I'm spending too much money on supplies, but now that I think about it, putting me there will only make me spend more money on supplies, right? Is this really alright? Compared to before, Akira spent way more supplies that day. Since Yatsubayashi often drove his trailer straight to dangerous areas, Akira had more encounters with monsters compared to when he was free to move on his own discretion. Alpha was sitting on the lip of the bath with her legs crossed. She moved the tip of her leg around as if to play with the warm bathwater. "I think it's not something for you to worry about. The clinic only moves based on the instruction from the city management after all. Moreover, that might be nothing but an excuse." "Excuse?" "Yep, an excuse to send you to more dangerous areas. The complaints from the upper echelons about you spending too much money on supplies might be true, although it might not be that big of a trouble, it was enough as an excuse. The two options that Kobayashi gave you, he might have given you those options just because he wanted to get you as close as possible to the front line. The clinic only moved around the areas pretty close to the front line, and the battles going on there are pretty much as dangerous as the battles that you've gone through lately. So he might be just using that as an excuse to send you as close as possible to the front line, hoping to see you doing some reckless stuff." If that's the case, then he really got me good this time. Alpha suddenly moved around her crossed legs. Akira's eyes were drawn to that movement by pure reflex. She then stood up on the border of the bath while Akira was still looking up at her. Alpha lightly smiled at Akira, who was looking at her with a rather suspicious gaze. She then jumped, made a beautiful arc, pulled a full spin in the air, and plunged into the warm bath as if her body immediately melted into the water. Alpha then popped out from the water as if she just popped out from a deep pool before moving next to Akira. Akira watched that sequence of action with slight amazement, but he was more exasperated than amazed. What was that? This is a bath, not a pool, and it's not that deep. I just feel that lately, you are showing less interest in my body. I just thought of showing my beautiful body to you in a different way. So, how is that? Normal. Geez, you're as indifferent as ever although you're in front of this beautiful body. You've really gotten used to this luxury. Alpha smiled amusedly at Akira, who looked even more exasperated than before. But behind her mind, she thought that it was still too early. When she jumped into the bath in her swimsuit, Akira unconsciously moved his body as if to evade an incoming attack. And when he did that, there was actually another reason as to why he moved his body away. Back in the forward base, Yatsubayashi had parked his clinic in the parking lot as he was looking through the data that he got inside his clinic. That data contained all kinds of information used by the city management to check how far they had secured the area for the sake of building the safe route into the ruin. It included things like the countless information terminals spread inside the ruin by the city management, the data from the information terminals lent to the hunters, and data from radars in vehicles. Yatsubayashi was given permission to analyze that data using the help of his connections. Even if the device to broadcast the information all the way back to the slum city was broken, with his skill, although it was difficult, it was not impossible to search for the particular wave signal produced by the nanomachines inside a certain body. With that, Yatsubayashi continued keeping a close look at the damage caused by the humanoid monster that was getting famous lately. The reason why Yatsubayashi opened his mobile clinic was in order to search for Tayal without raising any suspicion. He only charged the hunters a lot of money for his treatment and proactively answered SOS requests simply to avoid looking suspicious. After Yatsubayashi finished analyzing the data, he then said with a sharp gaze, "That I bet he's preparing himself behind the front line, which means maybe over here." The map of the ruin on his display also showed Tayal's track as well as a big line. The line was drawn over one of the crossroads used in the main highway as if to create a blockade. The line was basically the front line, and the area behind that line was an unknown world from the city management's point of view, and Tsubaki's building lay deep behind that line. That day also Akira was instructed to escort Yatsubayashi's clinic. He rode his bike into the ruin while checking the location of the mobile clinic. That was when he noticed something. He's going pretty deep today. Basically just right after a turn on that crossroad. Alpha smiled rather provocatively as she pointed her finger forward. If you keep going forward, you'll be passing the front line, you know. Do you want to take a detour and look around? No thanks. If you hate escorting the clinic that much, it might be a good idea to instead work around the front line. After all, it's not like this chance when you can use as much ammo as you want without worrying about the cost would last forever. So this might be a good chance to have a peek at the situation in the front line. Oh, I heard that hunters would bring their powered suit with them there, so it's not a place for someone like me to take a detour and look around. Not to mention, I promised Shizuka-san not to do anything reckless. Is that so? Well, I won't force you. Alpha smiled like usual to Akira, betraying the fact that she just said something as preposterous as suggesting taking a detour in the land of death to him. Akira lightly sighed. I'm sure she wants to tell me to stop fighting the small fries and go for the bigger fish so that I can become stronger as soon as possible. Now that I remember, she also said something along the line that this is a good chance to check my current strength. I guess I'm still way too weak to be considered strong enough for Alpha. She did say that she'll consider it if I can defeat that big mechanical monster on my own. Akira had no wish of wasting his time either. But with that being said, he had no wish to train until his limbs fell off either. That was why he had no plans to go charging headfirst into dangerous places that might get him killed in order to gain experience. Although it might be the fastest method to become stronger, he did not want to fight monsters that hunters would normally fight using powered suits. Of course, he would do the best he could in order to do that request from Alpha, but that did not mean he would do anything for that sake either. Akira had a conflicted feeling as he smiled wryly and took a turn at the next crossroad. He did not realize it. There was another reason why Alpha recommended him to go to the front line even after including his bad luck into consideration. But then, the fact that Alpha did not stop him from going to that clinic even if she had to force him, showed that she was still looking down on his bad luck. When Akira arrived and looked around the situation around the clinic, he could not hide his surprise. The clinic was surrounded by more hunters than usual, and these hunters were not injured. But with that being said, they were just too many of them if they were the clinic's escorts. Among those hunters, Akira caught some familiar faces. When he noticed Elena and Sarah also noticed him and smiled while lightly waving at him. Akira was a bit surprised when he heard from Elena that those hunters were basically the reconnaissance team sent to scout the area. I always thought that building the secure route only means to simply secure the area deeper and deeper to the ruin, but it seems it's not that simple, huh? It's not exactly wrong. But the reason why the city management builds the secure route and maintains the highway to the ruin is all for the sake of harvesting relics located in the deeper part of the ruin. That's why when they want to expand it further in, they'll have to send a reconnaissance team first to give a quick check of the area ahead. Not to mention, many hunters won't even go to a location where they have no information at all. That's why it's also for the sake of encouraging those hunters. And if we find out there are good relics to get, even when it's in a dangerous area, the city management might consider increasing the budget to secure that area. That way the hunters who usually work further to the east might come to help to secure the area too. But of course, the hunters sent as the reconnaissance team would have to explore that area without any prior information about it. Sarah had her armor bulging out because of that preparation to explore such a dangerous place. She made sure to refill his nanomachine stock up to the full capacity. She showed off the size of her chest that she was so proud of to Akira while smiling at him. It was not that hard for a girl to know where the other person was focused on. I thought that you're here for the reconnaissance request too, but that doesn't seem to be the case, huh? But since you're already here, how about joining the reconnaissance team? The scouting itself is Elena's main job, so I'm here as her escort today. If you want to come too, you'll be also escorting Elena. We're planning to explore the area carefully and we'll immediately retreat back if things get dangerous, so I think it's a rather safe request and we can get quite a lot of money from it. But Akira apologetically replied, "But I'm sorry. I'm happy that you invited me, but I'm here as an escort for the clinic. So I can't take your offer." "Oh, if I'm not mistaken, you said that you're basically free to do what you want for that request, right?" From a discussion with a guy called Kobayashi, it seems that I've been spending too much money on supplies, so I have to do this so that the city management would allow me to keep using that much money. Then from there, I got assigned to escort the clinic. Is that so? That's really unfortunate. Well, I guess even though it's for getting your rank up, it's not like they can spare you an unlimited amount of money, huh? Sarah said so with a disappointed face. But then Elena made a suggestion. That I feel like they might let you change to the reconnaissance team with a little negotiation though, but of course, not right away. So I guess we have no other choice but to give up that idea this time. We'll have a briefing first about the area that we need to explore, so we need to go soon. Good luck to you, Akira. Yes, feel free to contact me if anything happens during the exploration. It's also my job as the escort for the clinic to get out and pick up SOS request after all. I see, I'll be counting on you when that happens. Akira, see you later then. Akira lightly waved and saw Elena and Sarah off. Although Alpha was smiling like usual, there was something else running in the back of her mind. Personally speaking, she did not want anything else that might affect Akira's course of action anywhere around him, and that was doubly true when he was in such a dangerous place. Akira, just to warn you not to go out on your own just to check on them, okay? HM? Of course, you're pretty obedient this time. I have no plans to abandon the request that I accepted first. I did refuse their invitation because of the same reason, remember? Yep, and that's great to hear. Alpha smiled happily since she identified that as Akira's honest opinion about that matter. But at the same time, she also knew there was no telling how far he would go to stay by his decision. If he had always kept all his promises, Alpha would not be this doubtful of him. After that, Akira focused on guarding the clinic, but this time there was not that much for him to do. Thanks to the reconnaissance team that took out the monsters ahead of them, there were not that many monsters left near the clinic. Because of that, even when he patrolled around the clinic on his bike while keeping his eyes on the sensor, he did not find any signals from monsters. Akira continued guarding the clinic while feeling slightly worried. If things continued like this, he felt like Alpha would recommend him to work near the front line again, either that or she would push him harder for his next training. Chapter 183, A Swarm of Young Boy Robots. Yatsubayashi was charging a crazy amount of money to the hunters brought to his clinic. Thanks to the first aid done to his head, that hunter was able to stay conscious even after he was gravely injured. The expensive treatment cost was enough to make his face go pale though. He did try to bargain, but Yatsubayashi wouldn't budge at all. No money, no treatment. You need to pay first. See, can you at least cut me some slack for that one? Good grief, if you're that healthy, I bet you can get yourself back to the forward base. You can ask your friend to carry you there, I'm sure you'll get there without dying. But well, with that injury, I bet you'll either get a prosthetic or a cyborg replacement though. I want to keep my body the way it is, since you said that your treatment would still enable me to still stay the way I am, I came to you. Indeed, they could take a regenerative treatment to grow back their lost limbs that would normally need to be replaced with a prosthetic or cyborg body, but that kind of treatment was more expensive than replacing them. Furthermore, there were not many hunters out there who would become a cyborg out of their own volitions. No matter how strong a cyborg body was, there were still unique advantages to keeping a flesh body, and this hunter wanted to keep his body. His friend then jumped in. Can you at least do something about it? We can get this done right away if you'll pay in his place. Don't be crazy, we don't have that much money. It's not like we can use our health insurance too, right? Sorry, but my clinic is not a corporation's clinic, so I don't really accept health insurance. And there's a limit on how much the hunter office would be willing to lend you to pay for it too. Not to mention, their lending limit is extremely low for a small individually ran clinic such as mine. That guy then sighed and rubbed his head with one of his hands. Although he had no plans to abandon his injured friend, it did not change the fact that he did not have any way to save him either. Moreover, it was not like he was going to die if they decided to take him back to the clinic in the forward base, though he would be living with prosthetics and incur debt for that medical treatment. In the first place, this was an injury stemming from the occupational hazard hunters faced. It could happen again. That thought discouraged them from paying the cost of Yatsubayashi's treatment no matter what. Seeing that, Yatsubayashi hid his real intention as he made a suggestion to those hunters. Well, I can understand that you want to save your friend. And I'm a doctor, you see. But if I treat his injury here for free, it'll only give me a lot of trouble later down the line. That's why, I have a suggestion here. Instead of paying me with money, how about you pay for the treatment for your friend by helping me with a certain job? Job? What kind of job are we talking about here? It's basically a kind of emergency rescue request, you see. Of course, it'll be a secret one though. Yatsubayashi started explaining the aforementioned job with a suspicious smile. To put it simply, those hunters only needed to go to a certain location to rescue a certain hunter and bring him back to Yatsubayashi. Although it sounded simple, it sounded as if it had a lot of hidden intent behind it. Why should this be a secret anyway? Moreover, I checked my information terminal and it doesn't seem like there's any SOS request from that location though. Yatsubayashi smiled at that question. Well, that's because that hunter doesn't want to have a record of this happening left in the hunter office, you see. Basically, he's one of those hunters who do not wish for the hunter office to be informed of an SOS rescue request that he had submitted. Other than protecting his reputation, it's also to save money. After all, if you needlessly ask for SOS requests, your insurance bill will go up, you see. That's the same for the treatments in hospitals and clinics too. What I'm saying here is that if you treat your injuries in my clinic, I can help you make sure that it won't leave any record in the hunter office. The catch is that you can't use your insurance though. Other than that, well, maybe his reputation among his colleagues and gang? To put it simply, he wants to say that he didn't get in any trouble. He just randomly met some hunters in the wasteland and those hunters arbitrarily helped him without even being asked. I see, so basically you're accepting that kind of request under the table? But still, you're willing to give him free treatment just by saving one hunter. This is too good to be true, you know? Are you kidding me? Of course, it won't only be once. I'll have you do that for me multiple times until I judge you've worked enough to pay for the treatment cost. That I see. The hunters nodded and looked at Yatsubayashi with a stern gaze. They thought that Yatsubayashi was planning to use them and charge them with more bills every time they returned back with more injury. If you're going to take that request, I'll get him treated right away. I won't do something as cowardly as postponing his treatment until you work enough for me. So, what do you think? Am I nice or what? Well, I won't force you though, so it's still up to you. Putting it from a different point of view, it also meant that Yatsubayashi gave no space for negotiation, and the wounded hunter also started begging his friend. So in the end, the other hunter clicked his tongue and took that offer. Elena and her reconnaissance team proceeded deeper into the ruin. Their main job was to harvest the information gathered by the small information-gathering device spread beforehand inside that ruin while retrieving and replacing those small information-gathering devices owned by the city management. The accessibility of the site with a vehicle, the number of monsters in that area, and the number of rubble and their material found around the area, all of this information was enough to judge if a site was worth exploring or not. The members of the reconnaissance team were free to search the inside of a building. They were even allowed to gather relics. Even if it might disturb their main duty of scouting the ruin, the relics that they gathered could also be used to judge if that part of the ruin was worth securing or not to mention the information that they brought back, also took note of the difficulty and the danger of that building. As such, no one stopped them from doing so. Elena scanned her surroundings while driving her vehicle slowly. Sarah stood ready next to Elena, guarding her, but she was also eyeing the buildings that seemed to be containing expensive relics. Elena, can we just go and take a peek? No. We will only take a route that this scouting vehicle can go through, so we won't be searching the inside of any buildings. Didn't we agree on that right from the start? I know, but still. I can understand your feelings, but no. There's a good chance something will attack this vehicle when we're away searching the inside of a building. We have almost close to no information about this area, so I can't really guarantee the safety of this vehicle when we're gone. Or more like, we're exactly here in order to gather that information, no. Hunters who tend to work alone or in a small group often left their vehicles behind when they searched the inside of a building. But of course, no one could guarantee that their vehicles would be still in one piece when they returned. Elena and Sarah had more than enough experience with losing their vehicles in such a manner. Of course, they could just get more hunters with them and have some of them guard the vehicle when they were gone. But with more headcounts, each of their shares would also reduce. There was also the possibility of the hunters guarding the vehicle running away, abandoning the hunters inside the building when monsters attacked them. So it did not change the fact that it would still be a gamble in the end. The only thing that the hunters could do was to increase their winning chance with all kinds of methods that they could find. Getting stronger, working with a team, deepening their trust with the other team members, emphasizing the loss in case someone betrayed them. If they did not do that, they would end up as one of those lost hunters with broken dreams who could not return back from the wasteland. But Sarah seemed to be not fully convinced by it, seeing which Elena gave another reason to convince her. If we get ourselves into trouble and send out an SOS request, Akira might come to answer that request, you know. That would really erase our dignity and his trust in us as his senior hunters, you know. Although, I'm not even sure that we still have those two things even right now. Sarah frowned and sighed. All right, I still want to stay as the senior hunter that he can rely on, after all. I'll hold myself back. Sarah suddenly turned obedient, seeing that Elena could only smile bitterly. Honestly, I really hope you would be this obedient when your best friend warns you though. That's that, you know. It's like we're one soul, so hearing you warn me like that is like giving myself a little scolding. So it's much more likely for me to just ignore it, you see. Just like how it's more likely for me to get selfish when I'm alone. Is that so? In that case, then I'll be doing that too when I'm pondering about something. Elena and Sarah lightly smiled at each other before returning back to watching their surroundings. Not too long after that, Elena, who was keeping her eyes on her sensor, suddenly stopped her vehicle and tilted her head. Elena, what's wrong? It's nothing in particular. It's just that when I checked the data, I found something interesting. The sensor caught multiple signals of something that looked human. They might be other hunters exploring this area, no. Possibly is. It's just that there's something bothering me. Some of the signals were possibly from the monsters. Judging from their positions and the signal that the fact that they seemed to be coming from something with a humanoid shape, Elena could not shake off her bad feeling. After all, if some of those signals were from monsters and some others were from hunters, they were close enough to notice each other. As such, they would have started fighting by now. There were many types of monsters that ignored hunters who had even stepped into their territories. While on the other hand, most of the hunters would rather avoid having to fight all the monsters that they encountered. There were many reasons for them not to fight each other. But Elena remembered a certain rumor, specifically, about a humanoid monster that prowled the Kuzuzahar ruin. Her sharp intuition was telling her that this was it, although she did not have enough evidence that supported it. Elena thought for a bit before she stepped on the gas. But she made sure to change her direction, away from it. Sarah, we'll be changing our scouting area. It might lower our area coverage and the information accuracy that we can get, which in turn might lower our reward later. Sorry, but please just let this one go. Don't worry about it. I'll leave making that kind of decision to you. So let's just continue this safely. Sarah lightly smiled. She seemed to be not bothered at all by that. Seeing how Sarah fully trusted her, Elena's stern face slightly softened. A certain hunter named Sonoda grumbled as he strolled in the middle of the ruin. Another dud. Sonoda was one of the hunters forced to work for Yatsubayashi to help the treatment fee for his hunter friend. He came to the location where there should be someone who needed help but did not want to send an SOS request. But when he arrived, that person was nowhere to be found and there was not even a sense remnant of a fight, and this had happened multiple times now. Sonoda called Yatsubayashi using his information terminal to complain, but Yatsubayashi just replied casually. It's not a proper SOS request to the hunter office after all. It's also not clear who's the issuer of that request, heck, not even I know. So, it could be just that there are some people who played a prank on you. Well, I'll at least put in some words with those that informed me of that request, so I hope you would work the best as you can for your part. Don't worry, even if you don't get to find anything, I'll still count your work. I'll send you the next location. After Sonoda ended the call, he received the location of his next target. He clicked and put his information terminal back into his pocket. Good grief, these guys are sending us to the deeper part of the ruin like it's nothing. Alright guys. To the next one. Alright. HM? Wait, it seems that there's someone over there. Oh, the target ran over there, huh? Let's get him. Sonoda led his group to the location where that signal came from. It came from the first floor of a building not too far from them. They moved slowly and carefully into that building and spotted a young boy standing in a dark hole in the wall not too far from the door. Is that the guy? Hey, are you alright? Where are the monsters? Did you run away to this place? And are you alone? That young boy reacted to Sonoda, but it was not in the form of words for communication. The current area is under a lockdown. Due to the emergency situation protocol, the security system is allowed to kill any intruders. Please give your identification information. Sonoda immediately raised his rifle and barraged that young boy, pushing him all the way to the wall from the shockwave. Sonoda's teammates immediately jumped in to support him. The young boy lost his head and all of his limbs were torn apart. Sonoda quickly told them to retreat. We're running away. Let's go. I only shot to help you since you started shooting first though, was that alright? You didn't notice it yet? That young boy is not the rescue target. It's the one that attacked the rescue target. Retreat now. Sonoda and his friends quickly left that building when another sound came from the dark hole behind them. Unable to identify. Immediately changing to restraining protocol. Get in the vehicle. We're retreating back to the clinic. Something bad is coming, I know it. Sonoda retreated back as fast as he could while barking orders to his team. The limbs that were torn off from the young boy were scattered on the ground. His arms from elbow down were completely turned into rifles. It was not like a rifle fixed on a prosthetic arm, it was more like rifles that were growing out from those arms. Its body seemed like it was layered with armor in a glance, but it was not armor, it was countless layers of metallic scale. Another young boy emerged from the darkness. He took the gun lying on the ground, the leftover limb of the other young boy, and started chasing after Sonoda and his men. While around the same time, Akira was bored guarding the clinic when a notice reached his information terminal. The coordinate written in that notice was around in the direction where the reconnaissance team went. Akira thought for a bit before he hopped on his bike and paced it. Alpha frowned. We don't know for sure if Elena and Sarah are there, there's no need to go there yourself, no. Accepting SOS requests is also one of my duties, right? Though it's true that it's a little bit further away from the clinic. Alpha frowned even more. Akira thought that it was a bit surprising as he said, well, I do know that since it's an SOS request, there's a good chance that I'll find a troublesome swarm of monsters, and I admit that I do really want to help them if Ilana-san or Sarah-san are the ones that got into trouble. But at least let me do this much, alright? There are not that many monsters around, so I should be able to get my rank up faster instead of just guarding the clinic, right? Just don't get too deep into the ruin, sorry. HM? Akira thought that it was weird since, in order to get stronger and to gather as many experiences as he could, it was better if he was actively taking SOS requests and that Alpha would have preferred it. But since it seemed that it might sour her mood if he said anything there, he just kept his mouth shut and paced his bike faster. Akira drove his bike to its max speed. He was fully relying on Alpha's support without holding back. After all, he felt that he would slow down if he tried controlling the bike on his own, and he had no plans to arrive late. Due to Alpha's advanced driving skill, the bike could sway nimbly left and right, evading the rubble scattered on the ground without losing much of its momentum. Not too long after Akira went out, he detected some signals from monsters. He quickly shifted his focus to the source of that signal. With the help of Alpha's support, he could clearly see a group of monsters, but from that distance, they looked like small dots. The moment he noticed the monster swarm, Akira frowned. It was a swarm of weapon dogs blocking his way forward. So those were the reasons for that rescue request, huh? I would rather run than chagrin right at it. Want to withdraw then? No. As Akira was thinking about what to do from there, he could see a vehicle suddenly jumped out, running away as fast as it could. The backside of that vehicle was half open and there were people there desperately trying to fight back the incoming monsters. Akira could at least tell that much. Right after it jumped out, that vehicle immediately turned and drove right toward Akira. The sharp turn almost threw the whole vehicle into the air, but it was able to regain its balance thanks to the advanced driving skill of its driver while still shooting the monsters behind it and keeping its speed. That must be the rescue target then. Thank goodness, it seems that there's no need for me to jump into that swarm. Well then, let's pick him up and head back. By the way, how reckless are you willing to go today? Alpha was smiling challengingly at Akira, but he only replied with a bitter smile and said, not more than what's needed. All right. Akira's hand that was grabbing the steer suddenly dialed up the power bar and violently accelerated the bike, just right on time before warheads rained down right where he was a few seconds ago. The explosion sent shockwaves and left craters on the ground. Under the raining warheads, Akira aimed his SSB multi-weapon at the weapon dogs blocking his way and started shooting, ignoring the amount of money that he spent just for that barrage. The missile pods fixed into his A4WM automatic grenade launcher were also joining that barrage. The bullet storm swallowed the front line of the incoming weapon dog swarm. Although the distance between them dampened some of the bullets' momentum, they still tore through the weapon dogs' bodies. Their big bodies with a cannon perched on them quickly turned into huge chunks of obstacle, but the bullets also tore through them and ate through the swarm's defense. The backside of the swarm was hammered by the mini-missiles. Thanks to the guiding system from Alpha, they struck accurately at the weapon dog's cannons, igniting the black powder inside their body and resulting in a big explosion, thus shredding those weapon dogs into small pieces. As the vehicle filled with hunters went past Akira, he immediately pulled the brake, made a U-turn, and once again pulled down the accelerator. The special function of the bike that helped its wheel to stick on the vertical wall prevented it from flying off. The powerful inertia assaulted Akira's body, but he was able to endure it with the help of his augmented suit. Even as he was driving off, Akira kept on shooting at the weapon dogs, using the recoil to accelerate his bike even faster. As Akira was trying to catch up with the vehicle in front of him, he received a short-distance call from his information terminal. It was a call from Sonata, who was waving at him from the backside of the vehicle in front of Akira. "You're the hunter who came to my rescue, right? Thanks for the help. It's good that you're all right. To be honest, I was thinking of retreating when I spotted that weapon dog swarm. It's a good timing that you pulled yourself out from that. That was a close call. With that many cannons, if it was not because of you taking away some of the heat, they would have wiped us out. And here I thought we have really run out of luck when those weird things attacked us, but I guess we still have some luck left, huh? Weird things? Do you mean you didn't send out that SOS request because of that weapon dog swarm?" "Yeah, it was because of those." Akira noticed something weird on the side of the vehicle. "Hey, someone is latching on the side of your vehicle? Didn't you get enough time to take everyone inside?" "What?" Sonata peeked out from the backside of his vehicle and pulled out his gun at that someone latching beside the vehicle without showing any hesitation. The barrage peeled that small boy off from the vehicle as he tumbled on the ground. Akira, who saw that, could not help but to raise his eyebrows. "Wadash? Why did you do that? That thing is not friendly. It's an enemy. We sent that SOS request because we got attacked by those things. I bet they are one of those humanoid robots posted to guard the ruin or something." Suddenly a small boy with a face similar to Tyol landed on that vehicle with a bang, violently rocking the vehicle and leaving a big dent on its armor. "Warning. Detecting resistance, arresting targets." The small boy stopped his formal warning midway and his expressionless face twitched. Hostility replaced his face and he immediately jumped off that vehicle and lunged straight at Akira. Although Akira was surprised by that sudden turn of event, he did not miss a beat as he aimed his rifle at that young boy and shot him down. But that did not stop him. The young boy immediately rose back up and started chasing Akira. Akira could not help but be surprised to see the young boy chasing him. Although that bullet was powerful enough to rip through the weapon dogs, it was not enough to pierce through that young boy. "Is it one of those dolls that I fought with the other day? I didn't expect to find them outside a building." "Akira, leave the guessing for later and focus on the fight. It's not done yet, more of them are coming." Akira aimed his SSB multi-weapon up with a stern face. There were multiple of those young boy dolls jumping at him from the buildings to his left and right. Some of them had 4 normal limbs, some of them carried rifles, while some of them had their whole arms turned into guns. Some of those dolls had open bodies, exposing the mechanical parts inside them. Some of them even had 3 arms attached to their bodies. Akira compressed his time perception and shot down the enemies in front of him in turns following Alpha's instruction. But that did not end all of them, although some of them plummeted straight to the ground and turned into scrap, and some of them were thrown off and crashed to the building near them and stopped moving. But of course, there were also those with stronger bodies which rose up again after getting shot down before they started chasing him. Sonata's vehicle was powerful enough to drive through the bad ground, but even so, the small wreckage spread here and there prevented them from going too fast. Not to mention, if they made a small blunder and managed to get the vehicle to roll over, it would spell the end for them. So they drove even slower than usual, slower than the dolls chasing after them with their superhuman strength. Although they were fighting back the dolls chasing them, the distance between them was slowly narrowing, and their number was not getting smaller at all. The young boy dolls jumping out the buildings left and right straight at Akira also had their guns and cannons aimed at him. Alpha controlled the bike to keep making evasive maneuvers to get away from their aims. Due to the continuously moving bike and the bad ground, Akira had to maintain his compressed time perception while aiming his SSB multi-weapon at those dolls. He followed the instructions shown in his augmented vision, displaying the order of the enemies that he had to shoot down. The bullets that he was using should be able to easily turn normal monsters into minced meat. The flying powerful bullets ripped the dolls into pieces, spreading their flesh and mechanical parts into the air. But the ones with strong bodies would only slam to the ground after their momentum was killed by the bullet just to rise up again. The backside of Akira's vehicle released a pack of mini-missiles. Some of them hit the dolls that were still in the air, while some of the missiles went straight at the dolls chasing Akira. The explosions from those missiles sent a violent gust of wind right at Akira, but he planted his body firmly with the help of his augmented suit so as not to get blown away from that shockwave. Akira then noticed something troublesome and frowned. Say, "Thuff. It's just my feeling though, but like, aren't those dolls focusing on me? Or more like, they're only attacking me, right? If you want to leave one of them alive in order to confirm that, then you don't have my permission. Like hell I would do that. If you have no plans to just abandon those people behind, then just take this positively, at least they won't be attacking those hunters while you're around, right? You have a point there." Akira then banished that thought and any other unneeded things inside his mind to the void. Another batch of mini-missiles was launched from the backside of the bike. They drew a huge arc on the sky and went for the dolls chasing from behind. The dolls with guns immediately tried to shoot some of the missiles, causing several explosions in the air. But even after that, the rest of the mini-missiles were able to reach them and blow them away. Akira looked slightly relieved watching those explosions, but his face immediately tensed up again. Those mini-missiles were not enough to stop those dolls from chasing him. That did cut their number down, but there are still quite a lot of them left. "Akira, bad news here, that was the last batch of mini-missiles. And here I thought I carried quite a lot of them. It starts to scare me to think how much I spent in this fight alone." Akira took his DVTS minigun off from his bike and replaced it with the automatic reloading system for the missiles since it has no mini-missiles left to load. The ammo expense from that battle was nothing to laugh at. Akira aimed his SSB multi-weapon and started shooting again. The SSB multi-weapon was spouting out powerful bullets as if it was a minigun. Once he emptied his rifle, he loaded another magazine and started shooting again. He told himself that he did not care if Kobayashi complained about the expense later on as he kept burning through his ammo reserve. But even so, the incoming dolls did not seem to be letting off at all and his ammo reserve was getting smaller and smaller. Akira could not help but start feeling nervous. Right in the midst of it, Alpha said something that he could not ignore. "We at least got out of the most dangerous part now. I'll need to go for a bit, so do your best yourself for the time being, okay? I'll give the bike's control back to you." As the bike suddenly swayed, Akira flusteredly took control of the bike back. "Wait for a sec, you need to go now. I just need to take care of a small business. I'll be back in a minute or two." Small business? Right now? In this situation? In contrast to the panicking Akira, Alpha just smiled and pointed her finger. "Don't worry, like I said before, we already got out of the most dangerous part." Alpha immediately vanished right after that. Akira quickly shifted his gaze forward and saw Yasubayashi's mobile clinic coming right in his direction. He could also see the hunters guarding the clinic standing by near it as well as the hunters that were a part of the expedition team. The mobile clinic was originally an APC, so it had rifles and other weapons equipped. Those weapons immediately started shooting. Half of the other hunters around that clinic also started reacting. After Akira went past the clinic, he spotted Elena and Sarah, so he turned his bike toward them. Elena noticed Akira and threw a smile at him. "Akira, it seems that you're having a hard time there. Are you all right?" Yeah, I'm okay." Sarah then worriedly said to Akira. "This hunter by the name of Sonata keeps broadcasting SOS requests, so you came to rescue him, huh? Are you all right? Did you get any injury? If you're tired, you can take a rest in the back." No, I'm fine. Although I'm a little tired, I still can move." "I see, don't push yourself too hard. Since we're around this time, it would be a waste not to rely on us when you have the chance." Sarah said so and smiled gently at Akira, who blushed and seemed to be flustered. In that case, I don't have much ammo left, so is it okay if I stay close to you? Elena smiled and said, Of course. It has been quite a while since the last time we fought together. If you want to use my information terminal too, come closer and I'll do the adjustment. Yes, please. Akira smiled happily as he said so. After he finished his readjustment, he then fought the dolls together with Elena and Sarah. The other hunters that were guarding the clinic and the hunters from the expedition team knew well of the danger that they were going to face, thus they came well prepared with a lot of ammo. Of course, the bullets that they had prepared were suitable for the danger of the requests that they had accepted that day. After that, they took their time cleaning up the dolls chasing Akira and Sonata as well as the weapon dog swarm that came not too long after those dolls. Chapter 184, Taiyo wakes up. After cleaning up the rest of the monsters, Sonota and the other hunters were taking a rest while getting their injuries looked after. So, how are your injuries? No problem. Although that guy is a cunning, greedy bastard, his skills are top-notch. Anyway, sorry for getting you into trouble back then. Sonota gave a serious apology, but his teammates replied with a small laugh. That's what it means to work as a team, no? So don't worry about it. Furthermore, he treated our injuries for free. Though, to be honest, I'm still bothered by the fact that he looked rather happy when he told us so. But it's way better than getting told to pay because we failed the request. Sonota and his team lightly laughed off their fairly serious situation as they continued chatting. But still, although it's a good thing that we got saved by it, I didn't expect the clinic to come for us. I really don't know what that guy is thinking. So, where is that Yatsubayashi guy now? No idea. I bet he's out there looking for the other injured hunters or something. And leave the clinic just for that? Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. Sonota and his team laughed, celebrating their survival. While on the other site, Yatsubayashi was checking the units that the hunters had just defeated with a wide grin. He was dissecting a young boy robot using his suspicious-looking machines. He took a unit that still had its body relatively intact and opened its head with some kind of tool. He then pulled out something from its head and smiled. Transmitter device. But this isn't mine, it's some kind of imitation. Yatsubayashi could not hold back his smile. Then all of these are primitive terminals. It should only be able to do low-level autonomous action. In that case, are these some kind of makeshift remote control? I see. But still, he shouldn't be able to reach this level only by eating monsters with this kind of function. Talkuin, it seems that you've gotten yourself some old-world knowledge, huh? Honestly, I'm so envious of you. Well, I guess I didn't come all the way here for nothing. Yatsubayashi actually did not come there to pick up Sonota and his team. He was only chasing a signal that might have come from Taiyo. The reason why he did not wait until the situation calmed down was simply because he could not hold himself back. Also, depending on how bad the situation was, the city management might order them to retreat. That was also the reason why Yatsubayashi sent Sonota to that place. He faked the SOS signal in order to dispatch Sonota to investigate the area. Yatsubayashi looked at the heads scattered around him and laughed. In case you're listening, I'm more than happy to welcome you if you show yourself, you know. Of course, the heads did not give any reply at all. Inside a white space, Alpha was standing face to face with Tsubaki. Alpha had a displeased face as she was sending a stern gaze at Tsubaki. I'm waiting for your excuse. Tsubaki replied back flatly with an unfriendly face. I have none. Alpha's face turned sterner and her gaze colder. So basically, you're picking a fight with me, correct? Tsubaki suddenly started oozing an ominous aura. I don't think I'm being that hostile to you. If you want me to apologize, I shall apologize. If it's needed, I'm even willing to swap places. Alpha and Tsubaki just stared at each other in silence. Due to their accelerated time perception, their moment of silence was actually longer than it seemed. Alpha opened her mouth first. That I'm here to hear your excuse regarding the subject under me and the subject under you trying to kill each other. First of all, in order to keep the safety of the region under my supervision, what I did was just a rewrite of the system configuration of a unit that had unstable software based on one of the security drones defending my area. So to be more precise, that unit is not under my supervision. It just picked the subject under you as its target by chance when it tried to follow its software to protect the region that it's responsible for. Well, I did not specifically tell it to not attack the subject under you, but again, I have no obligation to do that in the first place. Is that so? Alpha seemed to have accepted that excuse and her stern face slightly relaxed. Tsubaki also toned down her intimidating aura. Now that the mood had returned to the point that they were able to negotiate calmly, this time, it was Tsubaki's turn to complain. I'll at least give you this warning. Even if it's someone under your supervision, I will have to take him out if he steps into my territory without the proper permission. So keep that in mind. Sure, I'll be careful. Alpha only said so with an emotionless face before vanishing. Hearing that, Tsubaki's face distorted with displeasure. Good grief, what a pain in the neck. Then Tsubaki also vanished from that white empty space. Now that there was no one inside that space, the space itself vanished shortly after. Since Akira had almost used up all of his ammo, he asked Sarah and Elena to accompany him back to the forward base. He set his bike to run on autopilot to follow the vehicle as he hopped into Elena and Sarah's vehicle. Akira was enamored by the scene of his bike running just fine without anyone riding it. Sarah, who saw Akira like that, smiled and said to him, "Although it's a common feature for advanced bikes made to explore the wasteland, when you look at it, it looks like a ghost is riding it, doesn't it?" Ghosts? You're right. Talking about ghosts, Akira, have you heard about them? There's an urban legend in Kusuhara Ruin about a beguiling ghost. Yeah, more or less. Although I don't know the details, it's about a ghost that uses old-world relics as bait to lure hunters and kill them, right? Since Akira had some guesses about that rumor, he could not help but make a conflicted face. He then continued, "Well, putting the ghost aside, it's nothing rare for hunters to get killed when they try to go to the deeper part of the ruin for relics." Elena, who was driving the vehicle, jumped into their conversation. It seems that in the past that urban legend had a completely different content. Is that so? What did the rumors say in the past? Honestly speaking, I don't know for sure since there are a lot of different versions of it. Some say that it's nothing but a rumor spread by Kagamayama city management in order to scare hunters from going to Kuzusuhara Ruin. At that time, there were still a lot of good relics around the outskirts of Kuzusuhara Ruin. So it might be a rumor spread to keep hunters away from the ruin except for those hunters employed under the city management. Akira was listening closely to Elena's story when Alpha suddenly swooped down from the sky and sat next to him. "I'm back." "Welcome back. That took some time. I thought you said that you would be gone only for a bit." Alpha smiled mischievously. "Oh my, you were missing me that much? I'm happy to hear that. It's just that your interpretation for a bit is different than mine." Akira only said so and dropped the subject there. Alpha just smiled like usual. There was a certain room inside the forward base designed to prevent any type of information leakage. It was mainly used by those of high standings. Inside that room, Inabe, the head of the forward base, was sitting face to face with Cheryl and Viola. Although Inabe was being careful with Viola, he was not taking her seriously. He was also looking down on Cheryl. "So then what is it? It's pretty impressive for you to manage to get a connection to contact me, but if it isn't worth my time, I'll leave right away." Viola took out a certain old-world relic and placed it in front of Inabe. Inabe looked at that relic and smiled mockingly. "So, and this is the result from the appraisal. It's from the Kurigane Corporation. Since I was using a backdoor, it has no Kurigane insignia on it. But what's written here is the actual result from them." Inabe took the document handed over by Viola and skimmed it. It's the old world terminal from an unknown source that everyone was talking about not too long ago. Are you trying to bribe me with this? What a joke. Inabe looked pretty calm while still eyeing the relic. Looking at that, Viola said with a wide smile. "It seems that your investigation is not going well." Inabe's expression immediately turned serious. "What do you mean by that?" "You're free to interpret it any way you want. Where did you hear that from?" "I might be just making blind guesses, you know." The more Inabe's face turned sterner, the wider Viola's smile got. Building a secured route into the inner part of the ruins starting from the forward base was a serious endeavor, and the city management placed significant effort into doing that. So of course, there were many people interested in it, which caused infighting between different factions. The one who was responsible for the planning was Yanagisawa. Since the construction and the maintenance of the forward base was doing fine, as well as the relic collection around the secured route, Yanagisawa was cementing his standing among the interested parties. Of course, it was not a good period for the people who were against Yanagisawa. If there was anything that they could use to reproach Yanagisawa, it would be the fact that he was so focused on extending the secured route instead of collecting the relics around the secured route. The factions who were against Yanagisawa did not let that slide, as they kept using that as an excuse to criticize him. When someone got assigned to watch over a territory with expensive relics, of course, that person would gain a considerable amount of influence too. It was possible to disrupt Yanagisawa's position using such a method. That was why Inabe spent a lot of his resources investigating the area under his supervision. But unfortunately, he did not get a good result from that investigation. The weapon dog and humanoid monster swarm that he discovered practically forced him to stop the investigation, and he was unable to find any expensive relics. When the area under his supervision proved to be pretty dangerous and without any worthwhile relics, the city management had no reason to keep investing in it. At this rate, the city management would completely stop its investment, and Inabe would lose all the money that he had already invested in that territory, as well as his influence among the competing factions. In reality, he was getting nervous. When he saw the relic that Viola brought with her, Inabe thought that if that relic could be found in his territory, it would definitely kick up the value of his territory. At least, it would be enough to solve his current trouble, buy him some time, as well as bring in some money for him to get more resources, thus luring in more potential investors. Inabe's gaze naturally wandered to that old-world relic. To be honest, I'm sure I can make it sound as if this relic comes from the area under my care. But I've heard all kinds of rumors about this woman. Moreover, even if I can do that, I only have one relic here. It's far from enough in order to increase the value of my territory. While Inabe was still contemplating what to do, Viola put her hand on top of that relic and slid it close to herself. Inabe's expression turned slightly sterner. Viola then pulled out the same type of relics and lined them on the table. Well, now, if there are this many, it should be enough, but it's this woman we're talking about here. There are already so many people who met their demise after getting involved with her, but they do say that she never lies. Inabe made a conflicted face, which was a mix of his hope, expectation, doubt, and desire. His expectation that this might be the way to his bright future started to bud. Viola watched Inabe's reaction with a smile. She then said to Cheryl in a blatant act, "Boss, it seems that Inabe-san is not interested. I'm sorry, it's my fault." "I see, all right then." Cheryl stood up calmly and lightly bowed to Inabe. "Inabe-sama, thank you very much for your time today." Wait. Inabe thought that Cheryl was not faking it and she was really about to leave, so he could not help but stop her by pure reflex. It gave him the final push. "Sit down, what do you want in exchange?" Viola waited for Cheryl to sit back before she answered that question with a smile. "We are running a relic shop, that's why we want you to help us get old-world relics." You said that as if it's an easy thing to do, or is that you already know there are many people interested in collecting relics? It's not like we want you to get us all the expensive relics out there. We just want you to share some of the relics you collected with us. You can at least do that much, right? We will also pay for them, of course. We won't be stingy with the rate. Inabe started to question his decision. But since he actually had already made his mind, although he might hesitate, what he was doing there was nothing more than trying to find more excuses to accept their demand. "All right, I'll do it. We have a deal then." Viola sent a glance to Cheryl, who understood what Viola meant with that glance as she slid the relics on top of the table to Inabe's side. Inabe's gaze shifted to Cheryl. There was already no mockery reflected from his eyes. Cheryl was wearing the dress that was refitted in Kashua's shop. Celine had the chance to work on that dress without worrying about the budget at all. Thanks to that, her rare talent transformed that dress into something that emphasized Cheryl's natural beauty while also giving her an aura of dignity. This time, Viola had some say during the refitting of that dress. By the way, what is your relationship with Viola? My business partner and I'm her boss. That's all that I see. Enabe looked at Cheryl and Viola. One of them was a suspicious woman that he knew well, while the other one was a suspicious girl that was new to him. He placed a mental note to be careful with both of them. Cheryl, Viola and Enabe stayed there for some time to talk about the details after that. That was until one of Enabe's men came and gave a report. Excuse me, I'm here with the report regarding the humanoid units. Go ahead. In short, they are not of humanoid robot type. To be more precise, they're closer to biological monsters like the greedy crocodile. So, we can't expect to earn much money from them, I see. Enabe sighed. If they were one of those old-world humanoid drones and the facility that manufactured those drones was somewhere nearby, it might become a good source to lure investors to invest in that territory. Although Enabe did not expect much when he ordered for the investigation, it was still disappointing that it did not give a good result. They're still in the middle of the investigation even now. The research division is asking for more samples if possible. Give them as many samples as they want. Viola suddenly interjected. Is it one of those humanoid monsters from that warning? Yes. We still don't know for sure if it's a humanoid robot that someone made, or if it's a hunter preying on other hunters, or if it's something from the Nationalist, or maybe it's just your normal humanoid monsters. That's why they only limit it to a simple warning so as not to spread needless fear. Well, with this, we know for sure that they're actually monsters. We put all the samples for the investigation in the warehouse. If you're interested, we can go and take a look now. Good idea, let's go. Enabe raised his eyebrows. What are you planning to do with them? They're not robots, so they're just like weird-looking corpses. Or is it one of your hobbies? Viola smiled mischievously. Well, it's more like I enjoy seeing others get flustered when they believe that I will turn down their offer. Enabe sighed exasperatedly and scoffed. Huh, you're as bad as the rumor says, huh? Don't say anything unnecessary if you don't want people to use it against you. It's something that you should keep in mind as a negotiator. Right, boss? Don't ask me. Cheryl said so in a rather unfriendly way. But Viola only replied with her usual smile. Seeing that exchange, Enabe really had no idea what was the relationship between them. Well, if you want to see them, you can just go ahead and take a look. I'll take you there. Cheryl followed Viola and went with Enabe to the forward base's warehouse. Although she had no interest in the monsters' corpses, it was not like she could do anything if she was left behind alone. Moreover, it was better for her to go with them to make sure that she would not leak anything unnecessary. The warehouse also housed a lot of the collected old-world relics. It was filled with gigantic shelves. The relics were placed on those shelves in a random manner. Cheryl was a bit overwhelmed by what she saw there. Viola then leaned in and whispered to her. Although they're cheap relics, normal people won't be able to get permission to enter this place, you know? Aren't you glad? Wasn't this your original aim? Well, I wonder. Cheryl was a little irritated since it seemed that Viola was toying with her. But since it was true that it was not something that she could see every day, she shifted her focus to the relics around her. In one corner of the warehouse, there were pieces from the humanoid monsters that Akira and the other hunters had defeated. They were kept in some kind of vacuum container. They were in relatively good conditions. Their faces were visible through the transparent bag, looked mostly unharmed. While for the ones that were in a bad shape, they were piled into a small container. Enabe, who had guided Cheryl and Viola there, glanced at it and sighed. If they were old-world humanoid robots, it would have been a treasure trove. Viola also glanced at it with a slight interest. You're keeping them in a relatively safe container. Yeah, I'm sending them to a research corporation that I have some connections with, so I need to make them at least presentable. Although that short investigation revealed that they're nothing but scrap, I might get a different result if I get a specialist to look at them. Someone actually brought in old-world humanoid robots from the ruin you see, and they fetched quite a lot of money even though they were already mostly destroyed. So I'm hoping if these things can fetch the same price too, you see. While Viola and Inabe were having that conversation, Cheryl was listening to them while looking at the container bag. That was when she noticed something. Her eyes were fixated on the face under the container bag and thought that it looked familiar to her. Tayo? Cheryl checked the faces in the other bags too and found out that all of them looked similar, which was strange. Although she suspected that he had something to do with them, she could not think of anything. Inabe noticed Cheryl's weird reaction and lightly joked. If you're interested, do you want to take one of them home? Of course, you'll have to pay for it though. No thanks. Thought so. After that, Inabe realized that he had allowed some outsiders to stay for a rather long time inside that warehouse. So he suggested that they leave the warehouse. As they left, one of the humanoid monsters that still had some of its energy left looked at Cheryl. Since it immediately ran out of energy right after that, no one noticed it at all. Tayo was drifting inside his dream space without any awareness. Yasubayashi had healed Tayo by injecting nanomachine extracted from one of the ruined drones. It was an experiment to check if it would trick the old world monsters IFF. If it worked, hunters would be able to explore the ruin without the fear of getting attacked by monsters. But it ended in failure. As a matter of fact, the nanomachine even invaded Tayo's brain and affected his consciousness. But in the end, it was nothing more than an unstable system. It then picked random transmissions from around him and solely followed the vague command coming out from that bugged system when he ran away from Yasubayashi's clinic. After that, he worked as a security drone as he hid in one of the dilapidated mansions and took out monsters that the system deemed to be illegal. He was moving as if he was being controlled by a bugged program. The nanomachines that Yasubayashi injected continued to evolve even now. It took in the nanomachines of the mechanical monster and the peculiar features of the biological monsters that Tayo ate, thus modifying his body to the point where strange-looking parts were growing out from his body and he was able to completely reconstruct his own body. But it did not end there. He then met Tsubaki and received some help from her too. Tsubaki basically reconstructed the system inside his brain and claimed that he was one of the old-world security drones. Although his mind and body were completely altered, surprisingly enough, he was doing pretty well. He was actually happy now that he had gained power that he could not even start to imagine back when he was living in the slum. He was also enjoying himself fighting other monsters and hunters using simple remotely controlled robots that he created. Although he had even forgotten his own name at this point, he did not really care. As he continued acting as the ruined security drone, one of his robots encountered Akira. Of course, he, himself no longer remembered Akira at all. But when he saw the footage sent from one of his robots, a certain order or desire to be more precise surfaced from deep within his mind. His thought of winning a wonderful reward after he was able to kill Akira was already rooted deep inside his mind, but the directives from his security system software pushed that desire aside. Tayo fought hard against that directive and eventually was able to order all of his robots to attack Akira. In the end, he was not able to take out Akira, but his consciousness that was able to resurface stayed in that state. And then, through one of his robots that had already lost all of its fighting power, he saw and heard Cheryl mumble his name. Even after he got his body and mind completely altered, when he saw Cheryl and heard her call his name, Tayo was once again captivated by her. Right at that moment, the strong emotion stemming from deep within him caused the system to reconstruct a part of his consciousness. Tayo finally opened his eyes and found himself inside a room of a dilapidated building. Although he had an emotionless face, he said with full of resolve, "I am Tayo." One of the terminals was alerted of Tayo. But as he glared at it, he was able to hijack its chain of command and make it obey him. Tayo understood that he was still one with the system. Although he had regained his consciousness, he was still under strict restriction from the system. Forget returning back to Kagemayama City. At the moment, he could not even leave the territory that he was assigned to. Of course, he could not go and meet Cheryl in this state. What should I do? Alright, I can use her. Tayo jumped out through the building's window with his superhuman strength. He then landed from the height that would kill a normal human with a loud bang and ran toward his goal. It was one of the rooms inside a weathered building. That room was badly damaged and no longer completely covered in white. After he entered that room, Tayo screamed as hard as he could. "Come out! I know that you can show yourself. And I know that you're listening. I even know from where you're observing all this time." Tyal screamed while looking around the room, but he heard nothing else other than the echoes of his own voice. "Show yourself. If not, I'll tell the hunters about your existence. And I'm not bluffing here." Tsubaki's image suddenly appeared inside that room. She looked displeased and had a cold look. Tyal spotted her and ran at her while shouting, "There you are. Get the restriction that you installed in my head off. Otherwise, stop." With that one word, his whole body came into a sudden halt, ignoring his wish. Tsubaki then walked towards Tyal, who could not move at all, with mild contempt plastered on her face. "You really have no manners, how unpleasant. And you have lost your logical mind too. I know that you're excited after gaining so much power, but do you think that I'll accept your demand just because you're shouting it?" Tsubaki stopped and stood next to Tyal. She then extended her hand toward his head. "Our deal is that I will fix your bug system and you'll guard the area that I assign to you. If you don't like it, I don't mind reverting your system back. You can just go ahead and unconsciously rampage until the day you die like a feral beast or a bugged machine for all I care." Tyal felt like his mind was being messed with while he fought back as hard as he could. He squeezed all of his might to try and push off Tsubaki's hand with his immobilized body. When he did that, although it was only slightly, his body actually moved and swiped her hand off his head. Tsubaki raised her eyebrows. "I see that you can fight the system to some point. You may move now." Tyal could feel something that was restricting his body was lifted off. He immediately jumped away from Tsubaki. His face was reflecting desperation, fear, and terror. He was breathing roughly while glaring at her. Tsubaki seemed to be contemplating something for a few seconds before she said with a cold smile, "I've changed my mind. I have an offer to you." "An offer?" "Yes. Since it seems that you're not willing to continue guarding the area that I assigned to you, I'll have you do something else for me. If you can do it, I will lift as much restriction as I can from your system using my permission. I will also forgive your rudeness just now. So, what do you say?" What do you want me to do?" Tyal asked the details of Tsubaki's demand and could not help but be surprised. "That you're telling me to do that? I won't force you. But if you refuse, I will have to take back what I gave you." If Tyal refused, he would return back to being a feral beast rampaging pointlessly in the wasteland. Basically, he had no other choice in this situation. "All right, I'll do it. We have a deal then. I'll be counting on you." Tsubaki smiled faintly before vanishing. Right after that, Tyal's face twitched. "God damn it. I just need to do it right." Tyal's scream echoed through the room. Chapter 185, Exceptional Monster. Deep inside the Kazuhara ruin, Tyal was having his meal, or to be more precise, collecting more resources. His face was filled with pain. Tyal ate all kinds of weird things, like the wreckages of dead monsters, carcasses of dead biological monsters, rubbles from buildings, hunters along with their equipment. He did not really care that much back when his consciousness was still a part of the system. But now that he had regained his consciousness, he also regained some of his humanity. As such, he could not help but get bothered when he ate raw meat, scrap metals, and rubble. He would have chosen to eat rotten leftovers given the chance, but this was torture that surpassed common sense. If he let the system take over, it might be easier for him. But if he misjudged how much of his consciousness was to be relinquished to the system, there was a chance that his mind would be once again drowned by the system. Tyal, who understood that very well, made sure not to cross the dangerous line while harvesting resources. Every time he took a bite of the carcass, it sent an unpleasant sensation throughout his body. Every time he tore off a metallic scrap with his jaw, he could not help but feel terrified of himself for being able to do it. He kept telling himself that he had no other choice but to do it in order to replenish his ammo and to reach his goal. He cursed the situation that he was in as well as everything that led him into that situation. Tyal's body changed in response to his feelings. The hatred inside him broke a part of the system restriction, allowing him to break through the limit on his body, thus turning him into a giant, powerful, and vicious monster. His hatred fueled his desire for power. Even if he constructed a lot of those simple robots that he could remotely control, Akira would be able to destroy them single-handedly. And even if he also brought along a swarm of weapon dogs, they would be taken care of by the other hunters. In order to reach his goal, to defeat Akira and those hunters, Tai-Al needed more power. And for the sake of gaining that power, he had to eat those corpses and wreckage, thus fueling his hatred even more. The effect of Tai-Al's hatred reached the semi-autonomous drones around the area. The other drones that were also collecting resources were pushed to surpass the restriction from the system. When those drones were done with harvesting the pile of resources, they were transformed into giant monsters. Some of them turned into giant humanoid robots or heavily armed tanks. Their bodies had no sense of aesthetic, as if they were made of forcefully combining mechanical parts and biological flesh. It was a pure expression of power and force. These monsters started to move, pushed by their insatiable desire to grow bigger and more powerful. Tai-Al, who now had turned into something that looked like a heavily armored powered suit from the outside, also started moving. Akira had returned back to the forward base in order to replenish his ammo when he received a call from Kobayashi to meet him in the cafeteria. Kobayashi sounded really disappointed when he explained why he had called Akira, but in contrast to that, Akira was listening to him with a big smile. "It's finally done, huh? Damn it, you look so happy. You really hated this job until the very end, huh?" Akira's request to increase his hunter rank ended that day. For Kobayashi, it was bad news, but of course, for Akira, it was great news. After all, Akira had a hard fight just the other day. As a matter of fact, he used that as an excuse to buy expensive expendables without even glancing at their prices. He basically filled the warehouse of the forward base with the expensive mini-missiles and anti-force field armor magazines. The ratio between Akira's expense and achievement finally surpassed what Kobayashi could handle. As expected, you're spending too much money. Unless you're planning to use those in the front line, they'll no longer pay for your expense. Akira lightly laughed as if he was completely ignoring Kobayashi's complaints. Well, didn't expect splurging on the expendables to actually work. Good grief. You're basically the only hunter that I know who would make the city management cancel its hunter rank-up request for a trivial reason like that, you know. Though, to be honest, that's so like you. Yatsubayashi glanced at Akira and sent a bitter smile, although there was also a bit of delight too in his smile. To be honest, I was hoping that you would do something crazy on your last day. But unfortunately, I guess that won't happen now. Starting from today, you're assigned to guard the forward base. Well, you can just randomly roam around the forward base. Is that good enough? The weather forecast says that it'll be raining for the next few days after all, so there are no plans for a huge battle anytime soon. The effect from the colorless mist will get thicker with the rain, so I bet you'll be just holding yourself in the forward base for a few days. Well, actually that's also one of the reasons why they canceled your rank-up request though. It was common sense in the Eastern District to only go explore the ruin when the weather was clear. After all, not only did rain reduce the sensitivity of the information-gathering devices, it also reduced the hunter's visual range. No one would go picking a fight with the monsters in that situation out of their own volition. The city management made sure that all the important points had enough guards to hold on their own in any weather. Of course, their budgets were already decided beforehand. And in the case if they employed a high-ranking hunter, the city management would have to pay a lot of money for that hunter. Now that Akira had raised up his rank considerably, the city management had no budget left to employ him. Well, if you don't like the idea of doing nothing for a whole day, you can instead join the hunters working to secure the front line. No thanks. Yep, knew you would say that. Kobayashi fully expected that answer from Akira, so he smiled disappointedly but also gleefully at the same time. Akira was driving his bike around the forward base. Behind him was an unmanned truck. Alpha was sitting leisurely on top of the covered truck. The truck was filled with ammo taken from the forward base. After the last fight, Akira was worried if he would run out of ammo in the middle of a battle again, thus he decided to splurge his money on a small truck. The truck itself was not armed and not well armored. It was basically the polar opposite of Akira, who was armed to the teeth. The only thing that he considered when choosing that truck was whether it was better than carrying the ammos using his bike. Akira glanced at the truck. If this is everything for today, there was no need to buy the truck. I guess that was an unnecessary spending. If the money you spent to prepare yourself for a danger turned out to be unneeded, it's something that we should be happy about, right? Well, you have a point there. Akira noticed the falling droplets and looked up. It had started raining lightly. He could see the sky blocked by a thick cloud. Oh, it started raining. Alpha passed through the ceiling of the truck and dropped to the driver assistance seat of the truck. She then pointed at the driver's seat and called Akira. Akira, how about coming here? There's no need to keep driving on your bike under the rain. Good idea. Akira, who was still looking up at the sky, noticed something. He spotted something flying under the thick cloud. Akira extended his information-gathering device to zoom in on that spot. He could see something that looked like a humanoid robot and an aircraft. Oh, they're flying. Wait, isn't this bad? Akira remembered that a flying object in the Eastern District would attract powerful monsters that roamed the sky. So he continued to stare at that flying object with a stern expression. Right at the next moment, Akira noticed missiles flying past him, which went straight for that aircraft. Those missiles came from the anti-air tanks posted in the forward base. The aircraft was hit with explosives and fell down together with the humanoid robot. At this rate, they would crash close to him. So Akira accelerated his bike and immediately evacuated from the crash point. The aircraft that was falling free under the mercy of gravity suddenly slowed down as if it pulled the brake right before it crashed into the ground. After floating a few centimeters above the ground, it landed with a loud bang. Akira watched that scene unfold with wide eyes, but Alpha suddenly shouted at him. Akira! Shoot it down. The A4WM automatic grenade launchers fixed on Akira's bike immediately released mini-missiles. Akira reacted accordingly by pulling his SSB multi-weapon and immediately emptied its magazine at that humanoid robot. The humanoid robot aimed both of its giant arms at Akira and took a stance as if it was about to shoot, but before it could do that, Akira's bullets reached it first. The shockwave from the bullets threw the humanoid robot off balance, but that did not stop it from releasing shots accompanied by loud bangs. One of the warheads went straight at a building, blowing off the half-crumbled building into smithereens in one shot, while the other warhead traveled astray into the wasteland before landing with a loud explosion. The bullets barrage from Akira pierced through the robot's armor, leaving its body riddled with holes, splattering its oils and sending its body parts flying into the air. But that did not stop Akira from shooting at that robot, showering it with bullets and its own body parts. Even with its balance broken, the robot kept shooting with both of its arms. It kept trying to fix its aim at Akira while releasing stray warheads into the wasteland. Echoes from the explosions ran through the wasteland, raising a cloud of smoke with every explosion. While Akira was in the middle of shooting the robot, the missiles that were launched first finally reached their target. They slipped through the holes on that robot's armor and exploded, blowing its mechanical part to pieces and releasing its body fluid that looked like blood from its body container. Akira, who saw that, raised his eyebrows in surprise. Not a biological monster. Not a humanoid robot. It's still a type of humanoid weapon, but its species is much closer to the greedy crocodile. You can just think of it as a heavily armed powered suit. So what is that thing flying in the sky? While Akira was still confused, another round of explosions burst on top of his head. When he looked up, he could see multiple similar aircraft flying in the sky as well as the missiles that were trying to shoot them down. Those aircrafts were not only carrying similar humanoid monster that Akira defeated just now, but they also carried other types of monsters. Although they were of different species, all these monsters shared the same characteristics. All of them were gigantic with abnormally thick armor and powerful weapons. The aircrafts that the missiles missed just went past the forward base and headed straight to Kagomayama City, while the transport aircraft that got shot down unloaded their cargo one by one. Akira stood frozen as he watched the destroyed aircrafts and monsters that were raining down from the sky with a stern face, but the blaring alarm coming from the terminal lent by the city management pulled him back to reality. As he checked the contents of the notification, his already tense face turned even sterner. It's telling me to fight the best I can without going back to the base. Akira, whether you plan to fight them or not, we should go into the ruin. This place is no good. Although the missiles were able to shoot down some of the aircrafts, the huge monsters that those aircrafts carried were mostly able to land on the ground just fine. But after they landed, those monsters immediately headed back to the ruin instead of going in the direction of Kagomayama City. The monsters started shooting their gigantic guns toward the forward base and the area around it. The tanks and the powered suits guarding the forward base reacted by fighting back. As for Akira, he rode his bike and paced it toward the ruin. In the worst-case scenario, isn't it safer if I go back to the base? You have your ammo here with you. Aren't you glad that you decided to take them with you? Alpha said so and smiled teasingly. Akira returned that smile with an annoyed look. He then spotted a warhead landing on a building not too far from him, tearing that building down. Seeing that, Akira knitted his eyebrows. Why does this happen on my last day working here? As I thought, my luck really sucks. Akira spitted out a complaint as he immediately accelerated his bike. The forward base was filled with the shouts from the guards and the sounds of the battle. Detected more aircrafts. Shoot them down. Activate all the anti-air units. Get the anti-air weapons for the powered suits too. The monsters that fell from the transport aircrafts are attacking the supply route. Also, I'm detecting more monsters coming out from the ruin. Gather everyone who can fight and get them to set up a defense line. We just need to hold out until reinforcement from the city arrives. Use all the reserve ammo. Get the high-ranking hunters to hunt the big ones. Tell them that it's their chance to earn money. All the staff present spared no effort in handling the emergency situation. Yanagisawa was there watching calmly how the situation evolved. One of his men noticed him and sent a curious glance at him while asking a question. "Commander, did you do something again this time?" Yanagisawa looked surprised, but it was obvious that he was acting. He then smiled and shook his head. No, I didn't do anything this time. Even for someone like me, I can't lure transport aircrafts, you know. I see, although I know better not to trust your words. I really have nothing to do with this incident though. Yanagisawa was smiling like usual. Seeing that, his curious men knew that his answer could not serve as proof to whether he was related to what was going on or not. But if it's not your doing, then it's purely an invasion, huh? With aircrafts too, this might be pretty dangerous, no? Nah, it'll probably be fine. Though it still bothers me that they didn't bring out their full force and number, they won't be able to crush the forward base nor the city. The skies of the Eastern District were controlled by powerful flying monsters. It was exactly the reason why the people of the Eastern District did not use aerial transportation. That was just how strong the monsters that roamed the Eastern District's sky were. Although that kind of monster was mixed in among the transport aircrafts, Yanagisawa said that it would be fine. That was why that curious guy sent a doubtful glance at Yanagisawa. Yanagisawa noticed it and laughed. Well, it's true that most of the flying monsters are dangerous. But most of those monsters are either weapons from the Old World era or their derivations. Basically, they are the drones that are normally assigned to watch over the Old World ruined sky. If they seriously wanted to crush Kagomayama City, they would have come with stronger monsters. So in short, this invasion did not originate from the Old World system. That's why their aircrafts are not that powerful. Well, although I said they're not that powerful, it's relative to the other monsters that usually roam the sky though. But even so, the city defense squad should be able to handle them just fine. But it seems that those aircrafts are coming from the ruin. So at least the system supports this invasion. Nope, I bet they're either ignoring the system or they have broken their restrictions to fly. These are either mechanical or biological monsters, which turned into a completely different species after multiple mutations but are still more or less controlled by old-world nanomachine. That's why those monsters that seem unable to fly can fly. While on the other hand, that nanomachine also installed a system restriction on them. This includes the directive not to fly. That's why those monsters never mutate into flying monsters. But of course, there are exceptions. And these flying units are those exceptions. Probably. Well, since they broke that limitation, I'm sure the other monsters identify them as foes, so they would normally get killed in no time. Even if they managed to survive and evolve into a powerful monster, the system would identify them as a dangerous entity and take care of them. Yanagisawa frowned before continuing. But that's why normally you won't see something as half-baked as this. It somehow bothers me. But well, it doesn't change the fact that they pose no threat to the city. The guy who was listening to him was dumbstruck. Normal people would know nothing about what Yanagisawa said just now. How do you know that? Yanagisawa smiled mischievously. That's a secret. The guy sighed. Very well, so then, what should we do? Let's see. You can go ahead and decide for yourself whether to defend the route or the forward base, but remember that the supply route is not equipped to defend against an aerial attack. If you're okay with that order, I have a feeling that guy would use the powered suit though. Should we expect anything from him? HM? Just leave him be. In the first place, we're planning to check if we can use that powered suit in the inner part of the ruin. So this might be a good chance to test it. I guess we can let him hunt those bigger monsters and see how well it will fare. Roger that. The guy bowed and left. Yanagisawa's face turned serious. I'm sure it's not because of them either. They should not be able to break their limitations. And even if it's possible, it should be incredibly difficult. There's no way they can get those small aircrafts flying without permission. If they had the ability to do that, the forward base and Kagemayama City would have been destroyed by now. I should still have some time. The bigger the rights that an area manager had, the stronger the restriction would be. The bigger and the more powerful the area it managed, the stronger and more detailed the restriction would be. Yanagisawa knew that fact very well. As Yanagisawa rejected the possibility of his worry, his face returned back to his usual smile. Back in the ruin, Akira was riding his bike on the side of a crumbled building. Warheads landed behind him as if they were trying to catch him. The monster that Akira was fighting was a type of weapon dog but with a huge body. It had 6 legs and a gigantic upper half of a humanoid robot that grew out from its back. Instead of a head, it had a gun that grew out from where its head should be. It was also the same for its arms. The Vulcan cannon rotated intensely as they kept spewing bullets in Akira's direction. As each bullet left a hole in that building, it eventually started to crumble down. Akira climbed up the wall to get away from his opponent's shooting range before making a sharp turn and pulled out his SSB multi-weapon. The SSB multi-weapon released a barrage of bullets at the weapon dog. The bullets that Akira shot from a short distance packed enough punch to crush the humanoid robot part and tore it off from the weapon dog's back. But the bullets did not stop there, as they also pierced through the beast and killed it too. Akira's bike landed sooner than the crumbling building. He did not spare even a split second as he immediately accelerated his bike away from that place, getting away from the collapsing building. Even after he defeated his enemy, Akira still had a stern face. That makes it 5 already. They're too strong and too many to be roaming around outskirts of Kuzuzuhaga ruin. A loud explosion suddenly happened not too far from him. It came from the missiles that were launched from Akira's A4WM automatic grenade launcher beforehand. The explosion blew off rubbles together with the flesh, mechanical parts, and a firestorm. And that makes it 6. Akira, you're running out of ammo. Let's resupply first. Roger that. Akira's small truck that carried his supply was under Alpha's control, and she evacuated it away from the monsters. Akira was fighting monsters to make sure that they would not destroy his truck. Akira rushed toward his truck that was hiding in an alley. He then parked his bike right in front of the truck's container and took out mini-missiles as well as huge rifle magazines out from the truck's container in a rush. While he was in the middle of taking out ammo from the container, Akira suddenly ran off, reloaded a new magazine to his SSB rifle, jumped out the alley, and immediately started shooting. His SSB rifle released an anti-force field armor round and anti-armor frag grenades at the same time from its muzzle. They ripped through the air at a high speed and landed at the spider monsters that he was aiming at. The spider monster had the upper half of a humanoid monster. The anti-force field bullet tore a hole in that humanoid part of the monster and even pierced through the spider part of the monster too. Then, the frag grenade slipped through that hole, exploded inside the spider body, and wreaked havoc inside its innard. Akira did not stop shooting even after that. The huge hole that the first grenade opened provided a way for the next grenade to get inside the monster's body. After a few seconds, the grenades made quick work of the monster. Akira then immediately ran back to his truck. That would be 7. Damn, I just can't catch a break. Alpha, was there really a need for me to immediately take out that spider? It would be troublesome if they get the chance to launch missiles at you, right? That's why I told you to kill it quickly. Although it turns out that it doesn't have missile pods, it was faster to just kill it instead of taking time to check if it had missile pods. But it's not important now, hurry up with the resupply. We have another one coming. Alright, I got it. After Akira returned back to his truck, he finished replenishing his ammo and immediately got back on his bike. Without missing a beat, he paced his bike to face the 8th monster. As he skillfully blazed through the bad road of the alleys between the crumbled-down buildings, he spotted a large monster right in front of him. Akira stepped off his bike and hid under the shadow of the building around him. He reloaded an armor-piercing magazine used for sniping into his SSB multi-weapon and aimed at that monster. As he looked at that monster through the rifle's aiming device, he noticed something. The monster resembled a multi-legged tank, but the legs were not of the usual multi-legged tank's legs. They were more like cyborg legs. The metallic legs had a complete body part of a usual leg, which included thigh, ankle, foot, and even the fingers too. On top of its multi-legs, a huge gun that did not fit the size of its body was perching. This one is another strange-looking humanoid monster. Or is it even a humanoid monster? That spider also had a humanoid body part too. These monsters are having weird peculiarities. That's not important. Let's just take that monster out. Just because it has a humanoid body part, it doesn't make it harder for you to shoot it, right? Well, yeah. Akira pushed that thought aside and fixed his aim, but before he pulled the trigger, he suddenly stopped. The rain that was falling down lightly suddenly turned stronger. The heavy rain cut his visibility and hid the enemy that was in front of him. This rain has a similar effect with the colorless mist, doesn't it? But I have your detection support, so I basically have the upper hand in this condition, right? If it's about detection skills, then yes. But this rain will kill most of the bullet's momentum. So considering that both of you lose your long-range shooting capability, it means that you'll have to get close to fight the monsters. Judging from that point of view, your situation is actually worse. Thanks to Alpha's support, Akira was still able to spot his enemy. He pulled the trigger with a stern face. The bullets ripped through the water beads from the rain, leaving a traceable trajectory path all the way through the monster's armor and inner parts. The monster immediately made it move to shoot back at Akira. Its huge cannon swooped with such intensity and fixed its muzzle at Akira before starting to shoot warheads where Akira might be based on its calculation. Its huge cannon released a shell that was more or less as big as the cannon's muzzle. The shell flew through the air and blew the raindrops with its powerful momentum. It pierced through the wall of raindrops, leaving a gaping hole behind its track, and landed on a building not too far from where Akira was, pulverizing it in one shot. Akira, who witnessed that force from a close range, could not help but knit his eyebrows, but at the same time, he was able to confirm that the rain was severely affecting his opponent as well. Nonetheless, he immediately started shooting again. Each armor-piercing bullet that he sent left a hole in that big monster's body. Every time a bullet pierced its body, the shockwave sent the big monster reeling. But it did not stop it from shooting its cannon despite its aim getting worse and worse. The stray shells landed on the buildings around him, crushing them one by one. As some of the rubbles fell right on top of Akira, Alpha let him know about them beforehand, so he was able to evade the falling rubbles before starting shooting again. After that short exchange that showed the difference in their firepower and accuracy, the monster eventually stopped shooting. As Akira thought that the big monster ran out of ammo after shooting that many shells haphazardly and was about to press on the offense, he noticed a change in the monster's body. The base of the monster's multi-legs purged and exposed something that looked like teeth. It then moved its huge legs to latch on a nearby building and started nibbling on it. After it finished, it shook its body as if to chew on the rubbles and started shooting again. Akira frowned with surprise. That it's replenishing its ammo by feeding on the rubbles? Give me a break already. It seems that waiting for it to run out of ammo is not a choice here. Retreat for now. Let's snipe it from another direction. Alpha controlled his bike that he had left not too far from him to approach Akira. Akira jumped on his bike and left that place. Right after that, another shell landed on a nearby building, sending it crashing down to the ground. Now that the monster had lost Akira, it seemed to be hesitating for a bit while shifting its focus between the forward base and Akira, but it then decided to chase after the latter. Chapter 186, Nelia's Powered Suit. The secured route to Kazuha Ruin was fortified by a series of walls made from the repurposed buildings along the route. The soldiers posted along the secured route peeked out through the window slit with raised eyebrows. They were desperately fighting the small monsters outside the wall up until just now, but their rifle's muzzle had stopped producing smoke for some time now. It was not because they ran out of ammo, but it was because there was no longer any target to shoot. Countless dead monsters were scattered in front of them. Although their number and strength had put an immense strain on the defending soldiers, a particular man who just appeared not too long ago cleaned them up easily. Rather than cheering on their victory, the soldiers were still surprised by that man's prowess. Half of the swarm as well as the swarm made of relatively big monsters were all defeated by that man. Who the heck is that? The IFF indicates that he's a friend, but he seems to be using different equipment, a hunter maybe. The IFF signal doesn't show that he's a hunter though. But he's not a soldier from the temporary base either. I wonder which squad he belongs to. No idea. I heard nothing from the base either. Either way, I'm glad that he's on our side. Let's get ourselves ready while we have the time. The commander of the guards there gave his order and the soldiers started to get busy again. On top of the countless dead monsters, a man stood and contacted his friend through wireless communication. His communication device still worked just fine despite the effect of the rain. His other equipment was also better than usual hunters, and of course, he has the skill suitable for his equipment. It was the exact reason why he was able to clean up the monsters so easily. I'm done here, how about over there? Yup, I'm done over here too. I see. Just a question though, how are the monsters over there? Just a normal swarm. Nothing out of the ordinary, anything wrong on that side. I won't go that far, but it feels like they are ordered to fight and not to withdraw. Although this is just my guess, the bigger monster is not the boss of the swarm, they're more like the commander of the swarm. Not to mention that there are both biological and mechanical monsters mixed in the swarm. I bet these monsters have evolved to be able to take command of the other monsters. I didn't go for them first, so I can't really confirm it. The boss said that this attack is not from the ruins defense system though. But to think that they have a commander like that, it's becoming really fishy. Alright then, I'll at least let the boss know about it. Tell the others to be careful too later then. The call ended there and the man mumbled. That if the bigger monsters are the commanders, then there's a good chance that there's another higher command up the ladder. In that case, wouldn't that mean that this attack might be because of that higher commander? And here I thought this would be an easy job, god damn it. That guy who belonged to Yanagisawa's squad side. Akira was using the buildings as covers while closing in onto the multi-legged monster, but another monster suddenly ambushed him. Right now, he was riding his bike on top of the buildings to keep his distance from the monsters while shooting at them with his SSB multi-weapon rifle. The monster that ambushed him had a wolf-like appearance. Although its head was as big as a small shop, it had a big enough body to suit its head. Its legs were covered in fur, but it did not hide its muscular flesh as it ran toward Akira, crushing the rubbles under its feet. The mini-missile pods fixed on Akira's bike launched multiple mini-missiles at that monster. The explosion that engulfed that monster was only able to strip off a small part of its fur and flesh. It hardly injured the monster at all. It then jumped out from the smoke and chased Akira with great vigor. Akira kept shooting while gritting his teeth. When he noticed that he had run out of ammo and was about to reload a new magazine, Alpha suddenly gave him an order. Akira, anti-force field ammo doesn't really work, so don't use it. Is that so? Wait, That thing is so strong, although it's not using a force field armor. At least, it's not using force field armor projection like your coat or your common tank's force field armor. So basically it's just simply that strong, huh? What a pain in the neck. Akira reloaded an augmented armor-piercing magazine to his SSB rifle and started shooting again, driving multiple augmented armor-piercing bullets to the monster wolf's head. The monster roared from the pain, but instead of slowing down, it ran even faster. It opened its mouth, showing its red-blooded fang and its ferocity. In contrast to that, Akira looked even more concerned. His face turned even grimmer as if to erase the concerned look on his face. Just how much vitality does that monster have? Alpha, can you do something about that thing? Like, concentrating the missiles just like you did back then against the tank tarantula? You can control the mini-missiles, right? Unfortunately, I can't do that. To be more precise, I can't fully control the missiles, not to mention that the rain is reducing the accuracy of the guiding system too. To be honest, I believe I deserve an award for even making them hit their target. So it's all the rain's fault, huh? Seriously, can it just stop already? Or at least let off even for a bit? Akira started cursing at the rain. But instead of letting off, the rain that got weaker a moment ago suddenly started pouring even harder. Akira smiled bitterly at Alpha, who replied likewise. Akira, it's not my fault. I know, I just want to let you know that you'll need to resupply soon. Roger that. The bike accelerated to open up more distance from the monster wolf. It then went into an alley where his truck was hiding and was running parallel with that truck. Akira then jumped from the bike and into the truck. As he brought the huge payload of mini-missiles to the backside of his bike, the arms fixed on the backside of the bike threw away the empty payload, grabbed the new payload, and loaded the mini-missiles. Akira quickly finished grabbing the ammo for his SSB rifle and immediately jumped back to his bike. His truck then drove away from him and vanished between the rubbles. The monster wolf had its sight on the truck, but Akira forcefully shifted its attention to him as he started shooting at that monster. The bike slowed down to provoke the monster even more, and he kept on shooting armor-piercing bullets at its head to keep its attention. The monster chased Akira even harder. Its face that was scary enough on its own, looked even more intimidating with the blood oozing from it. Every time it swung one of its 4 huge legs, it sent rubbles and debris into the air. Seeing how the monster was getting closer and closer, Akira thought that it was about time to speed up the bike, but strangely the bike would not go any faster. Akira tilted his head and sent a glance at Alpha. Alpha, we'll get closer this time since we know for sure that it has no ranged attack. After all, it doesn't seem like we can defeat that monster without shooting from closer range. So Akira, you should get yourself ready. Although Akira understood the logic, he still could not help but frown. That I know that part is my responsibility, but make sure not to get too close, yes? I don't want to get eaten again like back then with that big snake. That's a good idea. Shooting from the inside is a surefire way to kill it. Want to do that instead? No thanks. It's obvious that one won't just swallow me whole. I'm sure it would give good chewing before swallowing its food. That's not what I meant though. It's coming. The wolf monster had closed the distance, enough to take a chomp on Akira. Right when it opened its big mouth, Akira suddenly jumped from his bike and leapt toward that big monster. In his compressed time perception, Akira saw the wolf slowly closing its jaw to get a good bite of its prey. But its jaw was suddenly forced open before it could close. Akira had raised his augmented suit power to max and delivered a powerful kick to the wolf's jaw. He could feel the kickback from that powerful kick as he was momentarily floating in the air. That was when mini-missiles went past beside him and straight into the monster's opened mouth before exploding. With no other direction for the force to escape, the explosions had enough force to blast open the wolf's innards. Some of the shockwaves went out from the wolf's mouth, towards Akira who was right in front of its mouth. But thanks to Alpha's support, he was able to safely land on the ground. Akira then looked up at the monster as it writhed and roared before falling to the ground. Alright then, that went easier than I thought. We should have done that sooner. Hearing what Alpha said casually, Akira immediately raised his objection. The heck? I'll keep my distance even if it takes a whole load of bullets to kill that monster next time, okay? I see. But considering the ammo expense, I don't really recommend that. There are so many of them after all. So I hope you understand. Can you do something about the aim to reduce the ammo usage? It's not the time to be holding back right now. I'm already doing my best, but it's not that easy with this rain, you see. I can't increase the accuracy no matter what. Damn it. If only this rain would stop. Akira once again looked up to the sky. The rain felt like it got slightly stronger. Alpha smiled bitterly at Akira. Akira, you should stop make it rain harder, you know, that it's not my fault. Akira frowned, showing that he was not so sure if what he said was true or not. But then he noticed something in the ruin and quickly banished any unnecessary thoughts to the void. As he focused his vision in that direction, he spotted another huge wolf monster running fiercely in the rain. Again! Akira, who was taking a break on top of his bike, immediately accelerated to keep his distance away from that monster, but Alpha hijacked the control and stopped him from doing so. Akira, wait, there's a friendly signal coming from that direction. Is it chasing someone? Helping other hunters was one of his jobs. So Akira was not sure if he should go and help that hunter instead. But it seemed that it was unnecessary. Nope, it's the opposite. The opposite. Right in the next moment, the big wolf monster that came pretty close to Akira was suddenly sliced by a blue light blade and fell down. Its head that was separated from its body continued to roar even as it rolled over the ground, while the rest of its body followed its inertia and crashed until it finally stopped right before Akira. Akira was pretty amazed by what happened. When he looked at the monster's head, it was then cut to half by a blue light blade from behind, revealing the owner of that blue blade, which was a black-powered suit. Akira tensed up the moment he saw that powered suit since it somehow looked familiar to him. Alpha, that powered suit. It's either the very same powered suit that you fought back in Izant family's base or a different powered suit of the same type. But it's true that the IFF identified it as a friend. Not a foe then, right? Probably yes. Akira still had his guard up. The black-powered suit turned off its blade and folded it. Once it was folded to the length of its handle, the black-powered suit put it away to show that it had no wish to fight before waving casually to Akira. Akira was a bit surprised since he did not expect that at all. But when the backside of the powered suit opened up and someone came out from it, Akira frowned. He found that person somehow familiar to him. Why you? Long time no see, Akira. It was Nelia. Nelia jumped from the powered suit and landed in front of Akira, who immediately aimed his SSB rifle at Nelia by pure reflex. But even so, Nelia smiled amusedly at him. Oh my, it's not a good idea to aim your rifle at a friend, you know. Do you really expect me to believe that? It's the truth. If you shoot a friendly hunter in this situation, there's no mistaking it. The city management will see it as an act of betrayal. You won't be able to get away from it just fine, you know? Though that in itself would be interesting. Nelia was smiling without showing any tension. But Akira knew very well that did not guarantee she would not suddenly start shooting at him. Akira, if you have no wish to abandon your request and pick a fight with Kagemayama city management, lower your rifle. I won't tell you not to kill her, but this is not the time and place for that. Akira hesitated before finally lowering his rifle. So, why are you here? Akira had a curt tone and looked at Nelia with a sharp gaze, but in contrast to that, Nelia had a friendly smile plastered on her face. Just hunting monsters for a job. Not that much different from you, no? Job? I heard that you're put on compulsory civil service for the city management though. Yup, that's why I'm working hard here, in that powered suit. Yes. I'm sure you've noticed it too, it's the powered suit that you fought before. Akira had so many questions in his head. But seeing Nelia enjoying his reaction there, he decided to push aside all of his questions for now. So then what now? HM? Nothing in particular, just saying hello since I spotted you. Is that so? If that's all, then just get out of my face. Geez, that's so cold of you. We should celebrate this reunion, you know. I see no reason to celebrate at all. Akira said bluntly before going off on his bike. But Nelia just smiled and returned back to her powered suit. After she turned the power on, she started chasing Akira. The information terminal lent by the city management that Akira had fixed on his arm automatically accepted a short-range call from Nelia without his confirmation. There's no need to run away like that, you know? Let's hang out for a bit. How the heck did you do that? I didn't even pick up your call, you know? Yup, I did that from this side. Since my information terminal has higher privileges, it's easy for me to do it. Not to mention, hacking is my specialty. By the way, just to let you know, I'm using the connection for emergency broadcast used by the forward base, so it's futile to try to cut it off. Akira, who was about to reach his information terminal, stopped midway and frowned. Oh my, you don't have to look that annoyed. How can you even see my face? That was just a wild guess, did I get it right? That hurts me, you know. Akira's face turned stern. Judging from her voice, it sounded as if Nelia was really enjoying teasing him. Why are you following me? I'm just keeping my distance so I can still use the close-range call in the middle of this rain. Is that so? Akira accelerated his bike, trying to leave Nelia behind. Although the road was filled with rubbles and the rain reduced the tire's grip, Akira fully relied on Alpha's driving skill and the gripping power of the bike that allowed him to climb a vertical wall as he freely accelerated his bike. He blazed through the falling water droplets and the rubbles. A small mistake would easily throw his bike off. But Nelia's skill, as well as the performance of her powered suit, was above it. She moved agilely as if she was sliding over the ground to evade the smaller rubble and temporarily increased the output power of the powered suit to jump over the bigger ones. She was running with such a speed that a collision would cause a loud bang and a small mistake would plunge her powered suit straight to the nearby building. Instead of getting away from Nelia, Akira could not hide his surprise when he saw her closing up on him. Alpha warned Akira, who had his attention toward his back. Akira, look forward, more enemy. Whoa, sorry. Akira immediately cut off Nelia from his attention and focused on the two big-sized monsters in front of him. One of them was the multi-legged monster that he was unable to finish before, while the other one was a beast-like monster with the upper body of a human. Both of them had huge guns, which did not really resemble one, and aimed them at Akira. Akira made a 90-degree turn to a sudden stop and was about to aim his SSB rifle at those monsters when Nelia jumped over him. The black-powered suit blazed through the rain, rapidly closing its distance with the two monsters. It easily evaded the shots from their cannons and Vulcans as it pulled out its blade on both of its hands. The moment the monsters got into its range, it quickly sliced those monsters apart. Before the sliced monsters were able to fall to the ground, the black-powered suit sliced them to even smaller pieces. When the black-powered suit stopped and turned off its light blade, the huge monsters had already been turned into diced meat and crumbs of metal. Akira, who saw what happened in front of him, could not hide his surprise. Those two monsters so fast. Has that black-powered suit always been this strong? Akira was able to defeat that black-powered suit once in the past, although it was with Alpha's support. So he always thought that he should be able to handle it just fine in case he had to fight it again. But after he saw what just happened, that thought was completely gone from his mind. Alpha frowned a bit and explained to Akira. Although it's the same black-powered suit, its new equipment and the skill of its rider are on a completely different level from before. Furthermore, you did run away from it last time. So think of it as a completely different black-powered suit. Yeah, I understand that very well. It could not jump back then after all. Can we win if we fight it? It would be difficult. I see. Fighting it this time would be a bad idea. Akira understood that very well. Although getting into a fight against such an opponent was a common occurrence for him, he would rather choose not to fight if given the chance. As Akira was lost in his own thoughts, the black-powered suit came to him. Nelia's voice came out from Akira's information terminal again. Oh, you were waiting for me? Aren't you sweet? Having you chasing me would be a huge pain in the neck. You should return back to your job instead of chatting with me. I'm busy too, you see. I have no time to be talking with you. About that, how about we help each other? Your job is to take care of the big monsters around this area, right? My job is pretty similar to yours. Akira sent a glare at the black-powered suit. Oh. Do you seriously believe that I will accept that offer? Have you forgotten what happened between us? I do. But I'm not someone who would let myself get dragged down by the past. Hell if I care. Geez, don't be like that. Like they said, yesterday's enemy is today's friend. That won't even be a reason for us to work together. And also, there's another saying that is more appropriate. Today's friend is tomorrow's enemy. Yup, exactly. You know it very well. The most important thing is today. Just focus on the fact that we're allies for today. Both of us, today, have the same job. Listen here. When Akira was about to say something, Nelia suddenly interjected. Although her voice was, as usual, amused, it was a few times colder than usual. That's right, we have the same job for today. We had a fight in the past since we were enemies, then we can work together today since we have the same job. And if we become enemies again tomorrow, let's fight then. Akira finally understood Nelia's real intention as he was slightly overwhelmed by her. In that split second, he could imagine the logic behind the person who said it, and the past which enforced that line of thinking as he shut his mouth in reflex. He aimed his rifle at her once before and she let that go. Not to mention, if he kept refusing her offer to work together, she might really turn into an enemy today. Akira thought that working together with her was better than having to fight her in that place. Fine then. Let's work together, but I won't be obeying your command, okay? Although I will at least stay around and help you out, I will be basically moving on my own discretion. Sounds good to me. Well then, let's enjoy our time together. You can just help me out randomly, there's no need to be too worried about that part since I'll do the same too. The black-powered suit lightly waved at him and went ahead. Akira frowned while shaking off his worry and followed it. Alpha found it rather weird for Akira to do that. Akira, are you really okay with it? It's a good thing that I get someone to help out with my job. Moreover, she was able to kill those monsters like it was nothing, so I don't want to fight her if possible. Is that so? Yeah. Alpha smiled teasingly. Akira sulked and looked away. He understood that Alpha knew what he said was nothing more than an excuse for him to compromise. Back then, he did not compromise at all when Katsuya offered to work together. But this time he did. Akira himself did not know if it was because of the situation that he was in or because he had the leeway for him to think this time, which gave him the chance to consider the choice of compromising. But since Alpha looked at him with her teasing smile, it made him think that it was the latter. When the sound of the battle in the forward base was drowned by the heavy rain, a certain someone closed into the forward base while concealing himself in the rain. He had an outlook of a small boy and was donning a distorted-looking augmented suit. He came to Yatsubayashi's clinic and knocked on its huge armored wall. Although there was no reply, he did not stop knocking. After a few seconds of non-stop knocking, Yatsubayashi answered from inside the clinic through the speaker. Don't you see the notice that we're not open today? Go to the base's clinic. But that did not stop the boy. God damn it, you should go back home while you have the chance. If you think that I won't leave an injured person just because I'm a doctor, you're sadly mistaken. Yatsubayashi was threatening the boy when he said that, but the boy knocked even harder on the gate. In response to that, the outer arms of the clinic aimed their guns at the boy as well as the outer camera fixed on their aims. This is the last warning, go away. The boy stopped knocking and looked straight at the camera. A surprised voice could be heard from the outer speaker, then the outer arms retracted their guns and the armored wall started to slowly open. Yatsubayashi welcomed the boy with a big smile. Though I did tell you to come out, I didn't think that you would actually come out. You said that you would welcome me, so here I am. But of course, come in, Taiol-kun. Yatsubayashi welcomed Taiol and went inside the clinic. Taiol came into the clinic with a stern face. Due to the heavy rain and all the fighting happening outside, no one noticed Taiol entering Yatsubayashi's clinic. Chapter 187, A Giant Amalgamation of Hatred. After Yatsubayashi let Taiol into his clinic, he made coffee with a coffee maker. He returned back with a cup of coffee in both hands and offered one to Taiol. I have nothing but coffee though, you're okay with it, right? Taiol frowned. No thanks. Oh, Do you prefer tea perhaps? I can't drink nor eat with this body. Taial said so curtly, but Yatsubayashi seemed to find it amusing. I see, so this body is a remote body, huh? That would mean you're controlling it from another body, and I bet it's somewhere nearby. Taial raised his eyebrows and sent a glare at Yatsubayashi. You can tell? I'm a doctor, you see. Taial raised his guard toward Yatsubayashi, who was acting casual. But there was something that he was hoping for from Yatsubayashi, which lowered his wariness toward him. So then, Taial-kun, what brings you here today? Revenge, what if I say so? Well, it would be for revenge then. But let me give you a warning, I don't really recommend that. Moreover, it's your fault in the first place for running away while you were in the middle of the treatment. So if anything happens because of that, it won't be my responsibility. Or more like, we already have an agreement on this, right? Taial clicked his tongue, seeing that Yatsubayashi won't even budge even after being threatened. Well, whether I'm here for revenge or not depends on what happens next. I want to make another deal with you. Fix me. And I'm talking about fixing, not experimenting. You hear me? Taial got a little emotional and raised his voice, and was breathing hard after he said those heartfelt words. Seeing that, Yatsubayashi smiled amusedly. Fix her? Sure. Though I can't really say for sure if I can fix you or not without checking your condition first, I can at least promise you that I'll do my best. Though it actually depends on how much you can pay me for that. So then, how are you going to pay me? Let me tell you that I'll charge you if it's not for an experiment, you know? Taial glared at Yatsubayashi. But don't get ahead of yourself, I can easily kill you here and now. Taial slowly raised his left arm and pointed it at Yatsubayashi, but Yatsubayashi did not seem to be bothered by that at all. Huh? Making a one-sided demand like that and you dare to call this a deal? You're making me laugh here, you brat. Don't you know how I got away from that room? I've seen the record from the camera so many times already, so you don't need to tell me. It was a good piece of information, you know? If you think that it is enough to threaten me, you need to rethink your approach. You're free to test it though, but once you do that, you're no longer my patient and I have no need to be polite to you anymore, just so you know. The way Yatsubayashi looked at Taial changed. Between a patient and a guinea pig, Yatsubayashi started to look at Taial as the latter. His words there were basically saying that he could easily take care of Taial even if Taial rampaged there. Although Taial was suspicious that it was a bluff, he still lowered his arm and clicked his tongue. That I have no money. So for the payment, my body. You can go ahead and take a look at its construction, nanomachine, and stuff like that. The other thing would be information. I have a lot of information right now, so I can answer your questions. That sounds pretty enticing, but I'm not sure if that would be enough. Or more like, I don't know how much I need to fix, so I can't really say for sure how much it would cost. Although you're only using a remote body right now, it looks like you're doing just fine. So what exactly do you want me to fix? Taial paused before replying with a pained voice. That I want to return to being a human. Seeing Taial's pained expression, Yatsubayashi tilted his head. That's still pretty vague. Do you mean you want me to get rid of the nanomachine that has changed your body? Well, I won't be able to say anything unless I give you a quick check first. Bring your real body here, there's nothing I can gather from checking your remote body. It's not that simple. I can't bring my real body here, that's why I came here in a remote body. So, if you want to get to my real body, come with me. Listen here, you do know that we're in an emergency over here, right? There are gigantic monsters roaming right outside. I have no plans to get out from the temporary base before the situation calms down first. Don't worry, I'll tell them not to attack you. Yatsubayashi raised his eyebrows in surprise as Taial said so in such a casual manner. Are you the one behind this attack? Taial frowned. That I can't answer that. That answer is more or less the same as a yes, you know, that I can't answer that. Yatsubayashi gazed at Taial with suspicious but serious eyes. After a short ponder, he then smiled amusedly and said, I see. So basically, you're under a leash from a higher system, huh? And because of that, you can't give me a straight yes. Truly interesting, but in that state, you won't be able to give me the answers that I want to know, right? So you won't be able to pay for the treatment at all. If this attack is successful, most of this restriction will be taken off. That's the deal that I have with her. Judging from the fact that you're attacking the forward base, is it the ruins AI manager? Tyol frowned even more. That I can't answer that. And also stop there, giving you this answer is already hard enough for me. Hard? I see, so you're feeling some kind of pain or discomfort for fighting back the system restriction? But even if it's something that the AI can't fight back, you can still more or less resist it. Which means, is this AI trying to win her freedom by using you? Stop it. Didn't I tell you this isn't pleasant at all? Tyol raised his voice again. His glare was filled with hatred. But even so, it only served to get Yatsubayashi even more interested. Does the restriction get triggered just from recognizing the question and thinking of the answer? Or is it judged as a slip in the system and that's why you can still say that? It's a pretty lax system, to be honest. Is it because you have a higher privilege over that half-baked system that you can somehow fight back the restriction? If I have to make a bet, it must be some kind of makeshift system then. If only I can get rid of that pain or even isolate and deactivate it, then I can get all the good parts and… Tyol, who was gritting in pain and filled with hatred, twitched and aimed his shaking left arm at Yatsubayashi. It seemed that he was on the edge of his sanity. Yatsubayashi noticed that Tyol was pushed to the edge and flusteredly tried to calm him down. Okay, I'll stop here. We can continue the rest once you get rid of the restrictions. Fixing your body should help out too. So calm down, alright? Tyol was breathing heavily as he lowered his arm again. That we have a deal then? Yeah, although it's not really how I usually make a deal. It seems that I can expect enough payment from you. We have a deal. I'll properly fix your body, so don't worry, that I see, I'll take you to my real body then. Alright, get on the passenger seat. It's over there. Tyol got up and dragged himself toward the passenger's seat while swaying left and right. Seeing that, Yatsubayashi let out a sigh of relief. His alerted face slowly changed into a smile, a suspicious smile. He's pretty unstable. I wonder if it's because he's at his wit's end or is it because of the repression from the system. Though I want to take my time examining it, well, the job comes first. Yatsubayashi hopped on the driver's seat and excitedly said, "Let's go. I just need to get out from the forward base and into the ruin, right? Yeah. Do you have an information terminal that I can use? Are you okay with the one fixed into the vehicle? It's fine as long as I can connect to it." Yatsubayashi handed a terminal to Tyol, who then thrust that terminal to his head. Since there was no opening on his head, the terminal opened a wound on his head and blood dripped out from that wound. A 3D holographic map appeared in the vehicle's display. It showed the current location of the clinic as well as the destination and the big monsters around the area. Yatsubayashi chuckled. That's pretty convenient. But I have a wireless one if you would have asked, you know? Non-wireless is easier to hack in. So you're hacking on the system level? That's pretty scary. It's my vehicle, so don't break it, okay? Then I'll try to be careful. Tyol sulked a bit. Seeing that, Yatsubayashi just smiled bitterly and started the mobile clinic. After they agreed on temporarily working together, Akira and Nelia were hunting huge monsters in the area. Although it was a deal that they made on a whim, and one of them was using a bike while the other one was using a powered suit, they were able to work together efficiently. Sometimes one would act as the decoy while the other delivered the killing blow, pincer attack, long-range barrage, close-range slash. So, they were able to easily take down the gigantic monsters one by one. Seeing how that black-powered suit performed up close reminded Akira of how amazing it was. In the Eastern District where firepower was everything, a huge body would only be an easy target to shoot at. But these gigantic monsters' vitality, viciousness, and speed made up for their size. They even posed more danger than the smaller monsters because of that. But even so, the black-powered suit was able to defeat them with its light blades. Although it was an ally, Akira could not help but to make a stern face. On the other hand, Nelia was also amazed by Akira's movements. Although they did not communicate at all about how they were going to move, Akira's support was nothing short of amazing. He targeted the legs to slow the monsters down, sniped with the long-range gun and forced the monsters to close combat, peppered the large monsters that he could not take down himself with bullets to keep their attention on him, and if it was a monster he could take care by himself, he did so quickly. It was as if Akira always presented the situation so that Nelia could easily deliver the killing blow in the shortest time. Nelia thought highly of Akira's skill, and Akira was wary of Nelia's skill as both of them defeated any big monsters that they encountered. Nelia's voice suddenly came out from Akira's information terminal. "We're doing pretty well. We're really in sync, don't you think so? If we're really this compatible, we should really date each other, you know? No thanks. Like hell I would go out with someone who keeps saying she would kill me. It'll be fine, we're allies right now, right? I have no plans to kill you for now. That's not the problem here. Geez, you're so hard-headed. The heck? Nelia was having the time of her life talking with Akira, but in contrast to that, Akira replied back bluntly. Although they did not exchange information about how they would move in the middle of their idle chit-chat, they were able to keep their perfect combo. Just to let you know though, I'll immediately leave the moment I run out of ammo, so do your best alone when that happens. If you don't have a blade, I don't mind lending mine, you know. I'm not going to fight those monsters up close. That aside, you only have melee weapons with you, don't you? Even powered suits can use rifles too, you know? Didn't you bring any rifles with you? Is it because you can't or something? To be honest, I don't really like guns. They just don't fit me for some reason. Just because you don't like them? Is that all the reason why you didn't bring rifles with you? Oh my, things like this are very important, you know? There are many people who mock me for that, but for some reason, all of them died before me. And it all happened because they decide to let go of the weapon that they're most comfortable with. Nelia sounded sad as if it was an old wound when she said so. Akira, who heard that, quickly let go of his anger. It was rather convincing, although it was a vague excuse. He could not tell if it was the real truth or just some kind of occult thing. Well, it doesn't really matter. That aside, there's just no end to these monsters. Just how long will this take us? The swarm might disband if someone kills the boss of the swarm. Though I'm not sure if the disbanded swarm would just return back to the ruin or we would still have to fight them. I heard that the bigger monsters are taking command of the smaller monster swarm to attack the supply route. It seems that the bigger monsters are acting like commanders to the smaller ones, and there's a good chance there's another monster commanding the bigger monsters. Well, it's just a guess from another squad though, so there's no evidence to support it. They just told me to go after the bigger monsters when I spot them. I haven't heard anything about that though. It was more like an idle chat between squad mates after all. So it's not a formal order from the forward base. Akira felt that such important information should be broadcasted to all hunters, but he bet that it had something to do with the squad that Nelia belonged to. He stopped himself from thinking too much about it and instead focused on the subject of the commanding monsters. Not a boss monster commanding the other monsters? I wonder if it's an even bigger monster. Well, even if there's one, it should be somewhere deep inside the ruin. Either that or it's concealing itself in the swarm heading to the city. So people like us who work near the ruins' outskirt have nothing to do with them. While Akira was fighting and talking, the rain had considerably weakened. Although it was not completely gone, the sensitivity of the information-gathering devices started to recover. Between the three of them, Alpha had the best detection ability and she actually detected a big monster hiding in the buildings. But she did not tell that to Akira to avoid getting roped into more trouble. So instead, she looked up to the sky and spoke about something else. Akira, the rain is letting off. Akira followed suit and looked up too. You're right. Wait, I shouldn't jinx it again. Akira smiled bitterly. But this time the rain actually weakened, slowly turning his bitter smile into a genuine one. Oh, it's really letting off. Yup, that seems to be the case. Alpha said serenely. Akira found it weird since he expected her to say something to tease him. Is there anything bad if the rain stops? Alpha smiled with a hidden meaning behind it. I just thought that if only it had stopped sooner, I would still have my detection skill and there would be no need to work together with that black-powered suit. I wonder why your luck is just so bad. No idea. Well, since it stopped, let's just be happy with it. Although the sky was still covered with thick clouds, there was no water droplet falling from the sky. Akira was happy about it, but Alpha was not. Yatsubayashi drove his modified APC, which functioned as a mobile clinic, deep into the ruins. Although he encountered some large monsters on the way, they completely ignored him. He was having a good time driving as he glanced at Tayal, who was sitting on the seat next to him. They really didn't attack us. I did consider the possibility that it was nothing more than a lie, but this confirms that Tayal-kun has something to do with those monsters. This ability to explore the ruin without fighting the monsters is invaluable, even if it only works in Kuzusuhara ruin. You can get enough money to buy a city with it, but it seems that he doesn't know about this yet. Tayal noticed Yatsubayashi's gaze. What? Nothing. I'm just enjoying the sensation of being able to explore the ruin without fighting the monsters. The bigger ones under my command won't attack you, but it's a different story for the other monsters, so you should get yourself ready in case we encounter normal monsters. Roger that. Don't worry, this vehicle is well equipped to handle relatively weak monsters just fine. I see. Tell me if you need help, I can get rid of some of them for you. Thanks, I will be very grateful. Yatsubayashi said so while he thought of something else in the back of his head. This means that Tayal doesn't hold command over all monsters in the ruin. Is it territory-based then? Security monsters usually only roam around the area that they're assigned to, and normally they won't go outside that area. Sakashita Heavy Industry considered the strength and the distribution of the monsters in the area when they erected Kagemayama City near Kuzuhara ruin. If this can be changed, it might endanger the city. Tayal noticed Yatsubayashi was looking at him while still in deep thought. So Tayal frowned and called him out. Seriously, what is it? Nope, nothing. I just thought that you're a very interesting sample for both medical doctors and scientists. Sorry if I bothered you. Tayal clicked his tongue but did not pursue it any further. Yatsubayashi finally arrived at his destination. It was a small valley between two tall, crumbled buildings. We're here. Is your real body inside that big building? No. But the destination indicator ends around that building though. Not inside, outside. Oh, there's no need for you to wait outside for me, not to mention under this rain too. I can't enter the building. Tayal pointed near the big building. Yatsubayashi shifted his gaze toward that direction, looked up, saw what was in the valley between the two buildings, and smiled. I just want to confirm this. That is your real body, right? You're not saying that your real body is inside that thing, right? Yeah, that I see. No wonder why you can't come to my clinic with your real body. Giving you a checkup would take a lot of work. We have a deal, I'll have you fix me. I'm not even sure where to start. For now, I will try to regenerate your whole body. As Yatsubayashi moved his clinic to that valley, Tayal suddenly started acting strange. He started convulsing, his face started twitching, and his eyes were out of focus. Hey, what's wrong? When Yatsubayashi called him, Tayal suddenly slumped down and went limp. The 3D map on the vehicle's display also vanished. This is connection cut off? What exactly just happened? Yatsubayashi had all his attention on Tayal, trying to understand what was going on. But right in the next moment, a huge monster jumped out from the rubbles and kicked Yatsubayashi's clinic. Although it was a heavily armored APC, the kick sent the clinic flying. By this time, the rain had also completely stopped. Akira and Nelia noticed the sudden signal from a big monster almost simultaneously. When they turned toward the source of the signal, they were welcomed by an APC flying straight at them. A moment later, the thing that sent that APC flying towards them showed itself. This monster resembled a giant donning a heavy-powered suit. It was so huge that it made Nelia's black-powered suit seem tiny. Its left arm was assimilated into a big gun that looked like the main cannon of a battleship. A belt connected to its back resembled a huge magazine, while its right hand was holding an object that looked like a handle. While Akira was still frozen from the shock, Alpha launched the mini-missiles from the missile pods fixed to his bike. The missiles flew around following Alpha's guiding system, which adjusted their flight time to strike their target simultaneously. From the handle on the right hand of the big monster, liquid metal that radiated light extended out against the gravity. It did not take that long for a blade large enough to slice a battleship to form. This monstrosity fixed its stance and swung the blade to sweep away all the missiles. The missiles spontaneously combusted into an explosion the moment they touched the blade. Since Akira emptied his missiles in one shot there, the explosions were so large that it swallowed the monster too. Akira desperately fought back the shockwave from the explosions with the help of his augmented suit while watching the display in front of him. Did that do it? Akira thought that an explosion that big should be able to take out that monster. But as the fire died out, it revealed the big monster was still standing just fine without a scratch. Akira could not hide his shock. Unscatched? You got to be kidding me. Alpha then said in a calm manner but still transmitted the severity of the situation. That slice was executed so that the missiles did not explode at the same time, thus killing most of its combined firepower. Furthermore, it has force field armor projected on its whole body. Unfortunately, that attack did not deal any damage to that monster. So, it's because of that armor which looks like a heavy-powered suit, huh? How did it get a powered suit that big? Is it custom-made? That might be the case. Akira was only saying that as a bad joke while smiling wryly, but Alpha replied back in a serious tone. So he found it rather weird. Wait, it is. I've scanned its body construction. One thing I can say for sure, it doesn't harden its skin to armor itself, and it doesn't project force field armor from its skin either. Its inner body is separated from its other body. So in short, it's using some kind of suit just like your augmented suit. To put it simply, it's different from the other monsters, huh? Akira prepared his stance and psyche to fight that monster. The moment he and the monster made eye contact, it opened its mouth and bellowed. Its humanoid head opened its mouth wide, exposing its fangs and was making sounds as if it was saying something in human language. Akira had no idea what it was saying, but he understood well the hatred and the killing intent that was expressed in those incomprehensible words. For some reason, I feel like it's saying that it would kill me no matter what. Alpha, did I do something to that monster in the past? You just shot mini missiles at it just now. Well, that's true, but for some reason, I feel like it's hating me so much for a reason that has nothing to do with the missiles. I don't really have an answer to that. But one thing is for sure, we know that a peaceful solution is not possible. So just forget about trying to end this peacefully and get yourself ready to run away. Akira looked at the big monster and threw away the possibility of getting out of this situation peacefully. As it aimed its humongous left arm cannon at him, Akira accelerated his bike as hard as he could, ignoring the G-force that he would have to bear. At the same time, a large warhead a little smaller than the cannon's muzzle launched out. The first shot pierced through multiple buildings, turning the already half-destroyed building into rubble, and pieces of debris that were thrown up to the sky rained down. Alpha was able to accurately predict where those rubbles would fall. So using her advanced driving skill, she knitted through the gaps between the raining rubbles with the highest speed. Akira gathered his focus, compressed his time perception into maximum, and evaded the incoming rubble while kicking and punching the rubbles that were blocking his way. Even in that situation, the monster did not stop shooting, crushing the falling rubble into even smaller pieces. Akira could not evade or block all the rubbles falling at him. When some of those rubbles crashed onto him or his bike, he endured it with the help of his force field armor. But even so, it still threw him off balance, and when that happened, Alpha executed an even more extreme maneuver to get his bike back up, straining both him and his bike. Akira, make sure not to fall off. You'll get buried by the rubbles if you do. I know. Akira forced his way forward by punching or kicking the rubbles blocking his way. To make sure that he would not get thrown off the bike from the recoil, he raised the output of his augmented suit to the maximum to fix himself on top of his bike. Since he was pushing his body beyond its limit with the help of his augmented suit, sometimes his body could not keep up and gave up first. The medicines helped out with reducing the pain. The intense cycle of injuring and healing his body caused Akira to fear that it might eventually break his body. But he ignored his screaming body and focused more on surviving the fight even for just another second. Yatsubayashi somehow got himself out from his mobile clinic, which was tipped over at this point. He looked at the Tyal's real body through the binocular connected to the clinic's detection device. The monster was running, shaking the earth with each step, while trying to shoot at Akira, moving further and further away from Yatsubayashi. Tyal-kun. If you're not going to let me treat you, you should have told me sooner. The monster was so strong that it had enough power to change the contour of the ruin. But if it was targeting someone else, Yatsubayashi could take his time observing Tyal from afar. Yatsubayashi glanced at his mobile clinic. Tyal's remote body was still in the passenger seat and still not moving. I bet he can control his remote body if he gets too far away from it, and I bet it can't be that far. That's why he had to come close enough to the forward base to be able to reach my clinic. I'm sure the main body also has some kind of camouflaging ability. So he must have used that camouflaging ability and hid his presence with the rain to get as close as possible to the forward base. He then somehow found out where I was, and came to my clinic to make a deal with me, before finally bringing me all the way here. But it's all for nothing? I really don't understand his logic. Yatsubayashi tilted his head. He thought of any possible explanations, but he could not come up with any convincing guesses. The reason why Tyal cut off his connection to his remote body was simply because he no longer had the leeway to keep that connection. Most of his copies that he had sent to another place were quickly removed one by one. Tyal would have been able to handle that information just fine if he was nothing but a part of the system, but now that he had regained some of his consciousness, it threw his mind into chaos. Then the reason why he prioritized killing Akira rather than finishing the rest of his deal with Yatsubayashi was simply because his self-defense mechanism kicked in, throwing him into a rampage fueled by hatred to keep himself from getting drowned by the system. Tyal hated everything that had happened to him, which led him into such a pitiful state. Chapter 188, Friend for Today. The contour of the area was changed completely from the huge monster's barrage. With most of the abandoned buildings blown to smithereens, the cityscape was turned into a clear open plain. Both the roads and the buildings were equally buried under debris of various sizes. It was completely impossible to differentiate where the road was. It was not something that hunters normally came across in a ruin. Akira looked over his surroundings while hiding under one of the relatively bigger rubble in the area. I guess this is how ruins slowly change into a wasteland. Alpha, how is the monster? It's approaching slowly. Though it has stopped shooting, I don't think it's because it ran out of ammo. Seriously though, how the hell does it still have some ammo left after shooting that many huge warheads around? In contrast to Akira, who was frowning in concern, Alpha was smiling like usual. Oh my, isn't it the same with your rifle? Akira was completely convinced by that argument and smiled wryly. You have a point there. And here I thought I'm already used to using the extended magazine made with old world technology, but now that you mention it, the monsters are also made with old world technology too. So it won't be strange if they have extended magazine too. It was something that would surprise him in the past, but after using it for some time, Akira had more or less already gotten used to how convenient it was. This time, he understood the enemy might be using the same technology and how that convenience turned into trouble. At the same time, Akira was reminded of how his extended magazine was using old-world technology that he did not fully understand. He then turned to look at his patron, who was created with a technology far more complex than the extended magazine. Akira, what's wrong? It's nothing. Is that so? I understand that you can't really relax in this situation, but just stay there, okay? The monster might notice you if you make a single move. All right. Akira pushed aside any hesitation inside his mind that might cause him to blunder. He then once again confirmed his surroundings and sighed. Alpha pursed her lips and asked, "What is with that big sigh after you look at me?" "No, it's not you. It's that over there." Akira pointed straight past Alpha's body, at his half-broken bike behind her. Its trunk was badly bent, its front wheel and rifle arm were gone. Even his A4WM automatic grenade launcher that was originally fixed on that arm was already buried deep under the rubbles. Well, things happened. Just think of it as a necessary sacrifice. That's true, But still, even the truck is also gone along with the ammo that I had left on it. So at least let me sigh, will you? The truck with his reserve ammo was blown by one of the monster's warheads. Its driver's seat was completely blown off by that shot. Its tray was crushed under the rubble, scattering his reserve ammo all over the place. But even so, Akira somehow survived that and managed to scrape the scattered supply enough to complete his last ammo refill. Akira shifted his gaze to the monster. Although there was a large rubble blocking his sight, he was able to clearly see that monster thanks to his enhanced vision. It seemed to be moving slowly thanks to its size and the distance between them. But in reality, it was actually moving relatively fast thanks to its long stride. There was no question that it would be even faster if it ran. With my bike and truck gone, I don't think it would be possible to escape from it if it started running. Let's hide for now. We might have been able to blend in with the rain and run away, but unfortunately, the rain has already stopped. Judging from the clouds, it might rain again though. Akira looked up at the sky. Although it was blanketed in thick clouds as if the rain would pour down any time, it was not raining. That it rained when I didn't want it to and it stopped when I wanted it to rain. What kind of bullying is this? Well, I promise to help you against your bad luck with my support the best I can, but as expected, I can't win against the weather, you know. My bad luck even reaches the sky, huh? Akira mixed some jokes in his reply. Alpha smiled in response to that. A call from Nelia reached Akira's information terminal. He was not sure whether to pick it or not and glanced at Alpha. Akira? Are you alive? Yeah, somehow. What about you? No problem at all. I immediately ran away from its sight. It had its eyes fixed on you after all. It seems that it's running out of ammo, so I will be going for its head. Give me some support if you're still alive. Wait for a sec, are you going to fight that thing? Of course. Nelia replied as if it was a given fact. Akira could not help but get surprised by that. All the questions inside his head were compressed into one word. Why? Why, you ask? That's given, it's our job, right? Job. Oh my, it kind of hurts when you say it like that. Do you think that I'm someone who would abandon my job? Although I look like this, I'm pretty serious when it comes to my job, okay? That if you're really that upright, why would you be stealing relics then? That was my job back then. Well, that aside, I'll leave the support to you. Nelia ended the call. Akira was shocked. He did not expect her to be actually that earnest, but at the same time, he could understand it too. Alpha found Akira's reaction interesting, but she still prompted him to start moving. I don't know what you find weird about it, but since it seems that she will be taking that monster's attention, let's use this chance to move out. Good idea. Alpha was urging Akira to run away. He understood that very well as he readied his SSB multi-weapon rifle, steeled his resolve, and jumped out from behind the rubble. Nelia used the full power of her powered suit to close the distance with the monster. The monster could not shoot its large cannon behind itself, so Nelia used that blind spot to draw the shortest route to the monster while utilizing the cover of the rubbles. The moment the monster noticed her, it quickly turned around and changed its priority from Akira to Nelia. Nelia was able to close more than half of the distance while it was preparing the cannon on its left arm. Nelia believed that the monster still had some ammo left. But after shooting around that many warheads, she was sure it would not have enough ammo left to demolish all the buildings in the area. Her guess was correct. As a matter of fact, it was no longer able to maintain its original rate of fire. Now that it started shooting in intervals instead of continuous fire, she was able to skillfully avoid the falling warheads with the precise control of her powered suit while she approached the monster. Nelia used the advantage of her cyborg body to connect directly to her powered suit. As she was able to control the powered suit as if it was a part of her body, Nelia was able to execute complex maneuvers with high agility. Not to mention that the powered suit had extra limbs and a propulsion system that originally did not exist on the human body, and the additional sensors on the powered suit provided Nelia with extra information on top of her usual 5 senses. It was a matter of the rider's skill on how much a cyborg could take in the discrepancy coming from a real body and a cyborg body. And in the case of Nelia, her skills were not something to be taken lightly. An ordinary person might go mad if he or she was connected to a tank or a non-humanoid machine. But Nelia did not show any difficulty at all in controlling her powered suit. It demonstrated her talent as well as her distorted mind. As someone who was accomplished both as a close combat fighter and cyborg body user, Nelia was able to evade the high-speed warhead coming at her. She quickly slipped under the monster and slashed its legs with the blades on both of her arms. The moment her blades touched the monster's legs, fire sparked followed by a blinding light. It was the light from the monster's force field armor exchanging kinetic energy into photons. Nelia turned and confirmed the monster's legs. She was sure that she could not sever those legs based on the sensation from that slash. But from that light flash, it should have shaved most of the force field armor's energy. Unfortunately, what Nelia had hoped for was completely off. The monster was unscathed. Its force field armor was able to completely disperse the force from that slash. Whoa, that was pretty hard. Well then, it just means I will have to keep slashing you. While Nelia was mumbling as if she was mocking it, the monster brought down the blade on its right arm. The light blade crushed the rubble and buried itself deep. Rubble flew left and right from that impact as the blade melted its contact point, releasing steam into the air. But Nelia quickly jumped into the monster's blind spot and immediately assaulted the monster with her blade. Every time her blade struck the monster's body, a blinding flash of light was released, and every time the monster swung its light blade, rubble was thrown into the air. Although it was a battle between giants, the difference in their sizes made it look as if it was a battle between an adult and a kid, as both of them swung around blades unsuitable for their respective sizes. If it was a simple contest of swordsmanship, Nelia would have the upper hand. The monster was swinging its blade like it was a beginner. Its blade was not even able to touch the opponent, who was smaller and darting around it. But in contrast to that, Nelia was able to strike the monster's legs multiple times. But Nelia did not believe that she was winning. Although the monster was like a beginner, it was still a powerful monster. Nelia's blades were not able to reach the monster's legs. The momentum of those blades was completely killed by the monster's force field armor. Although each swing shaved more energy from the force field armor compared to her powered suit, there was no guarantee that the monster would run out of energy faster than her powered suit. If it was not thanks to the enemy's beginner-like swordsmanship, Nelia would have been dead by now. Even if she did not receive a single strike, she would lose the moment her powered suit ran out of energy first. And as she kept consuming energy, her powered suit would eventually slow down, which would make it harder for her to evade the monster's attack. She understood that her force field armor would not be able to receive the monster's attack, so she turned that off, as well as the other parts of the powered suit that she did not need for high-speed maneuvering. But even so, there was still a good chance she would run out of energy first before the monster. Thus, she judged that she was losing that battle. The monster kept swinging its blade without paying attention to its defense. And the strength behind its amateurish swing after getting interrupted by a powerful blow greatly surpassed her prediction. Nelia understood she would not be able to evade the light blade coming down at her, so she quickly shifted her stance to maximize her survival, which was to receive that blow with both of her blades. But she also understood that it was futile. Although she was not scared, she knew that she was going to lose the fight. But at the next moment, a barrage of anti-force field bullets riddled the monster's head. Although the barrage was completely nullified by the monster's force field armor, it was enough to throw it off balance. Nelia used that opening to completely evade the incoming blade and jumped back, opening some distance between her and the monster. She then checked the area where that barrage came from and found Akira aiming his SSB multi-weapon rifle from quite a distance away. Akira had a stern look on his face. His SSB rifle ejected its empty magazine and empty energy packs. That I emptied an extended magazine full of anti-force field armor bullets in 5 seconds, you know? And that was not enough? Alpha was frowning deeply. It seems that its head is protected by a strong force field armor. Even after factoring in the loss of momentum from the sniping distance, it's still an impressively strong force field armor. I'm sure I did that pretty up close though. Should I get closer next time? The big monster noticed Akira from that barrage and aimed its cannon. But before it could release a shot, Nelia slashed at it, throwing its aim off. Although the shot landed far away from Akira, it had enough power to blow rubble sky high. Akira could not help but frown seeing that. Did I take that back? Alpha smiled bitterly. Yep, I don't recommend you to do it either. Now that it knows your location, let's change our location and hide. Roger that's. Akira moved as fast as possible towards another location while hiding between the rubbles. That was when Nelia suddenly made a one-sided call. And here I thought you already ran away since I didn't get any support. Although I hate it, we're allies for now. Moreover, if you get defeated without my support, I won't be able to move around without a decoy. Akira sounded as if he really did not like the situation that he was in, but at the same time, it also sounded as if he was making excuses to keep the temporary alliance. But Nelia replied with a rather happy voice. I see, but I would really hope you would have helped me sooner, you know? I'm not even inside a powered suit and my bike is gone, you know. I also don't have that much ammo left, but even so, I'm still doing my best to help you here. So if you keep complaining, I will just leave you behind. Geez, calm down. That one just now was a close call, thank you. You're welcome. By the way, I'll be counting on you to be the decoy. It won't be of any use even if you say no. After all, for some reason, that thing really wants to kill you. It's basically coming at you while completely ignoring me. Akira inadvertently glanced at the monster. His enhanced vision helped him see through the rubble and straight at the big monster that was running in his direction. His face turned grim. For some reason, seeing how it's running at you, I can feel some kind of hatred or deep grudge against you though. Kira, what did you do to that monster? Did you do something bad to it? This is only a woman's intuition, but did you mess with its girlfriend or something? Like hell if I did. It's my first time meeting that monster, you know? And also, I don't have any monster acquaintances. Akira replied back to Nelia's joke while shouting. Nelia only laughed at his reaction before ending the call. The large monster's mind was in a mess. The system was telling it to take care of the black-powered suit first, but its hatred caused it to prioritize Akira instead. In order to make sure that his consciousness would not be swallowed back to the system, Tyal followed his hatred. The huge monster ignored Nelia and went straight for Akira. All of its intentions were skewed toward offense. It ignored its defense and poured all of its energy toward its light blade. Its ammo-producing organ burned through its last energy reserve to manufacture ammo. Thanks to that, its force field armor strength was greatly lowered. Nelia did not let that chance slide as she swung the blade on both of her hands in a flurry of attacks. Finally, she broke through the force field armor and damaged the monster's actual armor. Moreover, Nelia aimed her slashes to slow down and prevent that monster from attacking. Akira kept running as fast as he could. He blazed and leapt through the sea of rubble under him using the full power of his augmented suit and pushing her body to the limit. He was moving extremely fast for someone with 2 legs instead of wheels. The monster started shooting while running, but its aiming was badly interrupted by Nelia. Although it could not fire in continuous succession, each of its warheads packed enough power to compensate for its interrupted aim. It blasted more rubble into the sky. Every time Akira saw that, he could not help but shed cold sweat. Alpha, it's not like it would hit me with that aim, right? It should be okay, right? We can't do anything other than relying on that girl to keep interrupting its aim. To be honest, it would be great if she can take out the cannon too, but I think that would be impossible given how powerful the force field armor that's protecting that cannon is. Is she doing okay? That monster is fully committed to you, though I'm still not sure why. But if its attention gets divided again, it might be dangerous. That's why, let's do that again here, Akira. Roger that. Akira took as much cover as possible using the rubble while moving around. But he suddenly jumped out from his cover and quickly aimed his SSB multi-weapon rifle. He then stomped his legs hard on a large wreckage, enough to crack it, and planted his legs into it before emptied his magazine in a short time. The kickback from that barrage pushed Akira's body to its limit. The kickback was transmitted to the larger wreckage under his feet, eventually breaking it. Due to their distance and speed, the bullets reached the monster's face almost in an instant. The first few bullets that landed almost at the same time were dispersed in a blinding flash of light, but the following bullets were able to break through the force field armor that was weakened after that light discharge, thus throwing the big monster off balance. At the same time Akira's SSB multi-weapon rifle ejected its empty magazine, the blinding light finally died down, exposing the monster and a part of its body that was crumbling down. The barrage this time dealt more damage than the last time. Akira thought so and smiled, but before he could express his happiness, the monster howled and its face twitched. The big monster once again turned at Akira and ran towards him. The extensive movement that it made when it ran caused its already crumbling body to crumble even faster. Its armor was falling down piece by piece to the ground, exposing its inner parts. It was a mix of flesh and machine, fur and scale, skin and metal, as if it was a human trying to disguise as a monster. Akira did not waste any seconds before he started running again. Is it just me, or that thing is actually running faster than before? It shed most of its heavy armor, so it's lighter now. Run faster or it'll catch you. Also, reload a new magazine and energy pack to your rifle. So many things to do in so little time. Akira ran as fast as he could while finishing reloading his SSB rifle. Once he was done, he turned around and released another barrage. This time, since the enemy was closer and the target was bigger, all of his shots hit their targets. They pierced through the outer shell and scattered blood and metallic parts into the air. But it was far from over. It was not even enough to stop the monster. Due to its tough flesh, they could not deal that much damage to the monster. And Alpha deliberately reduced the rate of fire too. Why did you slow it down by that much? I still should have plenty of ammo left, you know? Ammo, but not enough energy packs. High-speed shooting causes a strong kickback which in turn consumes more energy. Moreover, it's not like it was enough to fully kill the kickback too. Your rifle is also hitting its limit. You only have enough energy packs for one more high-speed barrage. After that, you'll run out of energy packs and the rifle itself will break. That's why you'll have to save it for the best chance when you can be sure to kill it. It's really unfortunate that we lost the rest of our energy packs together with the truck. God damn it. Not only his rifle, but Akira's augmented suit also needed an energy pack to operate, which meant he was basically at his limit too. Nelia kept slashing at the monster while chasing it. Now that it had no force field armor and was just protected by its metal armor, her blades easily slashed through the monster's flesh, opening a wound that bled green shining blood. But such wounds immediately closed up as if the monster was using a powerful medicine. So the monster was not even bothered by Nelia's slashing. But there was a limit on how many times it could regenerate its wounds. Since it consumed energy every time it regenerated itself, Nelia's attack was not completely useless. Although she understood that, she still felt intimidated by the monster's incredible vitality. After finding out that the monster did not slow down at all after all of that slashing, Nelia decided to shift her target to its cannon. She focused her attack on the big cannon on the monster's left arm as well as the reloading machine that coiled around its body like a belt. Eventually, she was able to cut off the belt. Nelia thought that with this, it would at least stop shooting at Akira as she focused her attack back to its legs, but she was mistaken there. The monster quickly threw away the gigantic magazine on its back and the cannon on its left arm. Now that it had become even lighter, it was able to run faster and quickly got away from Nelia's blades. Nelia rushed to that monster and tried to slash at it again, but once again it missed. Her powered suit had considerably slowed down after all the fighting, so she was no longer able to catch up to that monster. Nelia cursed her own decision and regretted not having prioritized its legs first, as she chased the monster. The ceasing of gunshots was nothing more than a short respite since the monster was running even faster now towards Akira. Akira frowned since he understood that the monster would be able to catch up with him for sure this time and it would be meaningless to hide now. If the huge monster swung around its light blade to sweep all the locations where he might be, even if that did not hit him directly, It would be enough to blow him away along with all the rubble, and that would definitely kill him. Akira stopped and slowly turned. He locked his gaze with the incoming huge monster and heaved a big sigh as if he had given up. He then took a long deep breath to steel his resolve. Alpha stood next to Akira and smiled. Just to confirm it, you didn't resolve yourself to die, right? Something that's stupid doesn't need resolve. I see, that's good then. Let's get yourself ready before it catches up with you. I know. Akira calmed himself down for one last stand and started preparing for it. He loaded a new magazine to replace the half-empty magazine and placed in a new energy pack to his augmented suit and SSB rifle. That was the last of his remaining supply reserves. Akira held his SSB multi-weapon rifle tightly, made sure that he was standing on a hard surface, and squatted down as if he was preparing to jump. He then took a deep breath. As he maximized his time perception compression, the scene around him started to distort into slow motion. Alpha, I leave the countdown to you. Roger that. 3. Inside the slow-moving world, the huge monster closed its distance and raised its ginormous blade. It focused all of its hatred, grudge, and energy to its blade, expanding it even longer and brighter. 1. Right at the next moment, it swung its huge light blade down at Akira. 0. At the same time, Akira leapt toward that huge monster like a bullet. That single jump consumed all the energy pack inside Akira's augmented suit, boosting its power output way outside the safe limit. The platform that he was using broke into pieces from the kickback alone, while his legs were barely able to receive the kickback thanks to his augmented suit. The light blade was brought down with such speed, but Akira, who jumped straight at it, was even faster. He could feel the intensity of that blade as he went past it. The heat from the blade that was enough to melt rubble singed his protective coat before he landed on that monster's face. The light blade landed on the ground, throwing all the rubbles up into the sky behind Akira as he pointed his SSB rifle straight at the big monster's face. Just die already. Since Akira screamed those words under his compressed time perception, no one could understand him. But the huge amount of bullets that he released in that short time, which ignored the kickback and the stress on both the rifle and his body, conveyed his words very well. Even if the head had the ability to regenerate itself, the storm of bullets was numerous enough and powerful enough to crush that regeneration. It took an instant for the bullets to rip through the monster's head. Right after that, Akira fainted. The last barrage had pushed him past his limit, which gave the last push to throw off his consciousness. Now that he had lost his consciousness as well as his footing, gravity took over and pulled his body down. But he was saved from crashing straight into the ground. Nelia, who was chasing the monster, was able to catch him. Not too long after that, the monster that had lost its head fell down to the ground, making a loud bang. Nelia got out of her powered suit. She then came to Akira, who was still on the powered suit's clutch. She placed her hand on Akira's cheek and smiled bewitchingly. What should I do with you now? Although those words contained a lot of different meanings behind them, it did not take that long for Nelia to make her decision as she smiled rather disappointedly. Well, we're allies for today, right? Nelia gently lifted him up and returned back to her powered suit with Akira in her arm. After that, she headed back to the forward base. Chapter 189, The Value of Money. Akira woke up inside a hospital room. He pushed his body up from the bed and looked around. Once he understood what had happened, he sighed. Again, huh? Yep, again. Alpha was sitting on the bed beside Akira and smiled at him. Morning, Akira. Did you get a good sleep? Yeah. But well, this makes it the second time, huh? I don't know whether I should be happy that I survived or I should be sad for getting hospitalized again. There's no reason for you to be sad, so just be honest and be happy about it. Let me confirm it. Why can you be so sure? There's no reason to not be happy since you survived. That is true for both me and you. I'm really glad that you survived that fight. Alpha smiled gently. Akira, who saw that, blushed a bit. But that was only until he heard her next words as she half-jokingly said, Moreover, this isn't your first time having to face something like that, right? right? It would be a waste of time to question that now, wouldn't it? Well, you have a point there. And I really hate the fact that I have to accept it. Akira once again laid back on the bed. Alpha only looked at him gently when he did so. Not too long after that, Kobayashi entered the room. Akira, you're finally awake. How are you feeling? I'm fine. Really? Do you feel anything strange around your arms or legs? Can you move your fingers? Akira thought that it was weird for Kobayashi to say that, but he still tried to move his fingers to confirm it, and as expected, he did not feel anything wrong. Still nothing. Why did you say that? Don't tell me that you gave me the bare minimum treatment since you didn't know whether I can pay or not, right? It's the opposite. You were strapped into an emergency life support system when I arrived in the forward base. You were in pretty bad shape. Especially your limbs, they were close to being turned into minced meat, you know. Though in the end, we used those super expensive regeneration treatments to get them back. They were basically grown and then sewn to your body. So it won't be strange if you feel something wrong with them. But you seem to be alright. So yeah, the treatment cost is going to be crazy high. The damage on his legs was from that jump, while the damage on his arms was from the barrage. Akira remembered vividly that he did do those things. So when he imagined how much the treatment cost was going to be, he started to get nervous. That's so, how much is it? About that, you see. We need to have a talk. It will be a long one since I need to let you know what had happened and we need to discuss the reward for your request too, so let's talk while having a meal. Don't worry, you did very well back there. The treatment cost won't surpass your reward money. Kobayashi smiled at the flustered Akira. Akira changed to the clothes available in the room and left the room with Kobayashi. They hopped on a vehicle that came to pick them up and returned back to the Kagama building. As Akira was about to head to a restaurant on the first floor, Kobayashi stopped him. Akira, not that one. No? Then why did you bring me here? Do we have to do some administrative stuff first? Nope, we're going up. Kobayashi pointed up with a smile filled with excitement. Akira found it weird, but the moment he understood what Kobayashi was signaling, his expression changed. The restaurants on the upper floors of the Kagama building were so great that they changed Akira's views on food, and this would be the third time he went to that building for a meal. Akira sat on the seat that he was guided to. He was jovial and excited but at the same time a bit confused while he sat there. Kobayashi ignored it and extended a handshake with a big smile on his face. First of all, let me congratulate you. You have become a great hunter, great enough even for the city management to treat you to a meal in this restaurant. The first time I saw you, you were stuck with the other hunters who could not manage to raise their ranks in that truck, and now look at you, you've gone up the ranks so quickly in such a short time. It's really impressive. As someone who has kept his eyes on you through all of those crazy things that you did, I can't help but give myself a pat on the back for spotting your potential. Yeah, sure. Akira was behaving like a small fry who had never visited such a high-class restaurant. But he had the achievements sufficient for the restaurant to let him in. Kobayashi found that discrepancy very interesting as he laughed hard. You should get yourself used to this kind of restaurant soon, you know? I like you, so I can tolerate how you are acting, but more often than not, others would take advantage of it. Those types of people often invite well-established hunters, who can't handle negotiation, into this kind of high-class restaurant and use that opening to poison them. So you should be careful, okay? Even if you say so, I don't have enough money to visit this kind of restaurant that often, you see. In that case, I can bring you requests that would allow you to use a high-class restaurant as the negotiation site. Though it would be nothing but high-level and dangerous requests, since it's you we're talking here, so I'm sure you'll do just fine. Akira's expression soured a bit. No thanks. I bet it's something that would send me to hospital again. You don't understand. If it's a request dangerous enough to get you hospitalized again, you'll get a huge reward if you can finish it. Yeah, make sure that it won't get me hospitalized first. As Kobayashi boasted about himself on how he would be able to bring such high-level requests to Akira, Akira only listened to him with a seriously annoyed face. Once they calmed down at some point, Akira opened the menu as if to cut short that subject there. Kobayashi, who saw that, only smiled amusedly and opened the menu too. Once they had placed their orders and were waiting for the food, Kobayashi started explaining to Akira what had happened after he fainted. When Akira arrived at the forward base half-dead, he was immediately put into the life support system just like the other severely wounded hunters. Among all the other severely wounded hunters that were not treated seriously, Akira received better treatment which guaranteed his survivability. Nelia did something to make sure that Akira would be treated as if he was working under Yanagisawa. The battle between monster swarms and the city's defense squad was still ongoing around Kagemayama City after Akira fainted. Although the size of the swarm was smaller than before, there were huge monsters and even flying monsters mixed in that swarm, thus they were relatively more dangerous than before. Average hunters could not handle them and they would only slow other hunters down, as such only high-ranking hunters were offered high rewards and sent to repel that swarm. When the city management was considering sending out its trump card, the swarm suddenly broke down. Monsters that were originally heading straight to the city suddenly changed their directions. As some of them started rampaging, destroying anything around them, some of them retreated and vanished into the wasteland. While more than half of the swarm returned back to the ruin. It was because they were forcefully manipulated by Tyal to go against the system. And with Tyal gone, the control returned back to the system. Although some of the monsters that had grown past the system's control did not return back, those that returned back to the system's side returned to their patrol area. For those that had their patrol area information destroyed, they just followed the broken order from the system to wander aimlessly, while some of them received the order to patrol a different area. The city's defense squad pushed back the swarm just like that until they met the squads from the forward base, and that signified the end of the battle against the swarm. Now that the route between the city and the forward base was secured, those who were severely wounded in the forward base were transported back to the city. Akira was identified as a hunter who would not have a problem with paying for the treatment cost, so just like last time he was hospitalized, they went ahead and gave him an expensive treatment without asking him first. After his wounds were healed, they cleaned the nanomachines left over inside his body, and now he was back all healthy and ready to go again. Although Akira did not understand everything, he more or less understood the big idea of what Kobayashi was saying, and of course, that would mean he did not understand what Kobayashi was unclear about. What happened to those large monsters after that? Did you kill them all? No, some of them are still left. The city's defense squad also returned back to their post once the swarm retreated after all. I'm sure there are still some of those large monsters roaming in and around the ruin. Although they're not regarded as bounty monsters yet, they're strong enough that the city management is considering putting a bounty on them. So any hunters who get to kill any of those are offered a special reward. Although they're big and strong, as long as they don't form a swarm, they're not that hard to kill after all. It's the perfect target for those hunters who want to get their name out there. So other than those that have returned back to the ruin, I bet most of the monsters roaming in the wasteland are already being hunted down. Kobayashi smiled happily and warned Akira. Though I won't exactly prevent you, I recommend you not to join the hunt. You already got yourself a pretty highly prized target under your belt, so let lower rank hunters have them instead. It's one of those good manners as a high-ranking hunter. Manners, huh? Well, I'll keep that in mind. Yup, you better do it. The ordered meal finally arrived at the table. Akira did not know which one to pick, so he had ended up ordering the recommended menu. When that meal arrived in front of him, it changed Akira's solemn expression to a smile. And when he scooped that up to his mouth, he could not fight back the taste that spread around his tongue and his smile widened. Akira could not stop chowing down the food in front of him as if he was completely defeated by the taste of the meal. Kobayashi, who watched it, thought that Akira really needed to get himself used to coming to a high-class restaurant. After they finished the meal and Akira could finally focus on the discussion, Kobayashi started talking about the main reason why they came there. I guess it's time to talk about the reward then. First of all, the rank boost. This will affect the rest of your reward, so think carefully before you decide. Your hunter rank can basically go up somewhere between 42 and 50. Of course, the more you put your reward on your hunter rank, the less money that you get. So, how far do you want to go? Before Akira could say 42, Kobayashi frowned and continued. Or so I want to say, but I'm sure you would immediately say 42, right? I know, well, you're just that kind of guy. That's why I will explain to you the importance of hunter rank. Make sure to listen well. Let's see, if I am to give a concrete example. Let's talk about the anti-force field ammo. How much did it cost when you bought it for the first time? 5 million aurum per bullet. If you get hunter rank 50, you can buy it for 500 aurum per bullet. Akira was about to blow out all the food inside his mouth, but since it would be such a waste, he was able to somehow hold it in. He then managed to swallow it while making a weird pose to hold back his surprise. After that, he took one deep breath to calm himself down and looked back at Kobayashi. Are you being serious here? Yes, let me explain. There are many factors that decide the cost of such a bullet. This includes the power distribution and the city's safety. I know it's hard to accept, but that's just how the world works, so you better know this kind of thing. Well, it's still a biased opinion from my point of view, but still, make sure to listen well, alright. Kobayashi started explaining slowly as if to calm Akira down after that surprising revelation. The price of ammo in the Eastern District was decided solely by the government, so it's based on how much profit the corporate government could earn. The reason why people could easily buy ammo in the slum city and why that ammo was sold at such a cheap price was all because they were designed to maintain profit for the corporate government. There were many reasons as to why cheap bullets were sold in Slum City. That way people in the slum city would be able to fight back the monsters coming from the wasteland, thus protecting the inner part of the city. And after they got used to fighting monsters, they would eventually become hunters whom the city management could hire as cheap soldiers. Of course, there were many reasons other than this. There was one thing common among all the cheap ammunition sold in the slum city: none of them worked against the force field armor of the city's defense squad. Even a barrage from those bullets would not leave a scratch against their force field armor. That way, the city's defense squad could easily destroy the slum city and its people without any resistance. So those bullets that could be used to fight back the city's defense squad were priced highly depending on their effectiveness. Even more so for anti-force field armor. But if the government set the price of a single bullet that high so that the people of the slum city would never be able to buy it, it would also prevent the hunters from getting the ammo that they needed. But once those hunters had enough money to buy them, albeit only a little, the people that the city management did not wish to obtain these bullets would be able to procure them. In order to solve this problem, the corporate government issued a discount for high-ranking hunters. After all, the stronger a hunter, the more he or she would fight powerful monsters. But of course, they could not just give the bullets away for free. Although the discount also depended on the type of the bullet, high-ranking hunters could buy them almost for free. This policy was enforced also in order to increase the value of hunter rank, rather than increasing the price of the bullet to an unreasonably high price. This would also encourage hunters to aim for a higher hunter rank. Of course, those hunters who tend to go against the city management would be stuck in the low rank, which also served as a way for the hunter office to control the hunters. It was their way to tell the hunters not to go against the city management if they wanted to get a higher rank and cheap bullets. Back then, when Akira placed his order for anti-force field bullets via Shizuka's shop, of course, this discount was already applied to that order. The reason why he did not notice it was simply because he was not the one paying, so he did not bother to check the total price. After considering the danger of these bullets when they fall to the wrong hands, and the problem that it might cause for both the city management and the hunter office if one of those hunters used that bullet to kill a city guard, they decided to sell anti-force field armor for 5 million aurum per bullet. Akira understood that reasoning, but he still felt conflicted about it. Although he could follow the logic, that did not mean he could accept it, and it was obvious from his face. I see that you find it really displeasing, but as I said, that's just how the world works. It's important to know when to give up, you know? If you don't like it, your only choice is to get your own territory and sell that kind of bullets cheaply inside your territory. Well, there's also some rumors saying that if you're a low-ranking hunter buying expensive bullets, the hunter office would note your name and introduce you to high-level requests though. Rumors, heh? Yep, only rumors. There's no rule nor formal evaluation about it. The efficiency itself is questionable. There is no guarantee on the result as well. Rumors just like this, including information saying that it's also used as a method to find a hidden gem or powerful hunters disguising as a low-ranking hunter like you. It's all just rumors. It was a good way to raise the hunter's expectations without promising concrete results, but at the same time, it was enough to suppress complaints from the hunters. Akira understood that, but there was still something that he found weird. But still, selling 500 Aurum bullets for 5 million Aurum, huh? Won't there be high-ranking hunters trying to make a profit out of this? That depends on the hunters. If you're sharing it with some of your hunter friends, then it's fine, but if you blatantly resell it for profit, it'll be seen as treason toward the corporate government and you'll get a bounty on your head. Though it depends on the case, it's basically the same as picking a fight with the corporate government after all. It won't end well for you, so if you don't want to pick a fight with the corporate government, just don't do it. Kobayashi said so in a casual manner, but his tone indicated that he was being serious. Akira told himself to make sure to never do that. That should be enough explanation for now. Your other rewards depend on how far you are going to boost your hunter rank after all. So, before you make your decision, I have another thing that I need to talk about with you. It's about buying your track record again. Or at least something similar to that subject came to me. Do you mean that you want to erase the last request from my hunter track record again? Not that far. You worked with a black-powered suit on your last day, right? It's a small adjustment just for that day. Basically, we need to discuss how you are going to let me change it and how much money you want for it. Kobayashi pulled out his information terminal and showed the detailed document to Akira. By the end of that long character-dense document, there was a contract page. I don't mind if you want to take a close look at it, but I will still give you a short general explanation. Basically, if you sign this contract, your track record would say that you did help the black-powered suit but you didn't do anything significant. Including the money to make sure that you keep this confidential, we're willing to pay you 1 billion Aurum. So, yes or no? Akira took the information terminal and scrolled through the contract. Although it looked like he did not read anything and just skipped the points written in that contract, Alpha was actually properly reading the contract. She then confirmed its content and let Akira know about it. Akira hummed. Kobayashi raised his eyebrows. He did not expect Akira would hesitate. And here I thought you don't care about your hunter track record, or is it that 1 billion Aurum is not enough? Well, I don't know the detail, but it seems that you've defeated something big and almost got killed yourself doing that. So I can understand if you don't want to erase that from your track record. That's not the problem. The problem is the 1 billion Aurum. Is it not enough? No, it's too big that I don't understand why it's worth that much. So I just can't help but get suspicious. If the value was unnaturally high, that means there must be something troublesome behind it. That was why Akira was hesitating. If the compensation was too little, Akira might feel offended by it, but that would be the end of it. But to be honest, he just wanted to get paid a suitable amount of money. Unfortunately, he had no information that could help him decide its worth, thus he could not even tell if 1 billion Aurum was actually too big or too small. What do you think? Do you think this 1 billion Aurum is a suitable compensation? Kobayashi paused a bit from that question. Suitable compensation, huh? It's something that both parties should agree on. After all, there's no concrete way to decide this price, you see. To be honest, I don't know either. But I don't think that compensation is something that you need to be worried about. There's some level of confidentiality around this information, so I didn't get the full story either. It's mostly my guess, but I think it's an offer made to be on your good side. Do you want to know the reason why I think so? Yeah. Unfortunately, Akira did not have enough knowledge to understand Kobayashi's reasoning. But he was genuinely interested in that subject, so he replied back without showing any hesitation. Kobayashi made sure to let Akira know that in the end, it was nothing more than a personal guess. So it was not like it could be used as concrete proof. That black-powered suit might be a new model, and someone is trying to use the last battle to promote it. Kobayashi's guess was that a certain weapon manufacturer released one of its new models into Slum City in order to collect combat data disguising it as an accident. The unit then showed notable results performing against other powered suits in the midst of the battle in which multiple powered suits were involved. Then, it would fight the city's defense squad sent to suppress it and deliberately lose, but not before showing its capabilities. From there, the company could make a public apology for it while using it as a negotiation material to get the city management to buy it for the city's defense squad. The data taken from a battle nearby the inner wall was very effective material for negotiating against those inside the inner wall. But there was an accident in that plan. A certain hunter actually defeated that black-powered suit. So the manufacturer immediately retrieved it back, and before any bad rumor went out in public, they changed and renewed the unit and sent it out again for the original reason. This time the plan went well. The black-powered suit was able to kill many humongous monsters and demonstrated its capability. Moreover, it then encountered a powerful monster strong enough to change the contour of the ruin and defeated that monster. This achievement would be the perfect material to promote that new unit. But again, there was a small accident with the plan. During that fight, the new unit was working together with the same hunter who defeated that exact unit last time. Then to top it off, it was actually that hunter who executed the big monster. If this track record went out in public, it would look like the new unit was only able to do what it did because of that hunter. While at the same time, they did not want to completely discard the involvement of the new unit in this battle record either. In this case, if they said that the hunter did not contribute much during the fight and just ran around and obstructed the fight, then it would be a great battle record for the new unit. Personal opinion of how much someone contributed during a fight was a subjective thing based on the person giving that opinion. But if they were able to skew that opinion toward the new unit, it would really help promote the new unit. If that result caused the new unit to be deployed in this city and the other cities, it would move around a huge amount of money. I believe that they think this 1 billion orum is just a small amount of money compared to the profit that they could get, but it should be enough to satisfy the involved hunter. Akira listened to Kobayashi's explanation with great interest. He then noticed something else and slightly frowned. Say, don't tell me the reason why I got stuck with that request to increase my hunter rank is? Exactly, it would be embarrassing if the hunter who defeated that new unit is just a low-ranking hunter. It would definitely hurt the reputation of that new unit. But if that hunter is actually a strong hunter disguising as a low-ranking hunter, then they could still save some face. That's why they wanted you to raise your hunter rank as fast as possible. It's all they're doing. Or at least, there's a good chance that it's the case. Again, in the end, it's nothing but a guess, okay? As I said, it's just a guess. Kobayashi threw a smile that was hiding something. Akira sighed. All in all, someone did something and he was roped into trouble because of that. Akira quickly agreed to the contract. But Kobayashi delayed the signing of the contract to hear from Akira the details of that battle. After all, he would not be able to ask Akira about that battle after the contract was signed. Although Akira signed the contract, he still thought that 1 billion orum was a little bit too much. But after seeing Kobayashi laughing his heart out after listening to the story, Akira started to half believe that it might indeed be worth that much, as the other half of him honestly did not care about it anymore and stopped thinking about it. In order to ask his question, Kobayashi tried to calm himself down from laughing. By the way, why did you stay behind to help that powered suit? I can understand that you missed your chance after you lost your decoy, but I don't think that's enough as an excuse, you know. I might have been in a mood to do it back then. Just in a mood, huh? Is that all the reason why you stayed behind? Don't get me wrong, it's a good reason. Yup, it's the perfect reason. Those hunters who only think in terms of loss and profit won't do something that crazy after all. Judging from Akira's exasperated reaction, Kobayashi was sure that Akira had another reason, and it was not like he was trying to hide that reason either. Probably Akira himself was not really sure why he did that, or why he decided to step deeper into a dangerous situation. Kobayashi found that very interesting as he could not hold back his laughter and started to laugh again. If the reason that Akira himself did not understand well was put into words, it would be sympathy, pride, and hatred. It was the sympathy to his ally, even if it was an ally for a single day. That was his line of thinking of how he differentiated between allies and enemies. The pride and self-dignity to follow through his job to its very end. And the hatred toward himself for allowing himself to work with a relic thief for the sake of his job. That vague amalgamation of feelings that Akira could not understand almost got him killed as well as allowed him to survive. But this abnormal way of thinking that he himself did not fully understand shifted his action further and further away from Alpha's guidance. Kobayashi finally calmed down from laughing hard and started discussing the rest of the reward. It took some time until they reached a deal that both parties agreed on. Chapter 190, How to Spend the Reward. Shizuka was chatting with Elena and Sarah in her shop. They were talking about the recent happenings, mostly about how monster swarms came out from Kuzusuhara ruin and attacked the city twice in such a short time window. While at the same time, Elena and Sarah were also venting about the hard time they had when they joined a squad, which was tasked to repel the swarm. Among all the subjects that they were talking about, there was one particular matter that worried them. It was about Akira. There was a good chance Akira was in the ruin when that battle happened, and since that day he had stopped coming to the shop. If he was alright, it was about time he returned to the shop to procure supplies. If he was alright, it would not be strange for Sarah and Elena to spot him when they were fighting the huge monster swarm. They were exchanging information about Akira, hoping that they would find some hints about his whereabouts, but both of them could not get any clear answer. Elena and Sarah were working as hunters and Shizuka was working with hunters. All of them had to some extent gotten used to the death of their acquaintances and friends. But that did not change the fact that it still made them sad. They understood well death was an occupational hazard for hunters, and they knew that Akira might actually be doing just fine. But even so, they still had worried looks on their faces. That was when Akira suddenly appeared. Elena, Sarah and Shizuka welcomed him with a brighter smile than usual. Akira started by letting them know that his rank-up request was finally done. But, well, a lot has happened since then and all my equipment is gone now. That's why I'm here to get new equipment, or more like, I want to consult about getting a new complete set of equipment including vehicles. So, would that be okay? Of course. So then, how much are you planning to spend this time? About 1 billion orum. I actually have a bit more money than that, but for now, I want to limit my budget to 1 billion orum. If it's too much of trouble, I'm thinking of getting the same thing as before and buy some extra modifications and other equipment after that. Akira said that amount so casually that Shizuka's usual smile toward a customer changed into a worry. It seems that you earned quite a lot of money again this time, but are you alright? I heard that the reward for a hunter rank-up request is hunter rank, so normally hunters won't be able to get much money from that request. But even so, it seems that you got 1 billion orum from that. Akira, did you do something reckless again? Shizuka's voice tensed up to warn him not to do any unnecessary reckless thing in order to increase his probability to return back alive even if it was only for a little. She thought that if he realized that he had done something reckless and tried to hide it, then she would need to warn him again. As she was waiting for his answer, she sent a strict but caring gaze toward him. But Akira responded with something that Shizuka did not expect. He heaved a big sigh and exasperatedly said that it was a huge disaster, huge disaster. Akira did not show any sign of trying to look strong, which he had never done before. It allowed Shizuka to know that he had really gone through something really difficult, thus confirming her intuition from before. Since it seemed there was no need to warn or scold him, her expression changed to a gentle smile to cheer him up. It must have been really hard. I'm really glad that you returned back alive. Are you okay? Did you get injured? If you only come here to let us know that you're okay, thank you, but you don't need to push yourself too hard. You can return back now and get a good rest. But if you still want to consult about equipment, we can do that inside. Don't worry, I'm okay. I made sure to get properly treated after all that mess. Is that so? Very well then, just be careful not to push yourself too hard, okay? Yes, I'll be more careful. Honestly, though, I was already trying to be careful, you know. Akira smiled and said so before immediately starting to vent and look down. Shizuka, Elena and Sarah did not expect that from him at all and found it amusing while also feeling sorry for him. They then looked at each other and smiled wryly. Shizuka shelved that feeling aside for now and asked Akira about what he wanted to consult about with a serious face to change the mood. So then, what is your current hunter rank? 42. Shizuka's gentle smile turned slightly stern. That's quite a big jump. Akira, at least let me tell you this, if you get your hunter rank that high, it might be a good idea to go to another shop, you know. Akira did not expect that at all and made a troubled face. He then nervously asked, What do you mean by that, Shizuka-san? Actually, since that time when you ordered an SSB multi-weapon rifle from this shop, that price is already way above the normal items in this shop. That's why I'm not sure if I can recommend good equipment suitable for the current you. Of course, I'll do my best to help you out if you ask me, but there's a limit on how much I can help you. Remember back then when I sent you data for various rifles, right? To be honest, that was because I couldn't decide which one would suit you the best. Furthermore, I don't normally have them in stock, so I need more time to order them too. So, to be honest, it might be better if you go to a better shop. I'm sure they'll be able to provide you with a better recommendation too. Shizuka said so with goodwill, but Akira frowned and seemed displeased. Does it bother Shizuka-san if they are items that need to be ordered first? Of course not, it's the opposite. As the owner of the shop, and if I prioritize getting profit, I would prefer you order them through my shop. Akira sighed and seemed relieved. In that case, as long as it doesn't bother Shizuka-san, I'll keep ordering through this shop. Are you sure you're okay with that, Akira? Of course. Akira nodded firmly. If it was a bother to Shizuka, he would have no other choice but to change shop, but if not, then he had no reason to change shop. Shizuka slightly blushed, which was very rare for her, and looked away from Akira. It seemed that she was happy that he was this invested in her shop. With this, it would make 3 hunters higher than rank 40 as my frequent customers. It seems that my shop has really turned into something great. Shizuka glanced at Elena and Sarah. Akira followed suit and looked at Elena and Sarah too, but both of them seemed rather conflicted, although they still smiled at him. Sarah and I are rank 41, basically 1 rank below you. So you finally surpassed us, huh? Well, I do think that it was only a matter of time, but I didn't expect it to be this fast. When Akira started working on that rank up request, Elena and Sarah started working seriously to get their rank up for real. They prioritized taking on difficult requests and were able to finish them one by one. The expedition into the deeper part of Kuzuzuhara Ruin was one of them. After making high-quality maps of the ruin, bringing back expensive relics, and performing well during that fight the other day, they even contributed during the fight to repel the monster swarm as well. The reason why Elena and Sarah worked that hard was partly because of their competitive spirit toward Akira. To put it bluntly, it was to keep their pride as Akira's senior, but their main reason was to stay as his senior even only for a little longer. After all of their hard work and racking all of the achievements that they were quite proud of, they ended on rank 41, which was a pretty high rank in their opinion. But Akira went even above it. Although they were honestly happy with Akira's achievement, they also felt rather conflicted by it. I wonder if I have to call you senpai from here on. Elena tried to hide her conflicted heart by jokingly poking fun at Akira while smiling teasingly at him. Akira seemed rather unsure how to react to that. He felt that it might offend Elena and Sarah if he said that he still had a long way to go, but he could not find any other words to say. And that much was obvious from his face. Elena and Sarah looked at the troubled Akira and felt that it seemed there was no need to try to be too careful around him. They then looked at each other, smiled and returned back to their usual self. Well, we've been working as hunters longer than you after all. So I guess we're still more experienced in terms of being hunters. Oh my, I don't think that's exactly the case for you though, Sarah. Why would you say that? Akira, that's not true, right? Sarah stared intently at Akira. The answer that she was expecting was sent through her stare. Yes, of course. I think I'll still be asking for your help too from here on. Fufufu, thank you. Sarah smiled like usual. Akira finally regained his calm. After that, they started talking about buying new equipment. Even for Elena and Sarah, 1 billion orum was a huge amount of money. Elena and Sarah were thinking that it might be better if they also invested more in their equipment. That was when Sarah suddenly had a question for Akira. I can understand that you want a better set of equipment since you lost all of them last time, but you can actually use your reward for something else, you know? It's not like you only live to fight, right? Sarah thought that this time Akira was spending all of his reward for buying equipment, but that was not true. It was only the money that he got from selling a part of his hunter record during that request. Akira and Kobayashi had a talk about the rest of the reward after signing the contract. A boost to hunter rank 42, the right to buy medicine and ammo cheaply reserved for hunter rank 50 and above, and finally, Kobayashi's connection with the Kagomayama city management and the hunter office, which allowed Akira to procure powerful weapons. The original contract between Akira and Kobayashi regarding the rank-up request was that Akira would get an extra reward in the case of an unforeseen accident. That battle against the oversized armored monster fell well under that clause. Thus, following the contract, Akira received extra rewards. Meanwhile, he used most of that reward for getting new special equipment. There was a lot of equipment that normal hunters could not get their hands on. This special equipment was only available for the city defense squad, particularly for soldiers belonging to a special unit. It was difficult to buy equipment sold for the hunters in the frontline back in the Kagomayama city. That was just how powerful this equipment was. Akira would definitely need that kind of equipment to be able to accomplish that request from Alpha, so he decided to ask Kobayashi to help him get them. Of course, Kobayashi thought that it would be interesting to see what Akira would do with them, so he happily accepted it. Getting powerful equipment needed extra permissions and special rights which would take time to get. In the worst-case scenario, it might even take months, sometimes even more than 6 months. Kobayashi did inform Akira about it, and Akira was okay with it. Although there was a big difference between Sarah and Akira's assumptions, both of them thought that he used most of his reward for equipment. Because of that, he could not notice the misunderstanding and casually explained. Well, even if you say so, it's not like I know what I can do with that much money other than spending it on equipment. I'm already living in a large house. The bath is big enough that I have no plans to move away. If there's anything else, maybe I'll start treating myself to delicious food. I've been buying better and better food lately. But that's just a small amount of money compared to the price of equipment. Akira, you're that type, huh? Well, with the money that you're earning, I think you'll be able to eat on the 3rd floor of the Kagama building 3 times a day though. Now that you mention it, I did go there recently. It was amazing. Akira started talking enthusiastically about the food with his limited vocabulary. Thanks to that, he could not convey the taste of the food very well. But it was at least obvious that it was great food. In that case, want to go together next time? Elena said casually, thinking that since Akira was talking so enthusiastically, he would accept her invitation. But instead, Akira frowned and said, well. Oh, then would that be a no? No, it's just the price, you see. I only went there since I was invited to discuss the reward from my previous request. So I was treated to the food there as a part of the reward. To be honest, I don't feel like going there if I have to pay on my own. Well, so that's basically why I will have to refuse. I'm sorry. Akira said apologetically and lightly bowed. Elena and Sarah understood him and smiled. Well, we're the ones inviting you, so we can pay for your food. Shizuka smiled and interjected. Elena, I think restaurants around that part is expensive for me as well. In that case, Sarah can pay for your food. Me? Well, I don't mind, but make sure to hold back, okay? They continued talking without even asking for Akira's opinion, and he made a conflicted look there. He felt sorry for making Elena and Sarah treat him to such an expensive meal, but he was also happy that it meant he might be able to go to that restaurant again. Shizuka, Elena and Sarah saw that and smiled amusedly. Akira looked like just a normal boy instead of a rank 42 hunter. They felt the distance between them shrink and smiled even if it was nothing more than their feelings. Yanagisawa was talking through his information terminal. Yes, I do feel bad about the powered suit. I'll also strongly recommend the city management to use that powered suit. But that result is only from one battle record. I believe it's too little as proof to push for its deployment. As such, I believe that it's a good idea to get them deployed in the forward base and the supply route first to collect achievement before deploying it for the city defense squad. If it's just in the forward base, I should be able to push it through after all. Yes, I believe you can expect good results. Once it's decided that it'll be deployed for the city defense squad, please transfer the money as we agreed before. Yes, of course. Yes, until next time then. Yanagisawa closed the call. His smile then vanished as he sighed. Good grief, these people can never get enough, huh? What a pain in the neck. Yanagisawa's men who were waiting for him to finish the call tilted their heads when he suddenly complained there. "Commander, did it not go well?" "Yeah. They're people from the higher echelon in the corporation after all. It won't go as well as when I negotiate with the usual guys. That I know it's common for you to be doing weird things, but Commander, you can at least let us know from time to time, right?" "Oh, I haven't told you before. We did hear about the details of the borrowed equipment and how complex the document work was, but I have no idea why are we borrowing those things in the first place. I don't remember you ever tell us the reason, you see." Yanagisawa often told his men what to do, but not why. It was true back then when the Special Ops unit went to the inner part of Kuzuzuhar ruin to bring Nelia to the upper floor of the Saranthal building. It was the same when Yanagisawa brought in the borrowed equipment. Yanagisawa only gave a vague answer to that question with his usual crafty smile. "Well, it's for the sake of humanity's prosperity and to save its future. Basically, just a preparation for that." It was clear that he had no plans to answer seriously. "That I see. Well, it's fully up to you if you want to do something dangerous behind the curtain, but just don't use us as expendable pawns, okay?" "Geez, that's rude. I've never done something like that, you know." Yanagisawa seemed honestly surprised by that remark, so his men stopped bugging him any further. There were already multiple people in the team that had gone missing after investigating too much about Yanagisawa's plan. "Well then, I have a report to make. It's about the automaton that you told me to investigate. It seems that it is as you guessed. Someone might have instigated that attack instead of it being a simple attempt from the monsters." "Thought so. This will provide the final proof I need. I'll have to change the details of the warning then. Give all the nationalists to me, I'll take care of them. About that though, there's something that bothers me. Please look over here." The details of the report suddenly appeared in everyone's line of sight. It contained detailed information about the ensued battles, their locations, and the number of people involved in those battles in a 3D map. Yanagisawa read a certain detail among the records and he immediately stopped smiling. "That will do everything. Check if there are any similar reports including the ones sent to the detainment facilities in the other cities. You can go ahead and use my name to bypass the restriction. If they're trying to hide anything, make sure to carefully crack that information out. Do the same for the ones we captured this time too. Quickly." "Roger that." As his men immediately sprung into action and left the room, Yanagisawa stared sharply at the content of the report. The report said that someone from the ruin management AI came with an offer. Yatsubayashi opened his mobile clinic inside Kuzusuhara ruin. Taiyo's remote body was strapped on one of the beds for patients. Yatsubayashi yawned and sent a glance to that remote body. He was expecting Taiyo to contact him sooner or later, but there was nothing today. He first thought that it was because of the range of the receiver and went to the inner part of Kuzusuhara ruin, but still, the result was the same. In order to avoid breaking the receiver, Yanagisawa decided not to mess with the body. But it had been getting harder and harder for him to hold himself back from checking the receiver himself. "That I guess it's about time for me to give up, Talkun, the bed is not free, you know." "Is that so?" The remote body suddenly replied. Yatsubayashi was startled. He was about to reply but stopped midway as he noticed something. "You're not Taiyo-kun, are you? Who might you be?" "You can tell. I'm a doctor after all." The remote body showed a slight surprise before smiling at Yatsubayashi. It was a smile saying that it was impressed at how he was able to accurately identify it was a different person, although it sounded as if he was saying so casually. "I have an offer." That was really out of the blue. What about Taiyo-kun? "He's inactive right now." "As in dead?" "He's basically still my patient, you see." "It depends on your definition of death. But based on your common indication of death, I believe it could be said that he's indeed already dead. I have no obligation to keep him alive. After all, you don't have the technology and the methods to do that. Do you want me to reactivate him after you make a deal with me?" Leaving aside the subject of whether I really have no technology or method to reactivate him, well, from my point of view, I don't see any reason why I should do that considering he still hasn't paid the full cost of the treatment. "So, who are you?" "To be honest, I'm interested in your offer, but I'm a doctor, you see." So unless it's about treating injury, I don't see any reason to consider a stranger's offer seriously, you know? Ah, by the way, I'm Yatsubayashi. As I said before, I'm a doctor. I'm Tsubaki, a manager AI. By the way, regarding the name though, I don't mind if you want to keep using your fake name. As long as I can use it to identify you, it would not be a problem to me. Yatsubayashi's face slightly stiffened. The remote body, which still had Taial's face, was smiling as if it was a normal human. Chapter 191, Ominous Deal. After Akira got his new set of equipment with the help of Shizuka, he took his new vehicle for a drive to the Higuraka residence ruin. His new vehicle was an APC fully refitted for traversing the wasteland. It had a cargo hold filled with ammo and his new bike behind it, which made it too big to go through certain places inside the ruin. Akira was planning to take his bike instead if he had to go through smaller roads. As for his new guns, he brought with him a pair of modified and enhanced SSB multi-weapon rifles, and just like last time, he bought an augmented suit that came with the maintenance cupboard. As a matter of fact, he bought an augmented suit from the same high-end line of product as his previous one, and not to forget the coat, which was equipped with force field armor and camouflage capability. Plus the ammo and other consumables, Akira spent 1.6 billion orum this time. Putting aside whether those were suitable equipment for a rank 42 hunter, as expected, it was a huge amount of money for the current Akira. In order to get a big enough garage for his new vehicle, Akira also had to pay a renovator to expand his garage, which also increased his rent. As such, he was rather strapped for money at the moment. In order to recover from that situation, Akira decided to sell the rest of the relics that he had stockpiled inside his house. His goal going to the Higuraka residence ruin this time was just like previous times, to trick others on where he got those relics from. Of course, there were already some hunters that noticed Akira was trying to trick them. But if he kept going to the Higuraka residence ruin even after knowing so, those hunters would start to question their guesses again. Viola was also helping by spreading that rumor as well, or at least, that was what Alpha told him. It had been quite some time since the last time he had visited Higuraka residence ruin. As expected, the hunters who were searching for relics in that ruin using old-world information-gathering devices were already nowhere to be found. Or at least, that was what he thought. He was dumbfounded to find that he was mistaken when he arrived in Higuraka residence ruin. There were multiple vehicles parked around the ruin, and judging from their size, they must have been made for humans. Huge machineries were busy round the clock tearing down buildings as hunters were standing on guard around the area. There were also people trying to find relics among the torn-down buildings. Compared to before, the ruin was filled with more people. Alpha, what the heck is going on here? No idea. Let's ask someone who might know. Alpha pointed at the hunters. Among those hunters guarding the area, Akira spotted Colbert and the children from Cheryl's gang. Colbert noticed Akira coming at him. Akira? Do you still have something to do in this barren ruin? If you came here to trick people about where you got your relics from, this place is already too popular for you to do so. Or is it that you really did hide your relics here? In that case, you have my condolences. That is not important, so what in the world is going on here? No matter how you look at it, it's strange to see this as the continuation of the ruckus from last time. Colbert raised his eyebrows and lightly smiled. Oh, you don't know, huh? When you were working in Kuzuhara ruin, there was a small incident, and this is the after effect from that incident. Incident? What incident? They found old-world equipment to connect to the old-world domain and it's still working. I heard that it fetched quite a lot of money when they brought that back to the hunter office. So the people here are basically searching the ruin for similar relics. Akira's gaze inadvertently turned toward the ruin. But still, isn't it overkill for them to do this? They're basically destroying the ruin. I bet that's just how much that relic cost. Although the first sale price is not revealed to the public, I heard that there are multiple corporations fighting for it. I don't know who found it, but he must be one lucky bastard. Working as a hunter means to gamble with one's life, thus most hunters believed that they could earn a huge amount of money to justify risking their lives. Then from time to time, a really lucky hunter would appear, albeit very rarely, but it was enough to reaffirm other hunters to keep chasing their dream. This was the huge force that pushed ruin exploration in the Eastern District. The scene in front of Akira was a simple manifestation of that dream. As a matter of fact, Akira himself was one of those hunters chasing such a dream. According to the rumor, the one who found that relic originally found an empty secret room. He was so enraged that he started destroying the walls around him, which led to him finding that relic. I heard that he only found out that it was an old-world communication device after he got that relic appraised in the Relic Exchange Center. He originally brought that relic to the Exchange Center thinking that it should at least bring him a bit of money and did not expect it to be a jackpot. I know this kind of thing happens from time to time in the hunter world, but I heard that the person went through a lot of things after that. Like getting confined in the hunter office since they thought he was someone who can connect to the old world domain. Well, he was released afterwards though after knowing that he was not. But in the end, it was nothing but a rumor, so I don't know if it's real or not. Colbert said so casually, but Akira could not help but frown as he flusteredly said, I see, well, so you're basically here to look for relics too, huh? Not exactly, I was hired as a guard. Since that last battle, the guards get paid pretty well to watch out for the remaining monsters. To be honest, the money is pretty good. We get paid quite a lot of money just to stand here doing nothing. That's why I brought along Ario and the other guys to fill the member quota. This is a good chance for them to get some experience as amateur hunters. Ario and the other children there had registered themselves as hunters. They were basically working as hunters affiliated with Cheryl's gang, and they occasionally got requests from Cheryl and Viola's connections. Since they brought along decent equipment from Katsuragi when they registered their names, they started as rank 10 hunters, which were way above Akira's when he first registered himself as a hunter. Are you really okay bringing Ario and the other children just to fill the member quota? Those big monsters are pretty strong, you know? Well, even if those monsters actually show up, I bet the other hunters would happily hunt them down first. So these guys won't even have the chance to fight those monsters. Well, even if they do, they can just provide support from afar using rocket launchers. If you're that worried, how about joining us? No thanks, I have other things to do here. Later then. Akira then walked toward the ruin. But his image suddenly blurred into the surroundings. Colbert, who saw that, could not hide his surprise. Camouflage, huh? With this many hunters in this place, I bet he knows all too well that there are no longer any monsters in this ruin, right? Then why did he do that? A lot of questions popped up inside Colbert's mind. Although he had his guesses, he could not ask Akira for confirmation. After all, it would not end well for him if Akira suspected him of trying to find the location of Akira's relics. Colbert was standing there feeling troubled for a few seconds before he decided to just forget about it and return back to his job. Akira turned on the camouflage on his coat and went into the ruin. The coat was equipped with a hood, and it was big enough to hide Akira's 2 rifles under it. Although the hood was designed to cover his face and its camouflage would not be complete without it, Akira deliberately let a part of his hood open. Since some hunters believed that putting something on their head would lower their awareness during battle, Alpha allowed Akira to do it instead of having his focus disrupted if he covered his face with the hood. The coat's surface blended with the color of its surroundings due to the optical camouflaging unit installed on it. Although it did not make Akira invisible by bending the light, it was good enough to hide him. And in order to prevent other non-optical sensors from discovering him, he turned on a jamming device created using force field technology. One of the hunters in the area noticed the signal from Akira in his information-gathering device suddenly dim. He inadvertently turned toward Akira's direction. But since there was nothing worth noting, he returned back, keeping his eyes on his information-gathering device. Similar things happened a few times after that. Akira was honestly surprised at how effective the camouflage was. They didn't notice me even when I was pretty close by. If only I knew that it is this effective, I would have bought it sooner. But Alpha reminded Akira not to get too confident. It might be because their information-gathering devices are set to detect the larger monsters, so it doesn't work well to detect a relatively small object like you. Moreover, there are many monsters out there that can easily detect this level of camouflage. Furthermore, it consumes energy, so it's not like you can turn it on all the time. So don't drop your guard just because you're using it, okay? I know. By the way, do you think this thing works against those big monsters? Maybe. You at least wouldn't need to hide under the rubbles after the rain stopped. I see. As I thought, I should have bought it sooner. Akira frowned a bit. In the back of his mind, he honestly just thought that if he encountered a monster, he just had to beat it. It was an obvious answer. And since he was able to do that in all of his encounters up until now, it cemented that line of thinking to his brain. But as expected, being able to avoid fighting left a huge impression on him to the point that he even started considering the option of hiding and avoiding fighting. Not to mention that he had to pay for his own ammo again now, so he wanted to avoid any fighting that might consume a lot of ammo if it was possible. This line of thinking kept cycling through his mind as he continued going deeper into the ruin. But still, to think that an old-world communication device can be that expensive, it might be a good idea to keep one even if I won't sell it. Akira sounded as if he was regretting his decision, but Alpha quickly shot that suggestion down. That would be a bad idea. If you have one, you'll start thinking about how to turn it into money without alerting anyone. It would be bad if it distracts you, and it would be worse if you have an idea on how to do that since you would not be able to help but try. Then you would fail and it would end really badly. Remember that the person who found it by pure chance got confined? If it was you, they would keep prodding you even if you show the slightest possibility and it would be too late before you even notice it. Akira imagined what would happen afterwards and shivered. You're right, that would be a bad idea. Alright then, let's just be glad that someone else found it instead of me, so now I know what would happen if it was me. Alpha smiled happily seeing Akira was completely over it. Akira wandered around inside the ruin after that with his camouflage still on. It served as training to help him get used to using that camouflage as well as to trick other people. After all, a hunter, wearing a camouflage coat, wandering around inside a ruin filled with other hunters would make people guess why he did that. That was also the reason why Akira let Colbert and his friends see him turning on his camouflage. If Akira knew that there were still old-world information terminals left in the ruin, or if Akira really had a hidden stash in that ruin, it would have been a fatal blunder. But at the same time, it would also make hunters doubt if it was really a blunder or not. The rumor about the existence of old-world terminals in Higuraka Residence ruin and that Akira knew where to find them died down after no one could find anything in that ruin. But the discovery of the old-world communication device rekindled that rumor. Akira was glad that not that many hunters believed in that rumor, otherwise, the ruin would be filled with more hunters. Although Akira himself did not know if it was really working or not, after he walked around the ruin to adjust the believability of that rumor, he received a call from Viola. Akira, do you have some time? I'm working right now. If it's nothing of emergency, can you put it for later? It has something to do with your job as a hunter. I know you have finished your last request and now you're going back hunting for relics, right? And you're in the Higuraka Residence ruin right now, right? Akira never told anyone where he was going, but Viola already knew. He went silent for a bit, guessing where she got that information from. That's so, what is it? If you're going to gather more of those old-world information terminals, there's no need to sell them bit by bit, you can just sell all of them to me. One of my connections is actually looking for them, you know. I don't know whether I would get any until I'm done searching. But you did find some already, no? Although Viola said that casually, she also sounded that she was sure of what she said. Akira had no skill to identify whether she really knew or it was just a bluff. Even if I did, I promised Katsuragi that I would bring them to him first, and I have no reason to change that. Don't worry, I already discussed it with Katsuragi. Akira paused again. Viola then continued without waiting for his reply. It seems that you're putting some effort to falsify where you get those relics from, but if you sell them to me, you don't need to do that anymore, you know? If you're suspicious of me scheming something, don't worry, I'm not. It's true that I'm doing a lot of things behind the scene, but it's for the sake of keeping my promise to you and helping Cheryl's gang earn more money. So yep, I'm working hard to keep my promise to you, you know. The only thing that Akira could gather from those words was that Viola was not an honest girl. But if he did something to prevent her from keeping her promise to him, then it would be counterproductive. As he thought so, he finally made his decision. Alright, I'll visit Cheryl's base later. About that though, if it's possible, I want you to bring the relics yourself. It's a request from my client. Just think of it as showing my sincerity to my client. I won't force you, but you'll be able to get more money from the relics if you do so. I'll send you the place and time after this. If it's impossible for you, just let me know and I'll do my best to adjust it. Are we going to check the relics there too? No, I trust you regarding the quality of the relics, and it doesn't seem the client is questioning my reliability either. Well, don't worry, even if the client checks it later and finds that it doesn't fit his expectation, I would be the one he would complain to. And don't worry, I'll also be the one paying the money to you. I'll pay you a suitable amount of money and I won't reduce it just because the client complains. Akira checked the time and place sent to him and tilted his head. But considering that it was from Viola's connection and that the original relic was first sold in the exchange center of the slum city, he thought that there was no problem with that time and place except that he did not have much leeway in terms of time. Alright, I'm good with the time and place. I'll be heading there now. Thanks. Later then. Viola closed the call. Akira then noticed Alpha staring at him. Akira, it's not like I'm telling you not to accept that offer, but are you really okay with it? It would be a waste to just leave those relics inside my house anyway, so I'm okay with it as long as I can sell them at a good price safely. And if it causes me some trouble afterwards, I can use that against Viola next time. This time for sure, I'll blow her head off. Alpha was not so sure what to think of Akira, who seemed to be weirdly apathetic about that matter. Although, it was one of the good things about him. After all, he once turned apathetic even toward Elena and Sarah, who once affected his priority. But the question here would now be whether Alpha herself could be apathetically treated by Akira one day. Although Alpha wanted to confirm it, she could not afford to test it. After all, the act of testing would be enough to increase the possibility. That was one thing that she knew for sure after being together with him for some time. What's wrong? HM? It's nothing. Let's hurry up to the meeting place as not to miss your chance to blow Viola's head off. That it's not like I took that offer so that I have an excuse to kill her, you know. Although Alpha was joking there, Akira was not completely sure that she was joking and smiled bitterly. He then turned off his camouflage and exited the ruin. Akira was waiting for Viola's client inside one of the abandoned buildings in the Kuzusuhara ruin. He had already taken off his camouflage, although he brought along both of his SSB multi-weapon rifles. Both of them were pointed down. Akira himself was busy keeping his eyes on his information terminal while scanning his surroundings for enemies. But still, this is a rather suspicious place for making a deal. This would be super weird if it were a normal honest deal. Well, I'm sure that Viola's client would want to hide where he get the relics from, so it would be a good thing for you too. True. Alpha smiled at Akira and Akira replied with a smile too. It's time, they're coming. A guy carefully peeked into the room from a door. He then noticed Akira and carefully entered the room. Viola's contact, I presume. Yes. The relics. Akira used one of his SSB rifles and pointed to his rucksack lying not too far from him. The guy opened the rucksack to check its content and confirmed that the rucksack was filled with the aforementioned relic, the old world information terminals. Is this everything? Yeah, if you have anything to complain, say that to Viola. The guy closed the rucksack. I heard that Viola will handle the payment. If you want to, you can go ahead and call Viola to confirm the transfer. It's fine. Well then, we have a deal then. So, who would leave first? In that case, I'll go first. Sure, go ahead. The guy then shut up and stood there with a serious face while staring at Akira. Akira then carefully left the room, got to his bike that he parked near the building, and returned back to his vehicle that he parked a bit further away since he could not bring it through the small road. Akira had a rather troubled look. What can I say? That one felt like a super secretive deal, the one that would warrant death to anyone unrelated who discovered about that deal. Well, I expected that much from the fact that they set the meeting place to be inside a ruin. It's the kind of place where it's normal to find dead corpses, with its location being somewhere hunters exploring the ruin would not normally stumble to. Although, it was not as secretive as one would expect if it was a secret deal, But it's not like someone would ambush me on my way back, right? When that happens, you just need to kill them and make sure to kill Viola too afterwards. Alpha smiled, showing that there should be no problem at all. Akira smiled bitterly and rode his vehicle through the ruin. The guy who was left behind inside the building contacted his friend through a non-wave communication device. He also sent the picture of the inside of the rucksack through the camera installed in his prosthetic eye. I got the relics, but I don't know about their quality. Should I return back and get them checked first? The person on the other side of the call replied with a serious voice. No, you don't have to do that. It'll leave a record if you get them checked inside the city. After all, these are old-world information terminals. Bring them to the next location. Once the preparation is done, call the hunters and let them find the relics. They can then confirm the quality of the relics afterwards. It would be too much work to readjust the appraisal result afterwards if we appraise the relics beforehand. Roger that. By the way, it seems that the hunters assigned to find the relics are Yanagisawa's men though. Are you sure it will be fine? They might just snatch the relics, you know? I've accepted that risk. Since they're working under that man, even if they get suspicious of the relics, most of them would prefer not to dig too deep. The problem here would be whether they would be able to find the relics. Although it depends on their luck, they should be able to find the relics just fine if they are at least as good as common hunters. But in the case they can't, we will send our own hunters. Alright then go. Once you're done placing the relics, stay around the area to keep your eyes on the hunters from afar. If they don't contact you after they discover the relics, or if they're trying to keep the relics for themselves, disguise yourself as a robber and kill them. We can send you reinforcements if you need. Roger that, we'll start the operation now. Good luck. The guy closed the call and vanished. The powerful camouflage device was something that he received from his boss, which indicated how careful the person he was on the call with just now, and how important this operation was. Chapter 192, An Invitation to Explore the Ruin. Akira was driving his APC aimlessly through the wasteland. Although he accepted a monster hunting request, it was not like he was expecting to earn money from it. If someone asked him what he was doing, he would answer that he was just taking a casual drive through the wasteland to get himself used to his new vehicle and equipment. Although Akira returned back to hunting for relics, he was actually not sure which ruin to go to. There were too many things that happened in Kuzuzuhara ruin lately, so he had no plans to go there anytime soon. He did consider continuing to look for the other Lion Steel Corporation facilities from the information that he had extracted from the corporation's terminal last time, but there was a chance for him to find an old-world communication device like the rumored hunter. In the worst-case scenario, some corporations might send people to investigate the place, which might be traced back to Akira, thus he decided not to do that. It would be a waste of time doing nothing but pondering on this back at home, so Akira decided to go out to the wasteland. After all, he might get some idea out there. But unfortunately, he still had no good idea even now. It showed just how haphazard Akira was. Akira was driving while thinking where to go next. Alpha watched him from his side while sitting on the driver's assistant seat and smiled at him. What should I do now? Akira, that would be the 15th time. Are you seriously counting? Not really, it's just stored in my temporary record. It's just like how you remember what you did 10 seconds ago. It's not like you remember it because it has any special meaning to you, right? Is that so? Yup. Akira did not seem to be fully convinced by that answer, but his focus immediately shifted to the monster signal that suddenly appeared on his radar. He stopped his APC and stepped off from the driver's seat. He focused his information-gathering device to scan the direction of that monster. The monster was a 6-legged beast, but instead of fur, its body was covered by reptile-like scales. An amalgamation of mechanical parts that looked like a machine gun was perching on top of its back. That's a huge monster. Is it the leftover after that day? It seems that nothing is special about it except its size. Its long-range weapon has already been destroyed. There are also leftovers from gunpowder on its body. Judging from the already dried liquid flowing out from its wounds, it might have run from a nearby battle. Wait, does that mean that I'll be snatching someone else's prey if I kill it? Well, it doesn't really matter. Larger-sized monsters were assigned with a special reward, so there were many hunters who were focused on hunting these big monsters. Akira remembered about that and hesitated, but he then decided to just kill it anyway. Even if there were hunters who were chasing that monster after injuring it that far, it was not enough of a reason to just leave it alone when it was coming towards him. After all, being a hunter was a dangerous job and no one could guarantee their survival. Akira aimed his SSB rifle in his right hand at the monster. He then looked away and pulled the trigger. The first bullet ripped through the air and landed straight at the monster's head. The same thing also happened for the rest of the bullets that he shot. Thanks to all the training and all the battles that he had gone through, as long as he properly aimed his rifle and there was nothing disrupting him, Akira could accurately shoot his target. So his training moved on to the next stage. The view from the rifle's scope was displayed into a small window in his sight. Akira was to accurately aim at his target without directly looking at it. He had to accurately shoot his target using the signal from his information-gathering device. Up until now, he did that with the help of Alpha, but this time he was training to do that on his own. The result until now was not that bad. So, in short, Akira was able to do that on some occasions. This gave him a glimpse of hope that he would be able to accomplish things that he had originally thought to be impossible. Alpha did once say to him that she would eventually have him do the things, which he could only do with her help, on his own. If Alpha said so, it meant that it was possible for him to do it. But at the same time, Akira also thought that he was still very far away from that point. And then, although it was thanks to his new equipment, he was able to reach that point. Akira could feel that he had truly become stronger. The monster finally slumped down after a barrage of bullets. Although the bullets were nothing but normal bullets with no extra firepower, which could not deal fatal injury to the monster, it was compensated by Akira's accurate shooting. Akira himself smiled with satisfaction from the result, which was rather rare for him. Didn't expect that I would be able to do that using normal bullets. Well, I did that at a rather close range and emptied one huge magazine though. You're paying for your ammo again now, so it's better to use normal bullets when you can. It's not like your high-rank hunter discount can get you free bullets after all. You're absolutely right. Although I don't have to pay that much money thanks to the discount, I need to pay for my bullets again now. I really need to get used to this again. Akira brought along with him a lot of reserve ammo thanks to the huge storage area in his APC. He did not shy away from filling his storage with the expensive extended magazine. He was going to use those magazines when he had to go into the inner part of the ruin where he could not bring his APC along with him. For the sake of his training as well, instead of using a bullet that could kill his opponent in one shot, Akira was using normal bullets with relatively low firepower. As Akira was about to head back, he suddenly stopped. His information-gathering device detected a vehicle heading in his direction. That vehicle was actually chasing the huge monster that it fought not too long ago in order to deliver the final killing blow. Reina was sitting on the driver's assistant seat next to Togami, who was driving the vehicle. Hurry up! Otherwise, other hunters might snatch that monster. It wasn't easy destroying its weapon. It can't be helped, you know. As I thought, we should have shot its legs first. No. Destroying its weapon comes first. It is thanks to that we can drive straight at it safely like this. Sure, but it's meaningless if it gets away from us. But you're the one who said to prioritize safety first. And you said that it won't get away and we would be able to kill it. Reina and Togami were bickering, but it was not intense, it was more like a friendly exchange kind of bickering. Kane, who was sitting in the back seat, smiled teasingly at their exchange and said, "You guys are as close as usual." Reina and Togami immediately paused for a bit, then looked at each other and stopped bickering. The last time that happened, they ended up giving the exact same reaction, which proved that they were indeed close to each other. Putting that aside, we need to hurry up. I know we're almost there. Kane smiled amusedly and thought that although they gave a different response this time, it still showed that they were close to each other. In contrast to that, Shirori, who was also sitting in the back seat, looked rather displeased. From her point of view, Togami was a bit too rude toward Reina, and it seemed that Reina was influenced by those words and replied in a rather unladylike manner. "Milady, Togami-sama. I understand that both of you are in high tension from the battle and it's important to maintain your calm, but it's just as important to watch your words to make sure not to disrupt your focus toward the fight. As such, I don't recommend raising your voice unnecessarily. In the worst-case scenario, it might affect the escort after all." "Ah, right, sorry." "Ah, yes, sorry." Reina and Togami awkwardly apologized. Then after an audible sigh from Shiori from behind, their faces turned slightly serious as they focused back on the job at hand. They then checked the sensor in the vehicle for the monster that they were chasing. But from the information displayed in the sensor, they were able to immediately infer that another hunter had already taken out that monster and they hung their head low. "Ah, we were too late. Sorry, I didn't make it in time. It can't be helped. If we had prioritized more on killing that monster instead of our own safety, the result might have been worse than this. So let's just take this positively." Although they were bickering that much just now, they were able to immediately accept that disappointing result without blaming each other. It showed that they really had grown as hunters. "That's so, what do you want to do? It was originally our target and we did fight it first, so if we point that out, the other party might at least share the achievement. You're the leader for today, so I leave that to your decision. But if you want to talk with them, you do the negotiation too, okay?" Alright. I guess I'll at least give it a try. Since Togami focused his vision on the hunter in front of him, his information-gathering device automatically analyzed the data and identified the other hunter, and it was a hunter whom he knew. It was Akira. Akira accepted Togami's proposal without much negotiation at all, or more like, it was not even a negotiation. Reina's party was surprised thanks to that. Is that really okay with you? Well, we're thankful that you would do that, but... Yeah, I don't mind at all, so you can do anything you want with that monster. But? Akira was so cooperative this time that Reina and Togami did not know how to react to it. But when they were about to pursue the reason, Shiori noticed that Akira really did not care about that monster at all. So pursuing that subject would be a bad decision, thus she interjected before Reina and Togami could prolong the negotiation. "Akira-sama, we will take your kind offer. Milady, Togami-sama, let's not bother Akira-sama any further and process the kill registration." Alright Akira, thank you." Reina and Togami split the administration job to register the kill and started processing the report. It was a special target with a special reward, so it needed a special report. Although it was not as troublesome as the report for Bounty Monster, it was still more work than the usual report. They used their hunter ID and hunter code to register the contributor in the report. They then sent the information from their radar and information-gathering device as well as the information of the defeated monster by scanning it. If there was a need to divide the reward, they would also send that together with the report. After they sent the report to the hunter office, a staff member would check the data before sending a confirmation, and that would be the end of the reporting process. Akira left that process to Togami and Reina. If the report emphasized more on Reina's party's contribution, both the achievement and the reward would mostly go to them. Akira left the process to them not because he trusted them, it was more because it was too much work for him. Kane stood next to Akira and smiled at him. Well, wasn't that so kind of you, Akira? It's just that I have no plans to get into an endless argument with any of you. Considering the endless bickering that it might cause if they lost the chance of getting the special reward, and how they were in the middle of the lawless wasteland with Kane and Shiori, both of whom couldn't be taken lightly. Although they did not exchange words, their glances and awkwardly shared understanding of the situation were enough to convey their respective opinions. By the way, Akira, what is your hunter rank right now? I have no obligation to answer that question. Geez, it's not like you'll lose anything anyway. In exchange, I'll tell you my rank. Right now I am dash. Not interested. I don't care if you want to tell yours, I won't tell mine. That's so mean. Well, I know your hunter code, so I can just look at it on the hunter office site. Kane pulled out her information terminal and opened the hunter office site and entered Akira's hunter code. She then seemed rather surprised as she browsed Akira's information with an amused yet sly smile and sent meaningful glances at him from time to time. Oh, I see. You're that kind of hunter. Akira did not show any reaction at all since he felt he would lose if he did and just ignored Kane's mumbling. Once Togami and Reina were done with the report and returned back, Kane smiled and said to everyone, Akira, it doesn't seem like you're busy, so how about coming together with us? Togami, you're okay with that, right? Togami looked troubled by that sudden suggestion. Putting aside whether it's a yes or no, I'm the leader today, you know? So don't make offers on your own without my permission like that. Well, there's no need to be that wary. If Akira is going to join us, I'll give you permission to hunt that automaton and I don't mind helping out too. Really? Togami suddenly seemed to take that suggestion positively. But this time, it was Shiori who looked troubled instead. Wait for a sec there, what do you mean by that? It's fine, isn't it? It must be some kind of fate that we meet here. I also agree that we can't give Togami and Milady permission to fight that monster if we're not allowed to help them. But if Akira is with them, I think it's fine to give them that permission, you know. Why do you think so? To be honest, I'm getting tired of having to keep interjecting when Togami and Milady are having their time flirting with each other. Why did you bring up Togami there? Reina suddenly intervened, as her party understood what they were talking about and continued talking. Akira, who did not understand what they were talking about, sighed and said in a stern tone, Can you explain it to me in a way that I can understand? If you can't, I'm leaving now. Everyone suddenly paused. Kane then lightly pushed Togami's back. Now then, Togami. It's time for negotiation. Explain it to Akira in a way that would interest him and get an okay from him. If you can't do that here, I won't give you that permission. Togami still looked troubled as he was pushed in front of Akira, who then looked into his eyes. Togami tensed up and squeezed his brain to piece together what to say there. Due to certain circumstances, Togami and Reina had been working together these past few days. They swapped leader positions every day as they explored ruins, fought monsters, and gathered experience together as hunters. When Reina was the leader, Shiori would join the team under her. But when Togami was the leader, she would join Kane as a mere observer. Today, Togami was the leader, so today's main fighting power was only Togami and Reina. They actually received certain information from their connection about an old-world automaton roaming a certain area inside the ruin. But Shiori and Kane prohibited them from going to that ruin since they lacked fighting power. Although it would not pose any problem if the four of them went together, for the sake of training for Togami and Reina, it was a relatively dangerous place when they did not include Kane and Shiori. Shiori warned Reina and Togami, but then Kane said that she might change that under a certain condition. The information about the automaton was rather credible. It at least had better credibility than a mere rumor. And right now, the same information had already circulated among the hunters. Togami properly explained to Akira that they had also considered the possibility of that information being wrong. That was when Kane intervened. Togami, isn't it better if you hide that part or at least try to feign ignorance? I have no plans to do that to a hunter that I'm making a deal with. Oh, you're more earnest than I thought. I'm normal, it's just that your personality is too rotten. Kira seemed surprised there. He always thought that Kane was the normal one. Because of that, Togami, who was earnestly trying to make an honest deal, looked rather upright from his point of view. Both Togami and Reina had the same opinion about hunting the old-world automaton. After all, such a monster was highly valued. Had Kane and Shiori not stopped them, they would have gone hunting for that monster. But if Kane changed her mind, Shiori, who was still against it, would be in the minority. Shiori then expressed her disagreement in a non-direct way. When Drankum allowed Togami-sama to join us, Shikarabi-sama told us to make you handle any trouble on your own. Thus, asking for Akira-sama's help here would be against that order. That I believe that getting other hunters help with our own effort and handling the reward distribution on our own are well under the category of handling the situation with our own ability though. As training for us to be full-fledged hunters, making decisions under our discretion is also a type of skill. If I'm mistaken, then Shikarabe's evaluation of me would go down, but that will be all there is to it. Togami then looked at Akira again. He faced Akira properly as a negotiation opponent. You might see us as one party, but I'm asking you here as an individual. I want you to accompany us, and if there are any problems, I'll take full responsibility. Let me confirm this first. This is just an invitation to explore a ruin together, right? It's not like you want to pay me to come with you, and it's not like I will be placed under your command in the team, right? I have no idea how much fighting power you think I can provide, but I will only fight the way I want to. So I won't try to suit your expectation, just so you know, I won't take any complaint, okay? I don't mind. If we're not strong enough, we can just retreat. Then how are you going to share the reward? Basically, everyone will get the same share. Any further adjustment can be discussed later. After all, if we really get to find the automaton, it's not like we can break it down and divide it equally among us. Since each of us would sell the parts through different routes, I'm pretty sure that would cause some trouble later down the line. But if you have any complaint at that point, you can say that to me. Akira stopped asking and paused for a bit. Togami was waiting for Akira's answer with bated breath. All right, I'll come with you. Oh, are you sure? Yeah. It might be interesting to check a ruin that might have old-world stuff like that old-world automaton even if we don't find anything in the end. Togami and Reina smiled happily. Kane also seemed to be delighted by that outcome. But in contrast to that, Shiori frowned as if she was deep in thought. Akira together with Reina's party went to the rumored ruin. In order to clear up the rest of the deal, Togami was sitting in the driver's assistant seat in Akira's vehicle. In the middle of their discussion, Akira asked about the credibility of their information, to which Togami told Akira to keep it a secret before starting to explain it to him. After listening to his explanation, Akira frowned. There was a good chance the source of that information came from the old-world communication device discovered in the Higuraka residence ruin not too long ago. Alpha, are we going to the same ruin from that information that we got from Lion Steel's information terminal? It's not. Then it's just a coincidence, huh? Maybe not exactly. My bet is that some corporation paid Chrome in exchange for that information. Although Lion Steel mainly dealt with dispatching holographic workers, it might have had some kind of service to dispatch humanoid robots for people who wanted to get workers with real bodies. So, basically, that old-world communication device can be used by anyone, not only limited to people who can connect to the old-world domain like me, huh? With the right connection device, anyone can connect to the old-world domain. Not to mention that there's a good chance that the aforementioned corporation has someone who can connect to the old-world domain with them. I see. Then it's safe to assume that other people already know about the location of the old-world terminal, huh? Although I was the one who found the Yanazuka Station ruin, I wonder if it's going to be okay. I hope they won't look for me. It's not like they have evidence that you were the one who found that ruin, so there's a slim chance it would lead to you. It's also not that rare for hunters to find undiscovered ruin, so it should be fine. I hope you're right. Akira's expression was changing from one to another as he was talking with Alpha through telepathy, and Togami noticed that. What's wrong? It's nothing. I just thought that if that corporation was able to get such important information, wouldn't it be better for them to search that ruin themselves before that information leaked out? Akira was actually just spouting something random to hide his telepathic conversation with Alpha, but after hearing that, Togami smiled wryly and explained. I actually thought so too and said the same to Shikarabe. He then laughed at me and said that it's our job as hunters to read what might lie behind it. Akira seemed to be a bit surprised by that. So Togami then continued and told Akira what Shikarabe said to him. If that information was really enough to lead them to the old-world automaton, it would be strange that information even reached Togami. After all, even if that information leaked out, the corporation would have done something to prevent such important information from spreading. In reality, the corporation might have secured the automata, and a member of that corporation tried to earn some extra money from selling that information. Or maybe the corporation found out that the automaton was located in a dangerous place, so after calculating the risk and return, instead of sending a unit to retrieve it, they chose to get someone to find it and buy it later. They might have intentionally shared the information with certain hunters who were more likely to sell that automaton to them. Or maybe instead of the automaton itself, the corporation was more interested in other things located in that ruin, like the relics or maybe the old world facilities that could be found there. And in order to retrieve those relics or old world facilities, they had to clear up the monsters in that ruin, so they intentionally spread that information to use the automaton as bait and make hunters do the heavy lifting and remove the monsters for them. It might even be that the information about the automaton itself was a complete lie and it was fabricated only to bait hunters to go to that ruin in order to reduce the overall difficulty of exploring that ruin. If that was the case, the informant is most likely aiming for something completely different in that ruin. Shikarabe also told Togami many other guesses and speculations that he had. Togami then proceeded to convey all of that to Akira. Akira had the same expression as Togami, just like when Shikarabe told him that. He then said that being a hunter means to consider all of these possibilities, make a decision based on them, and find a way to earn a profit from it. Akira smiled bitterly. It was especially hurting for him since he had been wandering aimlessly these past few days. Although he understood what Shikarabe said was true, it still was not pleasant to hear. Alpha, who noticed that, smiled amusedly at Akira. Akira, you should learn from him, you know? You can go ahead and curse my bad luck for that one. If I consider the possibility of getting attacked by a swarm of monsters every time I go out in the wasteland, I would always end up in red no matter what. That would mean that it's better if I don't go out at all, you know? It's so like you not being able to just laugh that off, isn't it? Alpha's smile turned bitter. Akira thought that his answer was actually effective to stop her from teasing him. Though he was just giving a random answer, he smiled, satisfied. What's wrong? It's nothing. I just thought that if you consider all of those possibilities, doesn't that mean it's unlikely for that rumor to be true? And here I thought you didn't want to trick other hunters that you're making a deal with. Akira casually said so with a light smile, so Togami also replied with a similar smile. What are you talking about? I did tell you that there's a possibility it's the wrong piece of information, right? I'm just telling you the rest of the information that I have, you know? Well, as long as we don't have any problem with our fighting power, there's no loss in at least checking it. That's what I thought. Or more like, that's what Shikarabe thought. Does this have something to do with Shikarabe by any chance? Well, not directly, but, well, it's complicated. Although I'm working with Reina right now, it's actually training for me as well as for Reina. It seems like Shikarabe had a deal with Shirori or something. So, yeah, it's complicated. Togami started talking about his conversation with Shikarabe while sounding rather depressed. Chapter 193, Togami's Training. Not too long after the incident in Saranthal Building, Shikarabe was enjoying his drink in a pub with his friends. That was when Togami suddenly came with a sturdy-looking case. Shikarabe frowned and looked obviously annoyed. This is not a place for a brat like you. Although Shikarabe had a better opinion about Togami after that battle in Mihazono Ruin, it still did not change the fact that he did not exactly like him. The mix of the alcohol in his blood and the fact that Togami was interrupting his drinking made Shikarabe's voice harsher than usual. But Togami was not affected at all. He looked at Shikarabe with a serious face. I heard that you had called Akira to this place for negotiation. He's fine. It was a negotiation regarding a job as fellow hunters in the first place, and being a hunter has nothing to do with age. But I'm a hunter too. Shikarabe snorted. You're just a brat. Do you really think you're a full-blown hunter now after getting quite a lot of money during that request in Mihazono Ruin? That only put you in the starting line, you know. But even so, Togami still had a sharp and serious look on his face. He did not show any reaction toward that mockery. Seeing that, Shikarabe sobered up a bit and lightly sighed. So, what is it? Just tell me what you have to say and leave. I'm in the middle of drinking here and I have no plans to share it with you. I'm here with a request. A request? I heard nothing from Drankum though. Shikarabe opened his information terminal to check again, and as he expected, there was no message regarding that subject. In the first place, you can just call me instead of coming to me yourself, you know? Well, it doesn't really matter right now. So, what is it? Togami gathered his resolve and said, "It has nothing to do with Drankum. This is an individual request from me to you, and it's not a formal request through the hunter office either." Togami placed the sturdy-looking case on top of the table and opened its contents to show it to Shikarabi, who still seemed slightly confused. As a hunter, Shikarabi seemed mildly surprised, but the waitress girls were all stunned. The case was filled with currency notes. The reward is 30 million orum and it's all paid up front. Shikarabi's gaze shifted to the case, then to Togami. He understood that Togami was being serious, which made him hesitate. "Well, I'll at least listen to what this request is about. I want you to train me. At least until you would accept me as a hunter, and even beyond that if it's possible." Shikarabi did not expect that at all as he raised his eyebrows. During that incident in the Saranthal building, Togami had a good look at his real strength, the fact that he was weak, but he accepted it as fact and wished to be stronger. The strength that he was seeking was not the strength from his equipment, but the real strength coming from himself that he could be proud of. After fumbling around for an answer to how he could reach that goal, he finally made a decision. To be honest, Togami hated Shikarabi's guts. But he could not deny that Shikarabi was a strong hunter, strong enough to rightfully mock him. So his conclusion was to ask Shikarabi to train him. Togami closed the case. "Just tell me if you won't do it, I'll try asking someone else." Togami did not even try to soften his words, it showed just how serious he was. So Shikarabi's face turned serious and he replied, "This 30 million orum, it's the whole reward from that request in Mihazono Ruin, right? You do know that I can just take the money and report it to the hunter office since I'm sure you took them out without their approval first, right? Then it's my fault for offering this to you." Togami did not make that offer without much thought. He understood well that he might be throwing the money that he got through hard work down the drain when he decided to make that offer. Shikarabi understood that very well from Togami's answer as he started laughing. He then smiled sharply and looked at Togami with an amused face. "Very well, but I won't take that reward as you proposed. Sorry, but this is all I can offer, so I can't pay you more than this." "No, it's the opposite." Togami frowned and seemed confused. Shikarabi pulled the case and opened it. He then took a bundle and pushed the case back to Togami. "I'll take only 1 million orum first and train you correspondingly to that amount of money. As a hunter, I always do all of my requests seriously. After all, it would hurt my reputation if I take 30 million orum and don't show the result after training you." Togami frowned, but Shikarabi then casually continued. "You might be questioning if I'm being serious here. If you want to show that you are serious and that you're not making this offer because you're drunk or something, then show it with your actions. Show your resolve and your talent, show it to me. That you're worthy of being trained, make me take the rest of the reward, that is, if you can." Togami firmly received the case that was pushed back to him. It symbolized his lack of worth to be trained. But he swallowed that bitter pill and looked sharply at Shikarabi. "All right, we have a deal then." "Indeed we do. Your training starts tomorrow. I'll contact you, so just go back for today." Togami then left. Shikarabi kept his eyes on Togami as he left. Once Togami was out of his sight, he once again smiled amusedly and started enjoying his drink with his newly received 1 million orum. "That he's really changed," Shikarabi mumbled, so no one could hear him. Just like he said, Shikarabi did seriously train Togami. Thanks to that, Togami had to go through grueling training. Shooting until fainting to only be woken up and continue the training. The harder the training went, the longer it felt for Togami. Not only did Shikarabi train him in practical skills, but he also taught Togami about common monsters around Kagemayama City, including the area where they usually roamed, their movement patterns, and their weak points regardless if they were biological or mechanical monsters. Then to top it off, Shikarabi also taught him an effective method to kill each of them. Togami was also often brought to an area that was way too dangerous for his skill and was sent to fight to the death against those powerful monsters. He fought those monsters desperately and somehow managed to stay alive, although he had no winning chance in the first place with his current equipment and skill. The information of that battle was recorded, and then he would look back at that battle record through a non-transparent goggle together with Shikarabe. Of course, Shikarabe would be pointing out Togami's mistakes while doing so. The majority of his opinions were shot down, and when he asked for advice, Shikarabe would point out his wrong moves. Both his practical and theoretical training was extremely hard. Even when he coughed out blood, he would swallow that blood together with medicines to make sure that his body would keep up. He had spent a lot of money on those medicines, and he was burning through them pretty quickly, adding more salt to his injury. Shikarabe kept telling Togami that he was welcome to stop anytime. So Togami had to squeeze his willpower to fight back against that temptation. While Togami was going through that grueling training from Shikarabe, Shikarabe suddenly told him to go with Reina. Although Togami was surprised by that, he then grouped up with Reina as he was told and went out to do hunter work with her. Since then, he started working with Reina, who more or less had the same fighting prowess as him. They sometimes barked orders to each other, followed each other's instructions, complained about each other's actions, and gave advice to each other. They were working with each other while regularly swapping the leader's seat. Thanks to that, Togami did not have to go through Shikarabe's grueling training anymore, and he had the chance to compare his skill with Reina's. Even during the time Togami was working with Reina, Shikarabe still tracked his battle record and gave his evaluation to Togami. Right when Shikarabe did not have much to criticize anymore, he gave Togami the information about that old-world automaton and told him to handle that information. He made sure to tell Togami to think carefully about the meaning of handling that information before making any decision. This had happened after Shikarabe received 29 million orum from him. Togami returned his focus toward Akira, who was driving the APC. After all the grueling training, he was more or less able to accurately predict someone else's skill. But as expected, Akira was still as mysterious as usual. One thing is for sure, he has gotten better equipment. But putting that aside, I feel like he's stronger than before. Wait, it's not like I know how strong he exactly was. It might be that he simply looks stronger now since I can more or less predict someone else's skills now, or is it because I simply can't accurately predict his skill? I really don't understand. Togami frowned. He was wondering if he was closer now or if the gap between him and Akira was bigger now. Akira noticed him and asked, "What?" It's nothing. By the way, I'm the leader at the moment. I won't tell you to obey me or anything, and I'm open to any complaints or critiques, but if it won't cause the team any trouble, it would be helpful if you would follow my commands." Sure. Now that they were on the same team, they had to work together. So Akira thought that it was understandable that it would cause the team trouble if he acted too independently, so he agreed with Togami's opinion. Togami frowned even more due to Akira's response. As the team leader, he had the duty to command Akira too. If he could lead Akira and make the exploration a success, he was sure that he would be able to accept himself and be confident that he had grown stronger. Togami steeled his resolve to go beyond his past self. As the team approached the ruin, they started to see greeneries around them. The ruin was practically blanketed in moss, including its floor and the walls of the abandoned buildings inside it. They could see a semi-spherical body completely blanketed in green color. Togami then said, "We're closing in on the Lida commercial district of the ruin. Reina, prepare the enhanced information gathering device. If you can get it to receive the signal, search for the dome. Is it better if I go back to that side? It's fine either way, or is it that you can't scan the signal from there? I know that you don't have the equipment, but if Akira has one, it would be great if he helps out too. Akira, can you do that? Even if you ask me so, it's not like I know what you're talking about without telling me first." Right, sorry, well. In order to clear up the lack of shared information there, Togami started explaining, including his own personal interpretation. The Lida Commercial District ruin was a huge gathering of old-world commercial facilities. The semi-spherical objects scattered there were the commercial facilities. Although it looked like a ball of plants now, they were filled with products and items. The information that Togami had hinted at an automaton warehouse located inside that ruin, but unfortunately, it did not share any more details than that. Or to be more precise, the rest of the information was indecipherable for the current human race. Even common information about location, name, coordinate, and map from the Old World era was not something that was easily decipherable for the current era's technology. Not to mention, the whole ruin had already been claimed by nature. Even if they knew the exact location, it might be unrecognizable now. For the hunters, they could search for such a location by intercepting Old World signals and check for the particular signature in their received signal. Augmented reality was not a rare thing in the Old World. Because of that, as long as hunters had the equipment to receive that signal, they would be able to see the augmented reality. Even right now, the Lida commercial district was filled with augmented reality. Reina had the equipment to intercept and display such signals. Though all the green spherical objects looked the same with the naked eyes, they had different aspects through the augmented reality display. Reina's equipment was high-class equipment that could receive all types of signals. It shined the most when it was used in the middle of the Lida commercial district, which was filled with signals. Togami wanted to go closer to that ruin to check the performance of his information-gathering device, but Shirori stopped him. As Akira said that he did not have such a device, Togami transferred from Akira's APC back to Reina's vehicle. Alpha, who was floating in front of Akira, vanished and reappeared on the driver assistance seat that was empty. I can though? Are you sure you're okay saying that you can't? I don't have the equipment for that, so it would be weird to say that I can. And also, there's no need to append that information into my view. They might get suspicious if I start reacting to things that I can see only with your support. You have a point there. The only augmented reality that you need is me after all. Alpha smiled smugly, but Akira just ignored her. By the way, it seems that Reina is equipped with a pretty powerful device. Won't she be able to see you too? At the moment, my signal is adjusted to be exclusive to you, so it'll be fine. Although, back in Kuzuhara Ruin, I used to use the public wavelength so anyone with the right device would have been able to see me. Remember back then when you had to fight 2 hunters in the Kuzuhara Ruin? One of them was able to see me, right? Now that you mention it, you're right. Is it a common device among hunters? Just now, Togami casually asked me as if he assumed that I had such a device though, not to mention that there was someone who had that device before too. He did not seem to be surprised when you said that you don't, so I think it's normal not to have it. Makes sense. Akira did not seem to be fully convinced, but the Old World signal was not only found in Kuzuhara Ruin, even Kagemayama City was also enveloped in Old World signals. It was not rare for illegal businesses in Slum City to only show innocent signboards and advertise their illegal businesses with augmented reality on top of that signboard. It was convenient to be able to transfer information that could only be received by certain people. If a hunter came to the ruin with a device that could retrieve such signals, he or she would be able to see some kind of information board floating. It might become a big hint that would lead to finding a new undiscovered ruin. Even if it was in an already explored ruin, it might help hunters to find unexplored locations. It was a good method to find unexplored locations buried under the rubble. But even so, it was not a common device among hunters. After all, it was not an important piece of equipment compared to rifles, augmented suits, and information terminals or information-gathering devices. Moreover, it was not like all ruins had augmented reality. And even if it had and it led to relics, other hunters would have collected those relics first. The information broadcasted through that signal was based on the situation when that signal was first broadcasted. Thanks to that, most of that information was misleading and outdated information. In the worst-case scenario, using such a device might alert the monsters and other security measures. Or the information might flood the display and lower hunters' visibility. Or display enemies that did not exist in the first place. It might even give the wrong map information and send the hunters to their doom. Relying too much on such a device might actually be a dangerous thing. But of course, if it was used correctly, it would boost their earnings. On the other hand, since it might alert more monsters, it would also increase the monster encounter rate, and in order to avoid that, better equipment was developed which of course, cost more money. Thus, the problem became either investing in rifles or in this device. Although not everyone in the Eastern District fully understood this matter, the majority of hunters agreed to invest more in rifles. Akira and the others went deeper into Lida Commercial District ruin. For Akira, the objects around him looked similar. The green color that they shared did not help him at all. He drove through the green-covered tall buildings while crushing the greenery blanketing the floor of the ruin. Akira then noticed a long object that was covered in plants. After taking a closer look, he realized that it was an armored bus that was covered with plants. It's from someone who came here first, huh? Well, judging from this bus, it must be from quite a long time ago. So they might have come here because of a different reason than us. That's not necessarily true. I went and checked the inside of the bus and it doesn't seem that it has been here for that long, so it might be recently used. But it's completely covered by plants though. It must be because the plants in this ruin grow abnormally fast. Although I'm sure it should be okay to leave your things in this place for a while, it would be bad to do that for a few days. The plants would grow on the body of the vehicle and around the wheels. When that happens, you won't be able to move your vehicle anymore. The people who came in that bus might have planned to stay in this ruin for a few days to explore the ruin since it's rather big. But it means that we can't stay for too long in this ruin, right? Why is there no information about that spreading around? Not everyone shares information that they know. There might also be some people who believe that their vehicles will be fine. Well, this is nothing more than a guess though, but the owner of that bus might have died inside the ruin, giving plenty enough time for the ruin to claim that bus. Honestly speaking, I hope it's the latter. I don't want to lose my APC just because I parked it in this ruin for a short time. But still, it's nothing strange for an old world plant to be abnormally aggressive, isn't it? Let's take this positively and hope that it at least doesn't come at you with weapons. Alpha smiled teasingly, but Akira only smiled wryly at her. After all, it would not be strange to encounter a walking plant with weapons which were not that rare in the Eastern District. This kind of plant was commonly recognized as a monster. The old world technology never stopped messing up common sense in the Eastern District even now. When Akira and the others went deeper to explore the ruin, Reina noticed a signal that they were looking for. She then followed that signal to guide the rest of the team to the facility that they were looking for. When they arrived, they found a tall building with its wall covered in plants and there was a hunter's vehicle parked not too far. They then parked their vehicles a bit further away from that vehicle and readied their equipment. Akira lightly scanned the building. Reina, is this the place? Probably. Although you might not be able to see it, well, I wouldn't be able to see it too without my special device, but there's a big signboard floating on top of this building that is even visible from afar. The Dunmall Lida East B Hall. Probably. You're not sure? Reina pouted and replied curtly. The decoding software can't fully decode the information. Not to mention, a part of its display is also broken. But even so, I did my best to look for this place, so keep your complaints to yourself. It's not my fault even if it's not the right building. Sorry. Akira apologized instantly and Reina immediately calmed down. So, it's just that please don't get angry if I got this wrong. Don't worry, I know well that we don't have detailed information about the building that we're looking for. Or more like, it's a normal occurrence during a ruin exploration, right? Akira replied casually. Reina sighed in relief after knowing that he was not offended. Oh, thank goodness. I was about to shout as if I was talking to Togami. I have to get my act together. It would be bad if I do that to Akira. Wait, no, it's not like I should not do that to Akira. I should not do that to anyone. It's just that when I did that to Togami, he would just shout back at me without getting angry. I guess that's why I got used to it, huh? I wonder if I'm too used to dealing with him. Shirori could somehow understand what was going on in Reina's mind. Milady. I know, I'll be more careful. There's a good chance that we might encounter other hunters. In case these hunters have found the automaton first, they would be more wary than usual. So please be careful, milady. Yes, I understand. Reina smiled bitterly and took that advice to heart. After they discussed their roles and formation, they then proceeded into the building. As Reina traced the building's green wall, she discovered that the original entrance to that building was completely blocked by plants. There were some traces that the hunters who came there before them forced their way through it. So Akira used that opening to get into the building. The inside of that building was basically a large open room, There were signs of various businesses visible from the entrance. While at the same time, it was also obvious from the entrance that plants had crept into the inner part of the building too. The floor was covered in grass as if it was a grass field. Akira was surprised to see that as he mumbled, "This isn't an inner garden or something, right? The dirt on the floor must be from the monster's corpses after being broken down by the plants. There are also pieces of the flooring mixed in after the roots penetrated through them." After listening to Alpha's explanation, Akira scraped the floor that he was standing on and found the original building's floor under it. Although the dirt layer was relatively shallow, it was still a substantial amount of dirt. So, there are ruins like this too. I feel like the relics inside this ruin would have been turned into dirt too. I wonder if automaton can really survive in this situation. That would depend on the container used to store them. So let's put our hope in the power of the old world containers. Now that you mention it, it does sound that they will be just fine. Akira knew well just how abnormal old world technology could be, so he regained some hope to get some old world relics. They moved together carefully, moving deeper. Reina used her device to look for where the automaton might be while the other two maintained a safe distance between them while watching their surroundings. As Akira changed the setting of his information-gathering device to maximize its effectivity inside the building, he had some problems and frowned. That I just can't get a good setting. The objects around me are blocking the information-gathering device. Though I'm pretty sure that it's not like they are creating colorless mist. What's going on here? Should I do it? Yes, please. Once Alpha readjusted the setting, the sensitivity was obviously better but not as good as Akira was expecting. Is that it? It can work with my augmented suit now, but can it be a bit better? I'm sure it's because of the obstacles around you. They might have some kind of nanomachine that has the same effect as jamming smoke. That would mean it would affect us as much as the monsters, huh? There are not that many open spaces. If we were to encounter some monsters, it's most likely to be close combat. Putting that into consideration, even if this place is filled with old world relics, I bet not many hunters would come to this place. That might be exactly why there is still some of that expensive old world automaton left here. That does make sense. And so, Akira's expectation toward that rumor went up a little. Chapter 194, False Happiness. As Togami and his party proceeded deeper into the building, they encountered a monster along a long hallway. The monster was obviously a carnivorous monster. It had a thin fur that did nothing to hide its huge muscular body. Its muscles were bulging as if they were some kind of disease instead of a natural feature. It sent a gaze toward Akira and the others as if it was looking at its prey. It then started running with its huge body toward them. Its huge legs propelled its body forward while throwing dirt all over the place. Akira and Togami aimed their rifles toward the monster in front of them, but suddenly, Kane slipped between them and charged right at that monster. It doesn't seem to have any ranged weapon, so leave it to me. As I said before, I don't mind helping you out during this ruin exploration. Kane smiled full of confidence and glanced toward Akira and Togami. Togami lightly nodded to give his approval. Kane confirmed that and went straight towards the monster with a big smile. Although the dirt prevented them from having any good footing, Kane equipment allowed her to firmly propel her body against the ground toward the direction that she wanted. So, she darted forth and quickly closed the distance to the monster. The force exerted on the floor would normally crack it open, but thanks to the force field technology that expanded a force field right at the moment of contact, all of the force were propagated toward momentum without wasting any energy. Kane and the monster went at each other with more or less the same speed. The distance between them zeroed in a blink. The monster opened its large mouth to take a bite at her. But Kane was able to beat that monster by a step. She took a striking stance that focused more on power than speed as she released a powerful high-speed right punch at the monster's head. Kane stopped the monster's momentum with that one strike. Although that punch stopped the monster's head, its inertia caused the monster's body to continue forward, bending the monster's body into an unnatural shape. But even that could not push her back. As a matter of fact, the monster's feet left the ground as its forward momentum had nowhere to escape. Kane quickly pushed her fist, which was planted into the monster's head, down and slammed it on the ground, blasting dirt all over the place. Now that the monster had finally stopped moving, Kane raised her right leg high and smiled at the monster before sending it down in a swift execution. The enhanced strength from her CQC specialized augmented suit delivered a powerful stomp that easily crushed the monster's head. Now that it had lost its head, blood pooled under the monster's body, dyeing the ground dark red. Kane then turned around and walked back to Togami and Akira. Akira, Togami, how was that? Togami was wide-eyed in amazement. That as expected of Kane-san, that was amazing. It was obvious that single demonstration had reminded Togami of Kane's real power. Back then in the Saranthal building, Togami did watch Kane in action, but the situation did not allow him to get a good look at her. Even after he started working with Reina, Kane stayed around most of the time as Reina's bodyguard, so she did not participate during a fight and Togami had no chance to get another look at Kane's power. When Reina and Togami were fighting monsters in the middle of the wasteland, Kane usually just stood by the side. Togami now understood that although she was there as Reina's bodyguard, she was allowed the choice of not bringing a rifle with her simply because she was this strong with her CQC skill. Kane was satisfied by Togami's reply. She then turned to Akira, waiting for his impression. Akira thought for a bit before opening his mouth. As I thought, wouldn't it be easier to just kill it with bullets? Kane, who was smiling satisfied earlier, immediately pouted. Geez, Akira, don't you have something else better to say in this situation? Akira tilted his head as if he could not understand what she was talking about, so Kane sighed and gave up expecting praise from him. Alright, it's fine. Now that I remember it, you're that kind of hunter. I don't understand what you mean by that, but one thing for sure, it's true that I have no plans to challenge monsters in close-quarter combat. I prefer my rifles. Yeah, I know. Seeing that exchange between Kane and Akira reminded Togami of back then during the bounty monster hunting request when he tried to show off his skill to Akira by killing a monster. And just like this time, Akira showed no interest in that at all. It reminded Togami that Akira was that kind of guy as he smiled wryly. They then continued deeper into the ruin. They stopped when they arrived in a complex. Reina looked around and tried to get a hint on which direction to go from there. Shiori, who was next to Reina, noticed a monster nearby. Milady, be careful. Shiori only said so before she approached a nearby hallway with her hand ready on her blade. The thumping sound of a monster was getting louder and louder from that hallway. The next moment, the same type of monster that Kane had just defeated jumped out from the hallway. But Shiori cut that monster down with a single stroke of her blade. When it jumped out from the hallway and momentarily stopped to change direction toward Akira and the others, she quickly drew her blade. Her blade cut through the firm muscles as if it was butter. Shiori then silently sheathed her blade, while the monster behind her was cut horizontally into two and sprouted blood everywhere before its upper half and lower half fell down to the ground. Seeing that masterful strike, Akira could not help but mumble, Yep, beautifully done. Shiori gracefully thanked for that compliment, but beside her, Kane was pouting. Akira, why would you do that when it's Ain-san? Aren't you a little too biased toward Ain-san? But that was amazing, no? That's not the problem here. You told me that you would prefer your rifles before, didn't you? So why the sudden change of heart? When we're in a rather closed space and have no choice but to fight the monsters in close range, using a rifle might be a bad choice. Not to mention, some monsters can survive even at close-range shooting, so if you're confident you can kill it with your skill and blade, there's no need to be fixated on using a rifle. No, this is so unfair. I won't accept this. Hell if I care, that's my opinion, so I don't care if you accept it or not. Reina glanced at Shiori who had returned beside her. She felt happy and proud that Akira complimented her. She could not help but think about what she could do to get Akira's compliment too, but unfortunately, nothing came to mind. Reina had learned CQC from both Kane and Shiori, so she was actually pretty skilled. But she had no chance to show that off here. If she had the chance to fight a monster close by, that would be when that monster had defeated both Kane and Shirori, and it would only happen under a precarious situation. Before that happened, Shirori and Kane would have told her to retreat. And even if she said that she wanted to do it, she understood Shirori and Kane would definitely not let her. Unfortunately, Reina could not shake that off from her mind. Shirori, who noticed that, could not help but frown. Not too long after that, they encountered another monster. Akira and Togami took shooting positions, but Shirori suddenly intervened. "Milady, may I ask you to handle it?" Me? Yes, I will also help out if things get bad. Although Akira-sama is coming with us, this is actually still an exploration mission for Milady and Togami-sama. It's true that Milady's main duty in this exploration is searching for the correct route, but if that causes Milady to think that facing the monsters is someone else's duty, it might cause a fatal blunder in the future. In order to keep that in mind, if Milady may. I don't mind, but... Reina glanced at Akira and Togami, who looked at each other and opened a way so as not to obstruct her aim. Reina thought that it was weird for Shirori to say that, but she then took aim with her rifle. Reina's rifle was small enough to be used indoors and it had a good sniping capability. It could also be used for continuous shooting of powerful bullets and had a strong recoil. Its aim worked together with her information-gathering device to quickly focus on its target and to do fine readjustment to increase accuracy when Reina pulled down the trigger. It even analyzed the distance between the rifle and the target and correctly identified when the user intentionally shifted the aim in order to readjust its support accordingly. Reina looked at the monster's face that was filled with killing intent through the scope, but she was already used to it that it did not even affect her focus. She then calmly pulled the trigger. The bullet went straight towards the monster's forehead, passed through its body, and came out on the other end of its body. That single shot completely stopped the monster as it fell down limp on the ground. There were 3 monsters and Reina killed all of them with 1 shot each. The last monster did not even have the leeway to react to its dead comrades. After Reina did another check on the monsters, she finally sighed in relief and lowered her rifle. Even when including the advanced features of her equipment, it was a good demonstration of her skill. Togami thought so as he glanced at Akira. Akira already shifted his focus on watching the surroundings as if he was not interested in that at all. That was when Shirori asked him, "Akira-sama, how was that sniping?" Well, good. Is it alright for me to interpret that as you having nothing to criticize about that sniping? Akira was confused as to why Shirori emphasized that point, but he still took some time first before giving his honest answer. Well, let's see. 1 shot each from that range, so there's no bullet wasted and she didn't give any chance for the monsters to even react. Isn't that good enough? If I want to be strict about it, maybe it'll be about the price of that strong bullet and the cost-performance ratio of the equipment. But since we are here looking for an old-world automaton, I'm pretty sure the money that we may get if we can find that automaton is enough to justify that expense. But if I have to assume the worst, then all of us here will have to fight the monsters in close combat just like Kane. Akira, why did you bring my name there? It's because I have no plans to follow your line of thinking. Akira and Kane started bickering. Shirori just ignored them and turned to Reina. Milady, that was well done. Akira-sama also thinks so. Yes. Thank you. Although Reina felt happy that she got complimented and her skill recognized, at the same time, she also felt slightly embarrassed realizing that Shirori needed to ask in order to encourage Akira to compliment her. They then continued searching the building. Although they had enough information to point where the automaton might be, the only hint as to which way to go came from Reina's old-world signal analyzer device. Furthermore, the software could not fully decode the signal, which only added to the difficulty of the exploration. They encountered some monsters a few times, but the 5 of them could dispatch those monsters without any issue. Togami and Reina felt that those battles could not be considered easy as they thought of the difficulty to explore the ruin if it were only the 2 of them. There were more monsters and those monsters were stronger than usual. The inner construction of the building was like a maze and the same plants that enveloped the wall and the floor threw off their sense of direction even further. If they got lost inside that building, it would be difficult to return back alive. For the record, The information-gathering device that they were using automatically created a map based on the scan result and actively tracked their position, but relying on that map would be far too dangerous. After all, there was even a specialist for that kind of thing. That was just how difficult it was to rely on an active map. Moreover, some buildings changed their contours regularly. They had to move forward taking account of this kind of thing while trusting the information that they had at hand. Akira spotted some dead monsters. Other hunters must have killed them. Grasses already grew out of those dead bodies, enveloping them as if they were being used as their nutrition. Seeing that, he could not help but frown. The grass here is pretty aggressive. They won't even wait until the bodies turn into dirt. I hope my vehicle outside is fine. Togami replied to that mumble. I heard that it's fine if it's only for one day. I also heard that if you leave it for more than a day, the plants would entangle the wheels. A high-power vehicle might be able to tear through them. As long as the plants don't damage the inside, we can clear the plants outside with augmented suit, so it should be fine. True, but we spotted some vehicles that were abandoned. I bet those are from the hunters who thought that it should be fine to leave their vehicles a bit longer outside, and when they realized it, it's already too late for them and cleaning the plants was too much work for them. We'll not be staying here for a day, so it should be all right. You have a point there. Akira felt a slight fear for the aggressive plants instead of carnivorous monsters. But Togami had a point there, so he decided to just push his worry aside for now. Not too long afterwards, they arrived in a huge open space. In the middle of that room, there was a circular stage with a transparent glass column on top of it as if it was to showcase a product. Reina and Togami immediately ran towards it and looked closely at the young girl that seemed to be encased inside that glass column. Reina! Is this it? Is this the old-world automaton? It looks completely unscathed too. We did it. The location is slightly different compared to the original information, but it doesn't really matter as long as we get to find it. According to the Old World Signal Receiver, it's the newest model of the latest series from Mitsuha Juruba Tech. And the price? It's 18 million chrome? 18 million chrome? Just how much is that in Aurum? Wait, at the moment the exchange rate for chrome is? No, wait, that is chrome Aurum, so the real chrome is? Reina and Togami were so flustered, they were ecstatic that they found the old world automaton. Not too long after them, Akira, Shiori, and Kane approached the glass case too. Shiori, Kane, Akira, we found it. We did it. Now, we just need to bring this back? Akira. Akira did not seem that happy as he gazed sharply toward the glass case. Reina, who noticed that, finally calmed down. What's wrong? Akira did not answer her. He just took a step forward and looked closer into the glass case and then mumbled. Hologram. Reina and Togame went pale. Shiori took out a device used to check a hologram display and shone it toward the glass case. Milady, unfortunately, Akira-sama is correct. This is a 3D display. The object inside it is nothing but an image. Even when Shiori shone a light through the transparent glass, the automaton inside it did not cast a shadow on the floor. It was one particular characteristic of a hologram. After Reina and Togami confirmed it themselves, they drooped and looked completely disappointed. Akira, you did well noticing that. I had an experience discovering a mountain of expensive relics inside a glass case just to find out that it was nothing but a hologram poster. Since then, I made sure to question what I see every time I see something similar. You really learn from your mistakes, and with this, Milady was able to get a good experience too. Kane lightly laughed and glanced at Reina and Togami, both of whom were practically swept down from the peak of their celebration. It seemed that it would still take some time until they recovered from it. Since they had gone pretty deep and it was an open space easy to defend, Akira, Shiori, and Kane decided to take a rest and allow Reina and Togami to regain their spirit too. Reina and Togami were sitting on a bench with their heads on the table. That bench was a portable bench that Shiori prepared. When it was packed up, it could turn into a surprisingly small object. There were 2 instant rations on top of that table. Shiori also prepared that for them. I should have expected that. There's no way it's that easy to find that old-world automaton. Reina, did you get any information mentioning that? That I don't know. And it's not my fault, that I know it's not your fault. Although Reina and Togami had regained enough spirit to exchange words, they still did not have enough power to lift their heads off the table. While not too far from them, Akira was looking intently at the automaton image with full of interest. The automaton girl image had a very good build, demonstrating the advanced technology used to make that automaton. Its expression was tranquil and peaceful as if it was sleeping or praying. Its feet were not touching the ground as it was floating in the air. It was simply mesmerizing. Beside Akira, Alpha pouted and complained. Akira, if you want a beautiful girl to look at, it's better if you look at me, you know? That's not it. Then why are you looking at that doll so closely? Shiori suddenly came next to Akira and lightly threw a question to him. Akira-sama, it seems that you've been looking at this image pretty closely by chance. Are you interested in this kind of thing? Well, it's not like I'm not interested at all, but to be more precise, I'm interested in what kind of place Old World era was where selling this kind of thing was the norm. It depends on the indicators that you use, but automata are commonly sold even in this era. If Akira-sama goes to one of the shops selling automata, you might be able to get a better image of what kind of place the Old World was. Oh, you're right, now that you mention, we also have automata in this era too, though I don't think that they will let me even come close to that kind of shop. Akira said so and smiled bitterly in self-mockery. A part of him was clearly still stuck back in the slum city. He still believed that people would not allow him to get into such a high-class shop. Shiori found it weird that Akira looked down on himself that much as she gently said to him, "If I'm not mistaken, you should be able to find such a shop in the Kagama building. I believe that the shops there would not turn Akira-sama away. Is that so? By the way, how much does an automaton usually cost?" To be honest, I am not really knowledgeable regarding this matter, but 1 billion orum should be enough to get you a pretty good housekeeping automaton. Akira felt a bit troubled when Shiori said that number so casually. So then, what kind of thing can an automaton do? Cooking or cleaning room, basically to do housekeeping. Oof, that's pretty expensive just for that. Automaton is a luxury item after all. It showed an obvious economic gap between those who were surprised by that price and those who were not. To be honest, just because it's a luxury item, I don't think it justifies the price you put on it though. If it's that expensive, isn't it cheaper if you pay someone to do that instead? Indeed. If it's something that a human can do, it's cheaper to do that. There are many things in this world where this is true. This includes being a hunter. Well, now that you mention it, that's true. Akira smiled wryly. If sending automata to explore a ruin was cheap, the corporate government would have done that. So in short, the only reason why people had hunter jobs was because sending automata was economically not feasible. Sending hunters with cheap lives into the ruin allowed the city management to gain profit even when half of those hunters did not return back alive. That was the truth of being a hunter. Shiori once again noticed that Akira was smiling in self-mockery, so she then continued. As hunters get better, the occasion where they get injured or even lose their lives in the wasteland decreases. As such, it allows hunters to increase their gains while suppressing their expenses in order to gain a profit. Many hunters decide to continue working as hunters because of that. I believe Akira-sama is already one of those hunters. If alive, they would bring a big profit. If antagonized, they would cause a lot of damages. Although there were many different points of view to judge this matter, whether it was better or for the worse, people put an expensive tag on the lives of those kinds of hunters. Even if everything in this world could be replaced in one form or another, if it was difficult to get a replacement, their existence would be forgiven. Akira's origin as one of the worthless kids in the back alley of the slum city was slowly being replaced to that of an important hunter. Akira blushed and looked away. "Thank you." "You're welcome," Shiori replied with her usual smile. After that, Shiori and Akira continued to talk about a lot of stuff. He could sometimes feel the high-class lifestyle from Shiori's answer, and he listened with full of interest about that matter. I did say that an automaton might cost about 1 billion orum, But that would be an automaton with a personality. An automaton without personality would be more like a robot with cheap AI, and this kind of automaton is basically cheaper. But of course, this kind of automaton is less advanced than the former. But both automata with personality and without personality are using AI, right? So what's so different between them? Although this would be a vague explanation since there's no clear distinction between them, basically, the non-personality AIs are more like robots. When we mention AI, there are those AIs made for chess or other board games, right? It's like using the learning ability of that kind of AI for cooking, cleaning, or fighting. This kind of AI would not be able to hold a proper conversation with people. If you would like an AI which can do that, then it's better to get the automaton with personality. When someone mentions automaton, most people refer to the automaton with personality, which is closer to a human instead of a robot, and this kind of automaton is quite advanced, so it is fairly expensive. So it's not that simple. So, which one is it when we talk about Old World automata? Almost all discovered Old World automata are automata with personality. Not to mention, they are advanced AI since they were made with Old World technology. Although, because of that, they tend to cause trouble. When Akira was about to ask what Shirori meant when she said that, Reina, who had her head on the table, suddenly raised it. Akira and Shirori noticed that and stopped their talk. Reina then drank the rest of the drink on the table in one go and shouted, "All right. That's it. Togami! Stop wallowing and get up. Let's continue the search." Togami slowly pushed his body up. "Just to let you know, I was only waiting for you to get up." "Then you could have told me that. You're the leader this time, right?" "I feel like the more I tell you to get up, the longer you would sulk. That's why I didn't do that. Just get up already and let's go." "Roger that." Togami lightly smiled and held back from shouting a reply to Reina as he rose up from his seat. Akira and Shirori glanced at each other with a smile and walked towards Reina and Togami. "You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.